Good morning, everyone. It is fabulous, fun Friday, right, Benny? She comes up with the best weekday names. We got Wow Wednesday, Thirsty Thursdays. Now we got Fabulous Friday. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What a day, what a day. Y'all excited? Y'all ready? This should be very interesting, right? We got a sir rebuttal of a rebuttal of a rebuttal coming up. So I think that what we'll do, I'm gonna have to do my recap. I said, let me start early. Let me get my coffee. So I won't be rushing through our recap trying to get us into the courtroom, right? And hopefully we don't struggle stream today. I was like a whole hot mess yesterday when we started this stream. I have when I did my setup, like it took me time. Like I had to work through things and look at manuals and books and stuff because I don't know nothing about this technical stuff. So yesterday I don't even know my computer like that. Don't tell nobody though. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't even know. Like, I gotta pull out the whole let me pull out the whole MacBook thing so I can understand how to work this thing. Where are the settings? Where are the settings? I'm like, oh my gosh, it took me like 5 minutes to figure out where the settings at. And it's still not the same way that I had it set up. So whatever. Over the weekend, I'll figure it out. I figure I better not mess with it too much. As a good, you say good and normal. Not normal like that. Like, no. Yeah. That's definitely not the case. We know that. She may not know that, but we know that. Even when her friends testified, the one who said that she heard her saying that she hated him and she could effing shoot him in the face. Um, her name is escaping me right now, but they thought that that stuff was normal. Like, not normal to me in no shade, way, form, or fashion. Sounds very aggressive. And no, yeah, that way too aggressive for me. She admitted Ryan managed the family finances and knowledge. She frequently overdraft her account, attributed to laziness, right? Who could be lazy? Like she just giving away money on the account, attributing it to and forgetfulness, right? Like who does that? Like who the bank just making a killing off of her because she don't want to get up. Like, how about you don't write the check if you're not gonna go and put the money in the bank, right? Like she was causing unnecessary overdrafts. Like that's why Ryan had to handle the finances because clearly she didn't care. And you know why she probably didn't care? Because she wasn't out there working from sun up to sundown. Like, yeah, like I don't know what she was thinking. And actually saying that on the stand, and I guess maybe that was their normal life because she sounded like it didn't mean nothing. I wouldn't dare like admit to I just didn't take the money to the bank and let them charge me what they charge upwards like to almost $40 depending on what bank you with. That's why the banker had her number on speed dial. Like, look, we gonna send this payment back. And then not only if they send the payment back, then the company that you wrote the payment to, they gonna charge you too. So you like almost paying double when you don't have to. Like I have no clue what she, but I guess she had to come up with something in regards to that, right? So, and then, I noticed that in her testimony yesterday that she even tried to downplay her affair with Houston, right? Claiming it was a fantasy that all of a sudden she was scared. She couldn't tell anybody about anything. She admitted, oh, if you Danker told her, oh, if you get home and you find your husband is unalive, make sure you pick up those casings. Like this was always just a theory that he had that he was going to do. Like, and she didn't think to like tell anybody, even tell her husband. But no, that's not what she did in her Snapchat messages, which we probably gonna hear more about today. She said, absolutely. Like, so if you didn't want your husband to be unalive, why are you, if the man is saying that he's gonna do this, why wouldn't you tell somebody? But in her case, she's gonna respond saying, absolutely, I'm gonna pick up those casings. Like, okay. So, the forensic expert, she testified that the word go, right, was sent via Snapchat, which was contradicting everything that Karina was trying to say. Karina was trying to say she said to Houston Danker that night, go. Then she sent another text message that said to, and then her final message was to sleep, right? But of course, we didn't get any the to sleep. It just stopped at go. And this is after he responded like, look, I got to get this done tonight, right now. And she said, go. Right? And with her getting on the stand, we noticed that Karina really risked her credibility, with that go to sleep discrepancy. And I'm pretty sure it was seen that by the jurors like she was being deceitful. So those digital messages, they definitely support the prosecution's theory of the conspiracy and premeditation. And, of course, the defense is going to try to assert that. Good morning, Kevin. This is my Vanna White wave. Welcome to Fabulous Friday. Yeah, so, yes, I know. You know who came up with that name. No other than our one and only Benny. Shout out to Benny. Yeah, so I just think that, with the defense just trying to assert that Karina was threatened and manipulated, right? Invoking her being so in duress. So, and they're just saying that the lack of physical evidence, there's no DNA. Um, the one shell casing that they got, right, benefits the defense. And that's the strategy that they're just trying to take for her. So they're trying to portray Danker as the killer and the master manipulator, right? You know, claiming that she was so afraid, horse. We've been hearing a lot about everybody being tricked, manipulated to do certain things, right? All our cases, nobody has a brain. Nobody thinks for themselves, right? Everybody else is thinking for them or changing their mind, right? So I think their thing is that they're trying to say that no matter what, that Danker did all of this, just so happened this dog, and I don't know if y'all know anything about Rottweilers, they are big dogs. Like they're not small dogs. And now, she got an excuse for everything. Oh, the dog was in the bedroom with me. But normally he's a roamer. So we leave the door open so he can go outside, right? Because remember, we don't have any evidence that anybody had any forced entry into the home. So now all of a sudden we got an excuse for the dog. We got an excuse why we didn't tell anybody. She got more excuses than a person going to where? Jail. She making up all the excuses. Everything has an excuse. And you know, Danger, he going on trial next month, August 12th. And we'll have it right here. Unless he see that Karina got, you know, when she get convicted, he decide, why waste the taxpayers' time? Let me go ahead and admit, you know, they did find the guns that I gave to my friend. But, you know, he faces, you know, first degree murder charges also with the acting in concert, you know, and we saw the evidence. We even relooked at the evidence yesterday where he was doing the Google searches, right? Who Googles how to kill? Snapchat messages. Like, really, this is what we're doing? And he had the rifle that was linked to the murder. So he didn't testify against her. So I guess he and she at this point in time, I can't testify. I guess she could testify against him. I don't think they would give her a lenient sentence. It seems like our prosecutor, um, I think he real irritated the way she trying to play everybody. At least that's what it appeared to be to me. So we shall see. I don't have I do have to think the courtroom feed up, so we are ready and good to go there. They have not started yet, but I didn't want to rush through it, and I wanted to make sure that we were actually in the courtroom as soon as court begins this morning. Anybody got any plans this weekend? Oh, Benny, you think she'll testify, Benny? I mean, what kind of deal could they give her? Because Danker wouldn't have probably been in the situation that he's in if it wasn't for her. Now, what I could have seen is Danker actually getting a deal. Oh, Benny gonna do some picnics. Oh, so I take it it's not raining. Look, you can't do picnics all the time because of the rain. And where I'm at, I can't do picnics all the time because it's too hot. And I mean hot. You talking about sun beaming on you all the time. Whew. It's like dry heat too. It be so hot that you be sweating, and before the sweat can even get on you, it's dried up. They really tell you, like, when I first moved here, because I'm originally from the Midwest. So when I first moved out here, when we went to the doctor, they was kind of like, look, drink plenty of water, even if you don't see yourself sweating, you are sweating. and that's definitely a fact. Like, you'll get dehydrated down here. They're talking about dry alerts over here in the South. Well, I know you are excited about that, right? It's just so it it's not like humid, right? Because in the Midwest, it's like humid in the summertime. So it's like sticky. Like every 5 minutes you feel like you gotta get in the shower because it's just nastiness. Like, ew. But here is like it's so dry. Like, you have to either even when you go out like at night, they have like the mist fans that run all night, you know, because they know at the restaurants and things like that. You say I am makes a change from the rain and the wind in Scotland, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. I know you can appreciate that. And it's so funny because even when we get rain here, because we do get we it rains here, right? But when we get rain here, I'm like still like it's only once in a while, but when it comes, it's like, oh gosh. Like I know we need rain, right? But everybody be happy when the rain comes. And I be like, oh no. Like, I don't even want to go to the store. It's raining. Like, no, 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 no store for me. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to wait till the rain stops. I don't have any food. Thank goodness they have a ton of delivery services out here where we can get all of that stuff together. Yeah, so I did bring up I got in our queue for today as we're doing things. I have her testimony from yesterday because it'd be interesting to look at her testimony, right? So I do have that. And the court is still not in session yet, but we know our judge, he like to be on time. So I'm a let they supposed to start at 7. So that gives them 6 minutes, right? So we'll hang out and see if court starts on time today. But this should be very interesting today to see because they are really fighting to say that she sent this go to sleep message. But as we discussed yesterday, I don't care if she did send the go to sleep message. I don't care. Like even with everything that's been presented, even if we take the to go to sleep message out, right? And the jury actually believes that she sent that go to sleep message, everything else points directly to her. He's saying, just waiting on that lottery win, right, huh? Uh-oh, Benny. Yeah, so even with all of that, I she's still guilty in my eyes. Like in Houston, like he even got thrown up under the bus doing all those Google searches. Like who does that from your phone and think that they don't see it in 2025? Or well, no, this happened in 2021, but they still had the same kind of stuff, right? We're not talking about the 1980s, 1979, 1960s, where they don't have all this information. Like they got cameras everywhere. I mean, like even when people are doing stuff, like they got all this stuff everywhere. Like, how do you think you're gonna get away with it? He said, then by one of Trump's instant access cards. Oh, when you say we're coming over there to AZ Sweepy, we need a lotto win, right? I'm right there with you, girl. Do they jackpots be real big? I know. I know. Funny story. Like I oh, she playing AF. Stupid. She's one with the brains. Yeah. Yeah, that's what she thought. Hmm. I think that I'll leave my thought to myself. I will leave that thought to myself. I don't know, but I know we got first degree murder on a plate for her, right? So it's a premeditated killing or aiding someone to kill with intent, right? This is punishable by life in prison without parole. They don't have the death penalty in our state. Um, the digital messages, the reason why they fought so hard for them to get in is because they prove the intent that this was planned. You know, premeditation can be decided in less than a second. So, so I guess they have their premeditation because I'm almost sure the jury is going to understand the fact the way the Snapchat messages work. As I stated yesterday, somebody on the jury, I don't know what the jury's makeup is, but somebody on the jury knows somebody that has Snapchat or they have Snapchat themselves. So they know how it works, right? They know how messages work. Like, even though you send something and it doesn't get to the other person, it is on some kind of digital trail. And they can pull this information. So if she did send the whole entire go to sleep message, it will be documented. It will be somewhere. It just didn't vanish. Hey, pretty brown girl. Good morning. Yeah, so it didn't just vanish into thin air, right? That's almost calling your significant other like, did you get my text message? Nah, I ain't get it. Well, it shows on my side that it was delivered. Really? You didn't get it? Or how about the reverse? I was going to send you a text message, but I forgot to send. Maybe that's what she should have said. I put go to sleep, but I forgot to send it. That probably would have been a better excuse. Look, it was still in my phone. I just forgot to send it to him. Right? Those probably would have been better excuses than talking about what she's saying. That she actually sent it and he ain't get it. No, 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 no. I could put up a better case than she could. Right? Did you see she named our Fridays? They are fabulous Fridays. So we got Wild Wednesdays, Thirsty Thursdays, Fabulous Fridays. You say Karina should have said that one out. I know that's right, pretty much. She should have went. She had to go. She wanted to go up there and talk. Right. It's Fabulous Friday. That's what we got here. I know. I don't know what we gonna name Monday and Tuesday. Benny, work on that because we gotta have something for our Mondays and Tuesdays. And I know I love Sunday Fun Day, right? Even though it's more probably like Sunday Relax Day, right? Getting ready for the week and different things like that. But that has been I guess maybe they want to turn Sundays in instead of them being like getting work ready. It's a fun day, right? Is what I can think in regards to that. Right. And I just wonder, what y'all think the defense with their closing arguments gonna be like? Y'all think it's gonna be shorter than the opening? Like in the last couple cases that we have watched, besides the Ronnie Walker case, nobody is nobody's defense is really putting up anything. Kevin's right with what he said in the message above. Let me see what Kevin say. Kevin says the whole game changed with CCTV, social media, cell phone tracking, etc. So many ways to get caught. Right. Absolutely. I agree, Kevin. Yeah, I agree. Like Pretty Brown Girl says, I think the defense is going to try to convince us she had nothing to do with it. They are going to blame Houston. Well, yeah, we know that. I agree. We definitely know that's their theory, right? I just don't think this is going to stick with the jury in regards to this, that she had nothing to do with it. And, she tried to kind of play like she only slept with Houston one time, right? And she has so much regret about sleeping with him. But we know that's not true. Like, we watched her interview yesterday and she was offended. He 22 years old and oh my gosh, how dare you? I don't know if I can act like her, but yeah, that's what I got. I was like, how dare she be sitting up there? And now 3.5 years later, we on trial and she on the stand talking about, yeah, I slept with him. I slept with him one time. Pretty Brown Girl said, y'all, that jury is going to go in there and talk about lunch and come back out like guilty. Right. I think that this entire case is wrapping up today. I don't think that we going into the weekend. I think the jurors are probably irritated that she was sitting over here all this time over there at the defense table with all of this boo-hooing and crying, and then all the drama right after he passed away from laying on his body, out there screaming hysterically. She didn't call 911 first. She calls the brother first. Like, I believe that they are going to see right through this and they are going to come back and be like, we not wasting our weekend with this. Because I don't think that what we're going to do this morning, I don't think it's going to go past their lunch. So I think that it'll be in the jury's hands. They'll be deliberating this afternoon. And I think when it get close to 5 o'clock, they're going to be like, okay, we got a verdict. We're done. Benny said she should have set it out, but she won big narc. Narc, go. I call them narcs. And she couldn't help herself to get up there on the sand and give those cheers. Yeah, for real. I agree. Pretty Brown Girl says, do we know why it took so long for them to bring up the charges? Did we ever find out? I don't know. Benny, do you have any thoughts in regards to that? Did you catch any of that in regards to why it took so long? I thought the one detective was going to give us some kind of indication on why it took so long to bring up the charges, but when the one that completed the interviews in 2023, but I didn't, I don't recall getting that information from him, because I think that it would have even been more, damaging if they would have been able to get all that different evidence right up front, like the gun and stuff like that. But he had gave a gun to a friend or whatever. But then Benny says a small precinct, and it took 3 years just to bring the charges, working with the DA. Oh, okay. Okay. So they don't. Okay. Well, I don't know. I know they once they put her behind jail, her in Houston, they gave them a bond that was not reachable, right? So both of them been in jail since they were arrested in 2024, and that's what I do know. But yeah, yeah, I was just making sure our judge he didn't come out so we can get a glimpse of him. But no, he not out. He probably back there like, hey. So what you saying is I should go to a small town and get rid of my feelings. Beyonce. No, no, pretty brown. No, absolutely not. You are not allowed to do that. No, right? That's why Houston was on there text Googling like how long does it take DNA to come back? How do I get rid of these Snapchats? Like that's what he was doing. He was like, I know they gonna be slow. Like they were so slow that I'm so upset that they did not take the approach like they did in the California case with Monica Cementelli. Like them detectives wasn't going for that. The whoever was carrying the life insurance policy or the holder, I can't remember exactly who was the holder of the life insurance policy for Fabio, but they had to get everybody cleared before they paid out any money. And that was just the life insurance policies protocol. And the police would never clear her. And they should have that with probably all the life insurance companies because the worst thing is being unalived by somebody and they are awarded your life insurance, right? Benny says you might just get a top. Yeah, right. She would get one, right? They'll have one conveniently available. Yeah, right. You are right, Benny. They'll be sitting there watching, videotaping her. Like you thought we was slipping down here. Not on your case, boo. But for her, it's gonna take us 3 years. But we're gonna make sure we be right up front and center, and we're gonna have every piece of information that we need to put you up under the jail. Look, matter of fact, hey, we typically don't even do the death penalty, but we're gonna start now. Remember the Doomsday trial though? They took too long to bring them on charges. The detectives dropped the ball on that one. Yeah, they was doing too much. Like, I don't know what Lori was doing. She just had a trial down here. Um, I think in Arizona with the attempted murder of the niece's ex-husband. And I'm like, I don't know what kind of cult, what they were into, what they were thinking, but in 2020 had them gone. They was out here trying to get rid of everybody. And they basically did. Like that's the case where his wife was unalive, right? The two children were unalive. Yeah, she did represent herself. I just think she wanted to talk. She loved doing interviews. I almost think that the people that may be watching her interviews, she thinks that she probably can hypnotize them through her interviews and her words, and that's why she do so many interviews. He's like, you were entertained though. Like I was like, what is they out here trying to get rid of everybody? And I did watch pieces and parts of the last one where she represented herself. I mean, I guess you after you've been to court so many times and you have been accused of unaliving so many different people, you probably do know how to represent yourself, right? You probably do. She said, "Don't forget her voice." Would you say she's so soft spoken? She talks softly, and I think that she wanted to badger the witness because remember she got to cross examine the guy that is accusing her of attempting to try to murder him. And I thought that was really interesting. He really was he held his composure. Needless to say, because I probably would have been like, How dare you? You know it was you. You chased me around the corner, right? You tried to shoot at me. Like I was, like really? And it's funny because he was driving a Tesla. They usually have cameras like front, back, side to side. So it was kind of interesting that I don't remember if they had any video footage of, like when he was approaching, when he turned the corner to her, to get to his house, that truck that allegedly that she was in, was doing the shooting. She said the evidence would show that she didn't kill her husband and that we had a big family drama. Yeah, they had a big family drama. You think her and the guy that they still talk? He had her gone. I don't even. I think yeah. I don't know. Cause she was like, wasn't she like a model? And you did not bring up Lori Boone. Benny. Anybody that could convince somebody to get in the suitcase deserves a win. Anybody. Yeah, I said it. Anybody that could convince somebody to get in a suitcase. Let's play a game. Come here. Let's play this game. You get in this suitcase. I'm gonna zip it on up. Pretty brown. Oh gosh. She convinced her boyfriend. You think she beat him up before she put him in the suitcase? Okay, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna go for it. I don't think no. The only reason why I would disagree with that is with the recording. Like he wasn't in the suitcase saying it was just like he wanted to get out of the suitcase, right? They had played this game, they had been drinking, and she said, "Well, come on, get in the suitcase, boo thing. Let's see how long you can breathe. I'm gonna zip it up." And then I think that she beat him with the bat. Pretty brown. She was on camera recording herself talking to him, recording him asking. It was insane. Like why I couldn't understand why she was sitting up there recording that. I don't, and it took so long for her to actually go to trial. Remember, because she kept doing all types of things. She kept hiring lawyers, firing lawyers, like hiring and firing. Today told her, look, this is it. We doing this with or without you. Yeah, that was just such a sad case. Talk about how much she was trying to help him when she couldn't even help herself. I just couldn't believe that you say she one of the biggest one of them. I mean, it was like, and then she tried to get up on the stand and try to act like George was abusive to her. Another one didn't call the police. You know who she called over there? Her ex-husband. He like, well, when he got there, he like, what you call me for? Call the cops. Someone call 911. Like, what are you calling me for? I can't do nothing. Like, he was like, for real? Yes, that one right there was something else. She says, Paulson, yep, Sarah Boone, now Paulson. Paulson, who married her? Did she get married, Benny? I don't know. I don't know if she called herself Sarah Paulson after he stopped paying her alimony, and he has their 13-year-old boy. Okay, okay, her ex-husband. Okay, yeah, she was a little out there, like way out there. And I thought to myself, I said, when they kept talking about she convinced this man to get in a suitcase, like suitcases are not, I mean, as a, he was a man, so I wouldn't even think that his bill would allow him to get in the suitcase, but she definitely got him in there. Well, good for her, because I'm pretty sure he didn't want her to have his last name anyways, right? After what she did. Yeah, that's good. Good for her. Return yourself back to your family name, ma'am. And I think she did she request Benny, correct me if I'm wrong, she still wanted alimony from him while she was in jail, right? You say you don't get how he couldn't get out. I don't know. I don't know. It you can actually like they had a recording of him like asking her, Sarah, please let me out. Please let me out. I can't breathe. And she's sitting up there taunting him, like, you know, like making fun of him, like, what do you think about this? Remember all the times that you did such and such and such and such and such and such to me? Like she was like badgering him in there. She said she was like, I put him in a suitcase. We typically play hide and seek, and yeah, I said those things, and then I we had been drinking all day, so I went upstairs and went to bed. I accidentally fell asleep. I came back down in the morning and noticed he was still in the suitcase. I was looking at that trial like, what the Benny said because she did not leave the suitcase partly undone as she said she did. Yeah, right. Like he like, let me out. Let me out. And she like, I'm going upstairs. We didn't have one too many. I'm going to lay down, come back down, and this man's still in this suitcase. So now, it's probably gonna be like, how when older cars, how they didn't have like the release in the trunk. So like if somebody got stuck locked up in the trunk, they couldn't get out, and they started making cars with the little releases. So if somebody accidentally, a kid or anything, got stuck in the trunk, they wouldn't suffocate or anything like that. They probably gonna be starting to put that in luggage, right? After that case. Because there's no way you should be stuck in there. Oh, I see your judge. Wink, wink. Yeah, I see your judge. He's there. He said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The defense has an additional witness to call. Y'all ready to get in the courtroom and get this fabulous Friday going? Y'all put a one in the chat if y'all ready. Let me know that y'all ready. Woo, woo. Right? Ooh, judge. Yeah, they got their first witness up there. Let's see. It's so funny because when he first comes on, like he comes booming in my ear. Benny says, I'm so glad that she didn't take the plea deal. She would have done 6 years or less, at least now. Oh my gosh. She turned that down to get up on. I didn't know that, Benny. She turned that down to get up on the stand and do that. Well, that's what she get. You are absolutely right. That's exactly what she get. Like, really? Who does that? I think she won. I think, yeah, I don't think she wanted to win. She should have took them 6 years and went on about her business. She took 6 years delaying the trial. Like, really? I did not know that, Benny. I guess I had to take my thing back, you know. That is ridiculous. I can't with these people sometimes. Like, I just can't. Oh boy. Okay, we going in the courtroom, guys. I will get our chat. We'll get that started. Update this banner as we going along. Y'all let me know, of course, if I mute everything, because you know there are times when I will mute everything. And hopefully we don't have a struggle stream today, right? On our Fabulous Friday. All right, guys, let's go in.
Our jurors present, counsel and parties present, also with a little noise from the construction outside present. So bear with us. And it's my understanding that at this point, the defense has an additional witness to call. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your witness.
All right, the defense calls Chris Lyon.
Good morning, Mr. Lyons. Just come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would. And turn on that microphone if you can there at the bottom and adjust it however you'd like. There you go, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Lyons, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
And for the record, sir, can you please provide us with both your first and last names and spell them?
Christopher, Kristofer, Lyon, Lyon.
Ms. Watt, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, how are you employed?
I work as a investigator for the Public Defender's Office, and I'm also a digital forensics examiner for a consulting firm.
Can you tell me about your training and experience that gives you the ability to do the digital forensic analysis?
Sure. I started out with kind of the proprietary training, like with the companies that make software for digital forensics. So I have some training from Celebrite, one of the main players. And then I have some what they call vendor neutral training, just like international organizations that teach on digital forensics, but aren't specific to a brand.
I didn't hear what was the last part that you just said?
And then I have training from like international organizations like IACIS that's vendor neutral.
And how long have you been doing this forensic analysis?
Hold on a second. Can you folks hear? All right. You can hear. Yeah, I should be clear what I'm asking. What you can hear. Yes. Can you hear the witness? All right. I'm going to ask that everybody sit tight. I'm going to go see if there's something I can do about this. There's no guarantees, but I will try. Feel free to stand, stretch. I'm just going to remind you of that admonition I've given you previously, but don't leave.
Well, this should make for a very interesting day, right? They got all this construction going on. Just like, wait a minute now. I don't know what I can do, but I'm gonna surely try. So that's that noise that we're hearing in the background. I just kind of muted the screen, so I still have it up. As y'all can see, he's still on the stand. Um, and I'm just updating our banner. But yeah, like, could y'all not do this right now? You know, like, could the defense ask for appeal because the jury couldn't hear their rebuttal witness? Right. Especially not when we have a trial going on. Like, really, really, really? That's why the judge, like, he going to go talk to them. Wait a minute. And it seemed like it must be right next door. Because if he going to talk to somebody to see if he could do something, they must be right there in the next office or something. It doesn't sound like it's any type of outside construction because it's really loud. Right. They need to do that on the weekends. So let me ask you guys, I'm gonna find out. That's okay. I'm gonna look it up. Because I know his yeah, I'm gonna look that up really quick here. Because I've been trying to figure that out. Give me a second. Hmm. Okay, so I guess what I was trying to look up is I was trying to see if Karina, our girl, was being represented by the public defender's office. When he got on the stand, he said that he was a forensic investigator, for the public defender's office. And yeah, she is. And I guess my question would be, um, unless I'm missing something, that when she testified, that they looked at her portfolio, right? And it had over $300,000 in it. And $200,000 she utilized for rent and other stuff, taking care of the kids, whatever she's saying. But I guess my question is if she was able to utilize that money for that portion, do y'all think that they somehow did a freeze on the rest of her funds, and that's why she had to get a public defender? I don't know. I like it, Benny, because I think of Benny and the Jets. Look, I be singing it. I be singing it in my head between that and Pretty Brown. I'm like, okay, I got a whole remix going on. Okay, wait a minute. They getting started again. I see his mouth moving. I'm gonna mute up.
Years.
What law enforcement agency did you work for?
I worked for two. Most of the time was University Heights Police Department, and then briefly for West Liberty Police Department.
Did you review phone data in this case?
Yes.
What did you all review? Did you review, I'll just shorten it. Did you review Karina's iPhone 8?
Not in its entirety, but some of it.
Okay. What software did you use to review the phone?
Magnet Axiom, the kind of the portable version, not the full paid program.
Essentially, did you review what we were able to provide to you?
Yes.
How many, do you have a guess as to how many phones or information from phones you have reviewed in your career?
I don't keep a tally, probably 100 more now.
Okay. Have you ever, in reviewing phones, have you had any, seen or noticed any signs of data loss?
Yes.
Tell us what data loss is.
So I guess it depends in what context we're talking. Mobile devices, we like to think we can download them and just get everything exactly as they are, everything on the phone. But to download devices, they're essentially hacks. Someone at some point kind of had to figure out a flaw in the phone to be able to hack into iPhones and download the data. So these companies use exploits or these kind of hacks to gain access to a phone. Apple doesn't tell these providers, these vendors, how to access all the data on the phone. So we kind of have to figure it out, and it's not a perfect science.
Okay. Is it the same case with Snapchat then?
Downloading Snapchat from the phone?
Yes.
Yeah, anything on the phone is, same thing applies.
So is it fair to say that we don't know exactly how we have some Snapchat information on a phone, but not all of it?
Right, there could be a lot of different reasons. Data in general could be missing. It might have been on the phone, but the software like Celebrate wasn't able to pull everything precisely as it was on the phone. Databases on phones, just the method for storing information clears things out when they're removed. It does things for space saving. It optimizes memory. So things kind of move around a lot.
So may I approach her?
You may.
Showing you first what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit L. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is that?
that's my CV.
So is this basically kind of like a resume or all the jobs you've held?
Right, resume of jobs and training.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to enter the evidence what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit L.
Any objection? No objection. Defendant's Exhibit L is admitted.
Then next I'm showing you what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit K. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of that Magnet Axiom program we were talking about earlier.
And does this screenshot display data from Karina's Snapchat on here?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask to enter the evidence what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit K.
Any objection to K? No. Defendant's Exhibit K is admitted.
And permission to publish K, please.
You may. Are we, which?
This one.
Okay.
Okay, so on Defendant's Exhibit K, what we're looking at, this is the software that we use to explore the phone, right?
Right.
And so this is a screen capture from what would be shown if we look at the Snapchat messages that were remaining housed on Karina's phone.
Yes.
Okay. Because it says here that there are 2,409 messages, right?
Right.
And we've got some highlighted. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit B. So starting here in the middle, to what we see on the screen, the content of those messages, does it match these?
Yes, it looks like it.
Maybe I missed, I just want to be clear for the record. What you showed him was the defendant's exhibit B?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So then these being the messages retrieved between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper from the early morning of June 18th. What I want to know is what are those numbers in the middle?
So the column is kind of cut off, but that looks to be the message ID. It's kind of just an integer, a number assigned to messages in a database.
And does Snapchat assign message numbers to each message?
Yeah, the software does.
Okay. And so here we see numbers going, they're going in sequential order, right?
Mostly.
At least the ones that I have highlighted.
Looks like the one at the very bottom
Right.
isn't, but all the others are.
Okay, so the one at the very bottom, go, that is number 33897, and then the next message is 33984.
Yes,
Could that be data loss?
it certainly could be. In digital forensics, we like to test everything to understand how the software works. You know, there's no manual that says what this message ID is. But in general, with this kind of data, I would expect that to mean something's missing. And if I can just add, I haven't tested this. So normally I would like to test and be able to understand the mechanism. But in general, in databases, that would indicate something's not there.
I do not have any other questions, thank you.
Mr. Kodiaga, any questions?
Yes. And if we can just keep that up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. You just said you've not tested this, correct?
Correct.
So what you're testifying to this jury is something that you have not tested, you have no idea what it means, correct?
I wouldn't say I have no idea. I can understand the general principle of how it works in databases, but I haven't tested it for Snapchat.
You don't understand the mechanism, do you?
I understand the general principle of how databases work, taken training on that. But again, I don't know, I don't work for Snapchat. I haven't tested this precise mechanism.
Do you know that when sufficient time passes at Snapchat, the numbers keep adding up? So if a minute passes, the numbers will add up if there's no message at that point.
That could be true. I don't know it to be true.
Okay. And and as you said, you talked about data loss earlier on. Does data loss happen sometimes because someone deletes incriminating evidence?
Of course.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Anything further, Ms. Watt?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lyon. You may step down. Ms. Watt, any further rebuttal from the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, so now we're back to where I told you I thought we were at some point yesterday. What we're going to do at this point, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to go straight to me reading you the jury instructions, or at least most of the jury instructions. Aaron, if you want to pass out, we're going to provide you each with your own individual copy of the jury instructions so you can follow through as I'm reading them. While she's passing those out, counsel, I just wanted to ask real quick, we made a record on jury instructions before we finished all the evidence. I don't believe anything has changed, but I just want to confirm that neither party needs any additional record related to jury instructions. Mr. Kodiaga, any additional record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional record from the defendant, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing you'll notice is that once I start reading these jury instructions, Colleen here is going to stop typing. That's not because they're not important. It's because we already have a record of what's being said. It's here in print. So I'm going to read these. She doesn't need to type essentially what I'm reading. So that explains that. Just want to let you know so you didn't think there was any significance to that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start with the jury instructions. Members of the jury, put on my glasses. The trial information in this case accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2, Parent 1. Included within the charge of murder in the first degree are the lesser and included offenses of murder in the second degree and involuntary manslaughter. To these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Upon the issues thus made, you're instructed as follows. Instruction number 1. The trial information is the document that formally charges Karina Cooper with a crime and is merely the method by which she is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 2. Karina Cooper is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of Ms. Cooper. The presumption of innocence remains with Ms. Cooper throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 3. Karina Cooper has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And just an update on the noise, I was informed they need approximately 10-15 minutes and then they're done. I'm going to keep going with this while we're doing that. All right. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you, the state must prove something. It must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Instruction number 4. The burden is on the state to prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and not the mere possibility of innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find defendant guilty. But if after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find defendant not guilty. Instruction number 5. If there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, Karina Cooper shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 6. You shall base your verdict only upon the evidence and these instructions. Evidence is testimony in person or by deposition. 2, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3, stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to, which were not offered and received into evidence, are not available to you. The following are not evidence: statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers, objections and rulings on objections, any testimony I told you to disregard, anything that I tell you as part of these instructions is not evidence, and lastly, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 7. In considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 8. Decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. It is your duty to determine the credibility of witnesses, to resolve any conflicts in the evidence, and to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 9. You have heard testimony from persons described as experts. Persons who have become experts in a field because of their education and experience may give their opinion on matters in that field and the reasons for their opinion. Consider expert testimony just like any other testimony. You may accept it or reject it. You may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's education and experience, the reasons given for the opinion, and all the other evidence in the case. Instruction number 10. Evidence has been offered to show that Karina Cooper made statements at an earlier time and place. If you find any of the statements were made by the defendant, then you may consider them as part of the evidence. Statements and questions by law enforcement during interviews of Karina Cooper are not evidence and may only be considered by you as context for Ms. Cooper's answers. You may also use the statements to help you decide if you believe Karina Cooper. You may disregard all or any part of her testimony if you find the statements were made and were inconsistent with her testimony given at trial, but you are not required to do so. Do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it or if you believe it for any other reason. Instruction number 11. To commit a crime, a person must intend to do an act which is against the law. While it is not necessary that the person knows the act is against the law, it is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 12. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the first degree. 1, on or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2, Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3, Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. 4, Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all these elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the first degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the first degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree as defined in instruction number 13. Instruction number 13. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the second degree. 1, on or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2, Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3, Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. If the state has proved all of these numbered elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the second degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter as defined in instruction number 15. Instruction number 14. Murder in the second degree does not require a specific intent to kill another person. Instruction number 15. The state must prove all of the following elements of involuntary manslaughter. On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in recklessly shooting Ryan Cooper. 2, Ryan Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Houston Danker did the act in a manner likely to cause death or serious injury. 3, by doing the act, Karina Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Houston Danker caused the death of Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all of the elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, Karina Cooper is not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, and you shall find her not guilty. Instruction number 16. As used in instruction number 12, willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. Deliberate means after having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. Instruction number 17. Malice is used in instructions numbers 12 and 13 is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences, as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Instruction number 18. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 19. Serious injury is used in instruction 15 as a condition which cripples, incapacitates, weakens, or destroys a person's normal mental functions and/or bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death, or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or extended loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ. Serious injury includes, but is not limited to, skull fractures and rib fractures. Substantial risk of death, as used in instruction 15, means more than just any risk of death, but does not mean death is likely. If there is a real hazard or danger of death, substantial risk of death is established. Instruction number 20. A person is reckless or acts recklessly, as used in instruction 15, when he or she willfully disregards the safety of persons or property. It is more than a lack of reasonable care which may cause unintentional injury. Recklessness is conduct which is consciously done with willful disregard of the consequences. For recklessness to exist, the act must be highly dangerous. In addition, the danger must be so obvious that the actor knows or should reasonably foresee that harm will more likely than not result from the act. Though recklessness is willful, it is not intentional in the sense that harm is intended to result. Instruction number 21. A dangerous weapon is any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, and when used in its designed manner is capable of inflicting death. It is also any sort of instrument or device actually used in such a way as to indicate the user intended to inflict death or serious injury, and when so used is capable of inflicting death. You are instructed that a firearm, such as a .22 rifle, is by law a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 22. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, you may, but are not required, to infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Instruction number 23. Specific intent means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. Because determining the defendant's specific intent requires you to decide what he or she was thinking when an act was done, it is seldom capable of direct proof. Therefore, you should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. You may, but are not required, to conclude a person intends the natural results of his or her acts. All persons involved in the commission of a crime, whether they directly commit the crime or knowingly aid and abet its commission, shall be treated in the same way. Aid and abet means to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime, either by active participation in it or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it is committed. Conduct following the crime may be considered only as it may tend to prove the defendant's earlier participation. Mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. Likewise, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. The guilt of a person who knowingly aids and abets the commission of a crime must be determined only on the facts which show the part she has in it and does not depend upon the degree of another person's guilt. If you find the state has proved the defendant directly committed the crime or knowingly aided and abetted other persons in commission of the crime, then the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Murder in the first degree, as contained in instruction number 12, requires a specific intent. Therefore, before you can find that Karina Cooper aided and abetted the commission of the crime of murder in the first degree, the state must prove that either Karina Cooper had such specific intent or aided and abetted with the knowledge the others who directly committed the crime had such specific intent. If Karina Cooper did not have the specific intent or knowledge the others had such specific intent, she is not guilty. Instruction number 25. For the defendant to have knowledge of something means she has conscious awareness of it. Instruction number 26. You must determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. You must consider the evidence. Do not be influenced by any as you consider the evidence, Do not be influenced by any personal sympathy, bias, prejudices, or emotions. It is common to have hidden or implicit thoughts that help us form our opinions. You are making very important decisions in this case. You must evaluate the evidence carefully. You must avoid decisions based on things such as generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, fears, sympathies, stereotypes, or inward or outward biases. The law demands that you return a just verdict based solely on the evidence, your reason and common sense, and these instructions. As jurors, your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. I'm going to stop there, and I will finish with the rest of the jury instructions once we finish with closing arguments. And I guess, counsel, do we need a few minutes, or are we ready to go? Either way is fine.
If we could just take 5 minutes.
Okay, well, it'll take 10. So we'll take approximately a 10-minute break, or as long as you folks all need to use the restroom, whatever you need to do. And then we will resume with closing arguments. So again, I'd remind you of the admonition I gave you previously, and we'll see you shortly.
Well, we have been instructed. We have our instructions. I had a feed still up here, just kind of seeing if, our judge, he like to, make sure we get this stuff clear on the record. Y'all won't catch him up in the appeals court. So they were kind of short, right? Because sometimes they could be long and drawn out. And, it wasn't bad to have somebody nice to look at while we were doing this. Hint, hint. So, yeah, it looks like they're definitely going on break there. Okay. Do we get a verdict today? I would like to know your thoughts. Do we have a verdict today? Not tomorrow, not Monday, but today. I say we do. So I'll go first. Yes, yes, yes. Closing arguments probably won't be any more than maybe an hour. Jury's gonna have this probably before lunch. I thought it was gonna be after lunch, but that rebuttal witness that they brought up there didn't add anything. Didn't change my mind. He didn't know nothing. When the prosecutor asked him, yeah, Benny says she thinks it's going to be a quick closing. Yeah, the prosecutor said, do you know this about where this message came from? Do you know anything about the Snapchat data, how it's driven? And he just basically said that he didn't know nothing. To the point that he didn't know nothing, that the defense, when they were presented with the opportunity to redirect him, they didn't ask any additional questions. Pretty Brown Girl says, I think we will closing arguments don't go over an hour each. I don't think the defense has a lot to say. Yeah, I don't think they do either. And I think that we're going to go into closing arguments. I think the closing arguments like Houston Danker. She was in love. She was scared. The prosecution going to tell you all of this other stuff, but we're here to tell you that Houston Danker committed this crime all alone. Karina didn't have any knowledge of it. And it's going to go back to the jury, and the jury going to look for like an hour and be like, no, we don't believe her. We're coming back guilty. Right? So I just did their closing arguments for them. Did I do a good job? Did I do a good job? They may get up there and say, well, what happened to the Snapchat messages? Y'all seen our expert come up there, and you seen our expert say that we don't know what these is. Yeah, Christopher. We wasted more time trying to figure out how to spell his name, Christopher, than the time that he spent on the stand, right? He didn't even know what the Snapchat was. Right. So I think I don't know why they called him. I don't even understand. I guess maybe to try to present or poke some holes in the prosecution case. But like I stated, and I think that most of us can agree, that even if the jury believes that she sent him the message, go to sleep, there's still overwhelming amount of evidence to say she participated. She assisted with planning. Like, how are you going to explain that you told him absolutely after he told you to remember those effing casings? Now he told you, she just don't follow directions. He told her to remember those casings. And she couldn't even do that. Pretty Brown Girl says, let's say there is missing messages. Those messages would dig her into a deeper hole because of all their affair. Yeah, like the messages that we saw were, they about to have a baby. He the new baby daddy. And she done sucked this 22-year-old boy. I'm gonna call him a boy because men sometimes they don't, mature as fast as women. I mean, remember he was in there like he was the hopeless baby daddy, right? That's what the detective called Houston in his interview. So she done sucked him all up and told him, oh, I can get this life insurance money. We gonna be good. You ain't gonna have to worry. Boo thing. Let's get this done. And that's why he said he had to get this done. Right? He had to get this done. If she heard you say that, she would be, you right. How dare you? He couldn't see my naked body. He's 22 years old. Why are y'all asking me stupid questions? Right? She was in that. I mean, she can get an Oscar, an Emmy, whatever award you want to give her. Right? And all of that stuff after he passed away, I'm going to jump on his body. I'm telling you, I knew it. The prosecutors even to stage a scene. He was shot at close range. Remember, we seen the blood splatter on the door, on the wall, right? So he was shot so close that there had to be some blood splatter on her, right? So she like, well, I'm just gonna jump on top of his body, and then y'all can take pictures of me, right? Y'all can take pictures of me with my bloody hands and everything, let y'all know, and I gotta stay on his body so people can see me. I mean, her story just really doesn't add up. Everything she had an excuse for. The dog is a house roamer. He roams the house. We leave our door unlocked, right? So the dog can get in and out. But they like, well, where was the dog? It's a Rottweiler. Now, if they are trained like to bark, and if they don't know people, they are definitely, they kind of like, I want to say they're more probably a aggressive dog. Right? We're not talking about a Chihuahua or something, a poodle. We're not talking about that. But no. Everything was convenient. Everything was such a coincidence, right? The dog was sleeping in her room. So he couldn't alert anybody. The son that usually sleeps downstairs with his dad because that's where he felt comfortable. She made sure that her son was upstairs during the time. Right? She wanted to make sure that he wasn't down there, but total disregard with even having this being done with her kids upstairs. And I'm almost sure the son saw his dad Because remember, he slipped in his dad's blood, right? Like who puts their kids, like they are going to be traumatized, and then on top of that, they know their mom has something to do with it. Like, even if she didn't pull the trigger, like she put all of this in motion. Like she had no business having an affair with this man. Just leave your husband. I know y'all probably get tired of me talking, right? I'll be looking at the feeds and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll be talking too much. Pretty Brown says, remember when she was on the stand and she said, yeah, I had a life insurance policy on him, but he had one on me too. What do murderers think? That proves. It tells us that you had even more motive, ma'am, right? Oh, we both had life insurance policies on each other. He just got off before me. I tell you, justice for Ryan, right? Jury needs to come back fast. Don't make his family wait any longer. We need justice for Ryan today because this was cold. It was calculated, and she thought she was going to get away with it. Her and Houston. And he going to come to the bench next month. That's what I do know. And and I hope that after she's convicted today, that he saves the taxpayer some money and decides that he just wants to and decides that he wants to just plead guilty. Right? Right? Well, good. I'm glad that that's why you're here. Look, because I got a lot of stuff to say all the time. This mouth just keep going. Sometimes I can't stop it. Like it is so crazy because sometimes I be talking before I can think about what I'm about to say. And the words just be coming out of my mouth. I'm like, oh, okay. Wait a minute, slow down. But yeah, I mean, these cases like this, like they be just having me like, and I know everybody, they have to, we have to go through this process, right? Innocent until proven guilty. But yeah, she got a lot to say. Yeah, right. It's Fabulous Friday. I'm gonna be saying Friday. I'm gonna be saying Friday. I'm gonna be saying all types of stuff. Woo, woo. Right on, right on. Yes, this is definitely. Yeah, I don't think we're going into the weekend. Let me ask y'all now. I'm just thinking out loud, right? Y'all let me know. Has anybody had any interest in the Adelson saga? I'm just curious to know because I know Donna, the mama that wanted to get, conspired to help get rid of her daughter's husband. I've I'm pretty sure everybody has seen many and plenty of trials, right? The prosecutors in that case, they are going to bring everybody to justice for Dan Markel's murder. Because Donna is going to be coming, to the bench, right? Soon. I just wanted to see what y'all following and intake on that. Is that something that y'all want to cover? Should we cover that? I mean, because they have tried and convicted everybody. Now, how she plans on trying to get off, I think that there is a way. I think that her defense team can raise some reasonable doubt. And so I'm wondering, because the prosecution in that particular case has been so successful with convicting, they have convicted like 4 people so far in that case. Will this be the roadblock where the prosecution will not be able to convict Donna? So y'all let me know what y'all think in regards to that, if y'all want to cover that one. Okay, or you can let me know. Okay, it looks like they're coming back into the courtroom. Looks like we're going to be probably doing the phone conference, right?
I indicated counsel for each side are going to have the opportunity to make closing arguments. As part of their closing arguments, I anticipate counsel will be summarizing testimony and evidence that you have heard during the course of this trial. As they do that, they will be recalling the evidence, as you will be later. They will not intentionally be trying to mislead you, and if your recollection of the evidence is not the same as theirs, you must follow and rely on your own recollection. The summaries, the arguments of counsel are not evidence, and they should not be construed by you as evidence or instructions on the law. They're simply intended to help you understand the positions of each side, and you should give counsel your close attention. With that, Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to present closing argument on behalf of the state?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what it looks like. Karina Cooper, Houston Baker, murdered Ryan Cooper, shooting in the face of her children right next door. Same house. We have a woman, Karina Cooper, who hated her husband. Hated him. Referred to him as a child, referred to him as a sperm donor, said, fucking hate him. Her friends, who she described as family, who were emotional on the stand. What did they say? We heard her threaten Ryan many times. I hate you. I wish you were dead. I should shoot you in the face. Ryan Cooper was shot twice in the face. Messages between Karina Cooper and her affair partner, Houston Baker, planning and plotting the crime. Not a fantasy, not a game, not a misunderstanding, not a product of data loss. They're exactly what they look like. A woman who hates her husband, who wants a new life, who wants a different life with Houston Baker. Plotting to kill her husband, whom she hates, by shooting him in the face. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, by the way, she had no money. Ryan made the financial decisions. She was unhappy with the fact that there were a lot of things she couldn't do. You saw the bank accounts. Some of them started in the negative. hundreds, combined thousands of dollars in overdraft fees. Not only does she get to be with her affair partner, Houston Danker, she kills her husband. She also gets more than $600,000 from her, roughly $550,000 in insurance money. Another roughly, what did Michelle Wilson tell you? $100,000 from selling Ryan's stuff. Motive? Exactly what it looks like. The messages mean exactly what you think they mean. She's guilty, and obviously guilty, of first-degree murder. The text messages or snaps in this case, they may be the smoking gun. They may be the most obvious evidence in this case. It's not the only evidence in this case, not by far. There's layer upon layer upon layer of evidence that indicates she's guilty of murdering her husband. We're going to go through that evidence. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go through the jury instructions that will guide you during your deliberations to make sure that you understand how the law applies to the facts. They look complicated. They've been read to you. There's a lot of words in there. There's a lot of legal jargon. It's not complicated. It's actually pretty straightforward. This case is an easy one. Tried and close. She's guilty of that murder and arrest. The evidence shows that. Let's start with the now somewhat contested messages you've heard so much about. What do these messages possibly mean? She told her she sent them. Keep in mind, she told you a couple different things, right? Before we go through these. You can judge her credibility. It's your job to judge her credibility. She lied to the cops. She lied repeatedly to the cops. She lied over years to law enforcement. Now she wants to tell you, oh yeah, these incriminating snaps that look exactly like what they are, me plotting with Houston Danker to kill my husband, that's sort of a fantasy. Kind of look at it online, like, since we play video games, right? What she said. When you play video games, when you steal cars, you shoot cops. That's what this is. Some sort of fantasy. But she's also terrified of Houston Danker. She also didn't take it seriously. And what did she say about these specific messages that we're about to look at? She told you, oh, I wasn't even really paying attention. I was only half paying attention to what I said. Okay. She's terrified. It's a fantasy. She also said Houston Danker is the one that sends the messages talking about murdering her husband. Okay? So it's a fantasy that she's participating in or she's not. Same goal. It's making sense. So what are these messages? Let's start with this one, 331, not reported to law enforcement, the night of Watson's killed. Heart emoji, 331. Not really paying attention. Think about data loss. Think about whether these conversations flow in a natural manner. Think about if there's anything possibly missing. There's not. Okay, here we are. Heart emoji, 2 seconds later from Houston. Seriously, more than fucking life. You can look at the defense exhibit. Those are in sequential order based on the message IDs. We'll get to the fact that the message IDs don't really relate to sequential order. Their expert couldn't tell you that. You don't need all that to make a determination of whether this is in sequential order and makes sense. Heart emoji 2 seconds later, seriously more than fucking life. Karina says, forever. Not really pay attention when hack read them. Doesn't really know what to say. I don't know. Oh, everything. Okay. Remember, still law enforcement, none of this. That you would sleep. More than anything. Okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal? She's not paying attention. So she said, deal. 8 seconds later. Seems like she's paying attention. She's directly responding to what he said. There's no mystery here. She can try to fuck around with as much as she wants. Consult. Ridiculous. Deal. Aiding and abetting. Deal. 3 seconds later. Kiss emoji, not paying attention though. Didn't really read what's going on. Houston, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. She seems to be tracking the conversation pretty well. She's responding to everything that he said. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What casings? I don't know what a casing is. No, she doesn't say. She says, absolutely, 100%. 14 seconds later. Is what she's telling you credible at all? Was paying attention? Don't really know what it means, what's going on. Seems to be tracking. Okay, phone's going down. I love you. I love you too, so much. Forever. Okay, babe, seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Because the plan to murder Ryan is already in place. All of the necessary conditions for this murder to happen are in place. Planned by Karina and Houston for months. This is the night it's going to go down. This is the night it's going to happen. She confirms, because she controls the scene, that everything that needs to be in place for this murder to happen is in place. You saw the searches. You know they did a ton of internet research. They thought they were going to commit the perfect crime. Putting the phone down. Why are you putting the phones down? Because they know a little bit about digital forensics. They know a little bit about location data. This is supposed to be some sort of convoluted alibi. Houston's at least smart enough to know I probably shouldn't take my phone with me when I go commit the murder. Because they're a little bit savvy. The funny thing is, when you commit a murder, there's a lot of things you don't know. Investigators know them. Detectives know them. Forensic scientists know them. They didn't know. One of the things they didn't know, your snap messages that you think you've deleted can be recovered. All the conditions are in place. Scene is controlled. Ryan's where he's supposed to be. Kids are subdued. Ransom is subdued. We'll get you in the door. You and I shoot Ryan. We get on with our lives. Go. He said, have to get this shit done. They said, what are you talking about? Consistent with their plan, she said, go. That is Ryan's death warrant. Signed by Karina. Then, yeah, just look up. Again, convoluted attempts at phone and data manipulation to throw off investigators. The same way that Karina, for years, sought to throw off the investigators. She can't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. Won't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. And whenever she opened her mouth to talk about it, provable lies, over and over again. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. How do we get there? What are the elements of murder in the first degree? On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. State has to and has proven that beyond reasonable doubt. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice and forethought. We'll talk about what that means. It's been established. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Yes, that happened. It's been proven beyond reasonable doubt. You're being presented with what's called alternative theories. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, one theory, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. That's another theory. Alternate theories. What does that mean? It's not complicated. If you find that she aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting her husband, she's guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that she shot Ryan Cooper herself, she's guilty of first-degree murder. Either one. Either or. This is about a unanimous verdict. What this says is, where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It's the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory upon which it's based. May be confusing. What does that mean? Simple and straightforward. It means some of you may think she aided and abetted Houston Danker. The remainder of you may think that she herself shot Ryan Cooper. That's guilty. Because all of you think she committed first-degree murder. It doesn't matter how. Some of you may think it's aiding and abetting. Some of you may think she pulled the trigger. That's okay. You don't all have to agree she pulled the trigger. You don't all have to agree that she aided and abetted. Either or. And she's guilty of first-degree murder. What does aid and abet mean? So we have, she pulled the trigger herself. Or she aided and abetted. What is that? Knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime. By active participation, there was active participation. Or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it's committed. Go. Certainly not all she did. Again, we'll go through her control of the scene and the conditions that had to be in place for Houston Danker to come over and participate with Karina Cooper in murdering Ryan Cooper. But she's certainly guilty of aiding and abetting. There's a mountain of evidence that establishes that. Now, there's some additional instruction under aid and abet that may seem confusing. Murder in the first degree requires a specific intent. In order to find that she aided and abetted Houston Danker, you must find either that she, Karina Cooper, had that specific intent, or Houston Danker did and she knew that he did. We'll talk a little more about specific intent. It's pretty clear they both want Karina Cooper dead. It's pretty clear she knows it. She told her she knows it. In her version of events, she's been hearing from Houston all the time about shell casings and how he wants to kill Ryan. So does she. It's pretty clear from those snap messages they have a specific intent. 2 shots to the face. That's specific intent. There's more. There's no question that she had the specific intent. There's no question that she knew Houston had specific intent. So it's not an issue with regard to aid and abet. It's already been established. It also says this: mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. There's plenty more evidence. Those snap messages alone are plenty more evidence. She didn't just happen to be there. This just means that she had to act in the commission of the crime itself. Not even necessarily that night. She did. She did participate that night. Just means there has to be more evidence than the fact that she just happened to be there. We know she didn't just happen to be there. Similarly, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. In other words, just because she knows about it, one way or another, that's not enough for aiding and abetting. We have far more than that. Again, active participation. Already established beyond a reasonable doubt. So, we go through the elements one at a time, talk about some of the evidence that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of those elements. Here are the elements again. Let's start with number 2. This one's easy. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Medical examiner, Dr. Kelly Cruz. What did she tell you? Cause of death, gunshots to the face. Wound A, fatal. Wound B, fatal. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Her testimony, the autopsy, that's established. Moving on to number 3. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice aforethought. What is malice? Malice is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. This is distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. How may it be established? By evidence of actual hatred or proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful or injurious act, in this case, firearm. So were these acts born of actual hatred? Yeah. Malice also requires such deliberation that will make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences. Again, as distinguished from act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. everything that we just read, everything that it said, you can infer by the fact that a dangerous weapon was used. And you received an instruction. A .22 rifle, by law, is a dangerous weapon. That's the weapon to kill Karina Cooper. So malice and malice aforethought are already established by the fact they shot him in the face with a .22 rifle. You don't have to think about anything with regard to malice and malice aforethought. It's already established. When you shoot someone in the face with a .22 rifle, malice aforethought can be inferred. There's more evidence of malice in this case. We talked about this just briefly. Teresa McBride. Karina told you she's family. She didn't describe her as a friend, she described her as family. Malice, actual hatred. Said she hated Brian multiple times. Said she wished he was dead. That's malice. Heard Karina say she would shoot him in the face. Malice, aforethought. This is well before the murder. Brian Morrison, same, family. You saw him on the stand. You judge people's credibility. He was very emotional. You lost his friend, Brian. He also loved Karina. He also knew exactly what she said. She would shoot him in the face. Everything's a fantasy with Karina. Everything's a funny joke. It's a misunderstanding. It's a joke. Thought I'd shoot him in the face. It's a joke. They didn't think it was a joke. They said it was time to go. And they left. That's her family. They left because it wasn't a joke. If it was a joke, they would have laughed. The snaps were a joke. Saying I hate him, shoot him in the face, that's a joke. Conversations with law enforcement, joke. Call them whatever you want. The testimony, joke. Additional evidence of malice. Karina's own words. Fucking hate him. What do we think that means? It means she hates him. This is to Houston. This is in February. She's mortified, right? She's so scared of him. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Doesn't want anything to happen to her family. So these are the messages you send back and forth. Gee, I hate my husband. I wish you were my husband. You should be a father of my kids. Not my sperm donor. Not this child. Sarah. What else did she say? Like I said, sperm donor. She hates him. She resents him. She wants him dead. She wants Houston Danker to father and parent her children. She says that. Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors. Who drives a semi? Her husband, Brian. I broke it off with Houston. We had sex once, but I shut it down. Didn't want anything to happen to my family. And then I text him, you should father my kids. I hope Brian dies in a semi-accident. Malice aforethought. You can infer it from the use of the weapon. There's plenty of other things. Number 4, Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Again, that seems like a lot. Again, it's actually pretty straightforward. Willfully, fixed design or purpose. Pretty clear what their design or purpose was. Certainly pretty clear what your design or purpose is when you shoot someone in the face twice. Deliberate. Having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. She's talking about hoping he's dead months before they kill him. That deliberation doesn't have to exist for any period of time. It could be while you're sighting your husband who's sitting in a recliner with a rifle. It could be when you're loading the ammunition. It could be when you're pulling the trigger. It could be in between the first and second shot. Here we have months. Not even close. Premeditate, to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Same. What is specific intent? Not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. What's the act? Shooting Ryan Cooper in the face. Specific purpose, to kill him. This is not complicated. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. What's the natural result of shooting somebody twice in the head? That you're going to kill them. Again, if a person has the opportunity to deliberate, which we just established, they both did, and uses a dangerous weapon, that's a 22, against another resulting in death, you may, you're not required to, infer that the weapon was used with all of these: malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. The use of the 22 rifle alone establishes all of these things. There's plenty of evidence, and you've heard it repeatedly over the last week, for all of these: premeditation, specific intent, malice. As long as you find there was time to deliberate and deliberation occurred, you don't even weigh any of that evidence for this element. Just look at the fact that the 22 rifle was used. As I said before, 22 rifle is by law a dangerous weapon. Specific intent to kill. It's already established by the use of the weapon, but let's talk about other evidence of specific intent to kill. She and Houston shot her. We know she was up, she was around that house for an extended period of time. We'll go through the timeline, not the timeline she provided, but the timeline established by official forensics. What did she do? She's awake. She told you. She told you both, right? You think about her testimony on the stand. What did she say yesterday? She woke up because she heard a crash. Sticking to that story. But she also admitted to sending all the snaps. Okay? So apparently she was both awake and asleep and awakened by a alarm crash. She was awake. She participated in the murder. That's what really happened. Then she stayed in the scene, taking care of some other things that needed to be taken care of, which we'll talk about later. All the while, Ryan's bleeding out. He's dying. His blood is drying. His blood is clotting. Two separate things. She finally gets around to calling 911 when she's been ready, as the scene set the way that she would like it to be set up. Calls in. Fake hysterics. Ridiculous, dramatic, overacting. She calls in. Volunteer firefighter. And she says, I think somebody's in my house. Not a word about crime. Not call an ambulance. Not call 911. Not get help. Not you come over here. He needs some aid. I think someone's in my house. Okay. I think someone's in your house. You're running around in the house. You're unarmed. Apparently you think someone's in the house. She's buying time, making it look like she's doing what a reasonable person would do if they found their husband shot. I called for help. Did you know? Did you really? Or did you fake call for help? Someone's in my house. What's going on? Screaming. Can we get any details? Screaming. Okay. Never mentioned anything about Ryan when calling Aaron. Something to think about. For news story, Houston Baker did it. And I'm so scared I didn't tell anybody. What does this have to do with Houston Baker? How does this help Houston Baker? If Houston Baker murdered her husband or shot her husband, she didn't want to tell that Houston Baker did it because she's afraid she'll get in trouble. How does that prevent her from calling 911 immediately and telling them what happened? You can say, I don't know who did it, but you can also say, we need some help right away. How does providing misleading information about the timeline come forward with the first story that Houston Baker did? Are these all cover stories that help her because she participated in the murder? Exactly. If you're concerned that Houston Baker did it, you had nothing to do with it. You don't want them to be upset with you. You would just help as much as you can and say, I don't know anything about who did it. She did it. She told a series of lies that helped her because she's participating in the murder. Never asked Aaron to call 911 or an ambulance. Never told Aaron that Ryan needed aid. She never attempted to render any aid herself. Like any normal, reasonable person, she did nothing. Until eventually she sat on it. We'll talk about that more later. She sat on it, rubbed her face all over the blood to conceal evidence, conceal her role in the murder. Two shots to the face, specific intent to kill. Opportunity to deliberate. These are the messages from before the murder. Opportunity to deliberate. We have plenty of other messages where she wants him dead. But here we are at 3:30. She makes her fake cry for help at 4:30. Here's an hour before. Okay, come over to murder your husband. Don't forget to pick up the shell casings. Absolutely 100%. Opportunity to deliberate. Yep. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you so much. Forever. Okay, gotta get this shit done. Go. It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There's more evidence that supports it. You've heard it. It's probably in your notes. Not going to go through all of it. This is by far more than enough to establish beyond a reasonable doubt. Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina, or Karina herself, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific reason. And again, remember, you find deliberation, the use of the .22 rifle is enough for you to find reasonable doubt that's been established beyond a reasonable doubt. For element number 4. 3 of the 4 elements are already met. The final element. On or about June 18th, 2021. That's not in question. All the first responders, everybody talked about, the interview, will know this occurred on June 18th, 2021. Karina agrees. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. Did she? She did. Ryan's murder absolutely could not have happened without Karina's aid. By her own account. Which, by the way, is ridiculous. Let's talk about the things that she had to do to make this murder happen. Here's the plan. Karina decides with Houston, ultimately, that they're going to shoot Ryan in his house while he's asleep. The kids have to be there. Why? Well, if that's your plan, it would look really suspicious if the night that your husband is murdered just happens to be the night that the kids are at Grant's. So she had to make a decision. And she did. But this murder would happen while her kids were present. It would just look too suspicious if they weren't. She tells you, I would never orchestrate a murder with my kids there. Watch Officer Fain's body camera. She's just gotten through concealing evidence by rubbing her face all over Ryan's dead body. Her children are in the room. She's pretending to be upset. Different people respond differently to trauma. You know. Look at everyone else at this, including the children. Pretty cool. Their dad's lying dead, blood everywhere. Their mom is screaming hysterically. Look at the kids. Were they able to talk and communicate while unfortunately? Yeah. Aaron came in, finds his brother dead, blood everywhere. Was he able to communicate? Yeah. Karina cares about her kids. I told you that. She would never orchestrate a murder with the kids there. Well, she had to. Be pretty suspicious otherwise. She's so caught up in trying to convince law enforcement that she's devastated by the death of her husband that she knows nothing about, that her children are standing right there in the room. And she walks right past them out of the room. Doesn't look at them. Doesn't comfort her. Doesn't care. Because she's got a job to do at this point. She just murdered her husband. And she has to convince everyone. She's devastated. She can't even breathe. She can't talk. Spoken. She did orchestrate a murder with her kids there. She had to. It's too suspicious of it. So, what did she have to do? What was part of the job in this case? How's she going to get this murder done? Problem number one, Kate sleeps next to Ryan, who we want to shoot in the face. Got to get him on there. You heard Kate's testimony. He had been sleeping next to Ryan for a year. For a year. She told him, you gotta sleep in your own room. She tries to pass it off. Oh, it's part of our deal. We had a deal, we're gonna redecorate the rooms, and we're gonna redecorate the rooms, and then they gotta go sleep with her. Wanted to get the kids in their rooms before school started. It's June. Early June. That's her phone cover story. This is evidence of deliberation and premeditation. They've been planning this murder for a long time. Long enough for her to come up with this phony excuse of painting the rooms. You can see that she's working on the house. You can see she's been painting. That's evidence. That's evidence of premeditation. She's hoping that her husband will be dead months before this. Problem number one, kids are going to be home. Let's get Cade up to his room. He can't be there when Ryan is shot in the face. Mission accomplished. She had to assure Portland and Cable were asleep and accounted for. 2 other kids who can't see what's going on. They didn't have to sleep in their own rooms that night. They were with her, where she could keep an eye on them. What else had to be in place for this murder to happen? She had to assure Ryan was asleep. That's a big one. That's why we're texting at 3:30 in the morning, let's do this. That's why it didn't happen at 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. or midnight. Who knows the sleep schedule? Karina does. That's a crucial part of this murder. She knows. What did she tell you in the interviews on the stand? He's like his dad. He's up roaming in the night. That's why she says go. Everything's in place. Ryan's asleep for the night. She knows his sleep schedule. It's not a normal one. Falls asleep around 8. Sleeps for a little while. Gets up. Watches TV. Eventually falls back to sleep. He's up roaming in the night. Kate's in his room. Kids are with her in the bedroom. She's confirmed Ryan's asleep. Go. He's asleep for the night. There's also a gun in the house. This is her boyfriend. She refers to him essentially as a husband. Says Houston Danker is her husband. She's his wife. She's worried about him. There's guns in the house. She doesn't know anything about guns, but everywhere she goes, there's guns. She had to get a weapons permit because every car I get in, there's a gun. She told police she doesn't know anything about guns, but she knows there's a gun in the house. If there's a confrontation, if Ryan's awake, Houston could get shot. She can't have that. She has to make sure there won't be a confrontation. She has to make sure that Ryan's asleep. Security. Think Houston Danker could do this by himself? Think he chanced it just right? That he happened to come over, he happened to pick the right door, door just happened to be unlocked, happened to be able to get in through the house at a time when Kate wasn't up, just happened to not be sleeping next to his dad. You know, only been 2 days, that doesn't mean anything. The other kids just happened to not be awake. Ryan just happened to be asleep for the night. Security. These are security-conscious people. You saw the crime scene photographs. Locks on all the doors. Karina told you multiple times, the door behind Ryan, locked. 99.9% sure. Locked. Kitchen door just happened to be open. She had to make sure he could get in. And then he could get in to a situation that was controlled. Ransom. 130-pound Rottweiler. What she stated to Ryan Herman. Very protective. Barks at everything. Would be raising hell if he heard him. She has to subdue Ransom. You saw Feynman's body camera. When that dog is around Karina, he's subdued. He's calm. She told you. She told officer, she told Agent Herman. Dog would raise hell hurting him. So now we have Houston Danker somehow getting in, coming into the house. What else did she tell you about Ransom? She left the door open because Ransom wanders the house. This very protective 130-pound Rottweiler wanders the house. They'll go upstairs to see Kate. They'll go hang out by Ryan. The target of this assassination plot, wandering the house. She has to make sure that Ransom is subdued, and she does that. Ransom is in the bedroom with her. Not going to be a problem for Houston. As I said, she has to ensure that Ryan is sound asleep for the night. She did. She told you in her own testimony at 3:30 in the morning. She was fully aware at 3:30 in the morning. Kate was upstairs, and that Ryan was asleep. When did those snatch items start? Around 3:30. Go. She told me. Tells him go and sets the plan in motion. What else did she do? She helped him escape. Because he can't be seen by the children. So she has to immediately subdue him. You know who can be at the scene? She can. Those kids are going to wake up. They're going to hear something. That's a concern. If they see mom, that's okay. Can't see Houston. Kate already knows who Houston is. She broke it off. She doesn't ever want to be with him, you know, sort of an online thing. But Kate's simple. Then he comes over and hangs out drinks with my mom. The dad's not around. Okay. So she has to help him escape. How does she do that? As soon as the shooting happens, we'll talk about this more. Houston's right out that door behind Ryan. He didn't come in it. Definitely went out. Karina runs to make sure that no kids are coming into the room, whether at the base of the stairs, or the cage room, or in that same room that has the doorway to the bedroom for Portland and Cable. It's pretty obvious how she bought time. We'll talk about that more. But if they didn't hear anything, or they didn't get up, she has even more time to work the scene before she fake calls for help. But the bottom line is, when she's planning this crime with Houston, they know he has to get out of there immediately, and she has to make sure the kids don't see it. Easy. She's done all those things. Made sure Houston could get in. Made sure Ransom wasn't a problem. Made sure the kids weren't a problem. Made sure he was in his own room. Made sure Houston could escape. Let's think about this. How do we know they're working together? Houston Danker did not come armed for a confrontation. You heard the testimony. He owns an AR-15, that's an assault rifle. Large caliber. If Houston Danker did this alone, let's think this through. He's going to come over to this house that we just talked about, has multiple security threats. We have dogs. We have kids. We have locks. We don't know if Ryan's awake or asleep. He's going over there to murder somebody by himself. And from his arsenal of weapons, which includes a double-barrel shotgun and an AR-15, he chooses a squirrel rifle, a small caliber .22. Does that make any sense at all? Yeah, it does. If you know there won't be a confrontation. Because Karina's told you there won't be a confrontation. Because she knew at 3:30 that Ryan was asleep. She knew all the conditions were in place. She knew he wasn't going to have any problem. She knew Ryan wasn't going to be confined. She knew Ryan wouldn't have his gun. She knew all we're going to need is that .22. The .22, as you heard the testimony of some of her friends, a .22 is a weapon that she likes to shoot. She shoots so much more easily. Doesn't have as much kickback as her weapon, as she knows nothing about. He knew there would be a confrontation because he's working in concert with Karina. You don't choose a .22 to go to someone's house and murder them unless you know there won't be a confrontation. When it was clear there wasn't going to be a confrontation, she said, go. And he came over with his .22. So, let's talk about the floor plan. We know Karina wishes she had a larger bathroom. She told us that yesterday, so yeah, the bathroom's a little out of proportion. We've established, and you've heard, that this garage door just goes to the garage. Can't get in the house that way, right? This is the door behind Ryan. You're rolling up on the house, you're Houston Danker, you got your .22, you're ready for this confrontation that's going to occur. What are your options? Kitchen door, where everyone goes in, door behind Ryan Cooper. Let's start with the door behind Ryan Cooper. Got your .22. He's asleep in the chair. You saw the pictures, you heard the testimony, you heard from Karina as well. That door, always locked. So what happens if you first try the door? You got your gun, you try the door, it doesn't open. Well, you probably just alerted the person that you're going to murder. It's probably not going to go in the door for that reason. Let's say it happens to be open. You've heard testimony that it was locked. You got your rifle, you come in, the door is going to hit the back of the chair. We already heard that. So you have to come in, possibly hit the back of the chair, possibly alerting the person that you're going to murder. Another reason not to use that entrance. Then you would have to gingerly step around them with your rifle, come around and shoot them in the face, hopefully not waking them up as you shuffle by. Again, ignoring all the other objective realities that we know about dogs, kids, everything else. Okay, that makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. If you wanted to kill Ryan by himself, you could have just shot him through the window with his AR-15. Done. But he didn't want to kill Ryan by himself. He wanted to kill Ryan with Karina Cooper. That's what they did. So, that leaves one option. The mudroom. That's the door you had to come in. So he didn't enter the door, behind Ryan, through the mudroom and through the kitchen. So what does that mean? She calls it the sewing room. It's labeled here as a hallway. He's going to have to, with his .22 rifle, walk past the stairs that lead to Kate's bedroom. Seems risky. The bedroom door that's open that has Karina, 130-pound Rottweiler, ransom, 2 young children. So we would have had to walk past this hallway, past these doors. We know, Karina says, I heard a crash, I got up, I thought it was in the bathroom, so I went to the kitchen. She also says she was away sending snacks. So, in one of her versions of events, Houston must have come in the house with his .22, happened to pick the right door, came in the kitchen, walked right past Ransom, walked right past Karina, who was both awake and asleep, walked right past the kids, didn't wake up Cade, Ryan just happened to be asleep, got himself in there, and shot him in the face. That makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. It's not. She controlled the scene. She controlled all those threats. That's why they chose the .22. She likes to shoot the .22. None of that happened. He came in that door all right, with Karina's help. He walked down that hallway because Karina knew the kids were asleep and Kate was asleep and Ryan was asleep. Ransom had been subdued. Talk about this a little bit. Other ways that we know Karina was involved. If she says that this was Houston, it wasn't her, and her new story, which years later, this is what she's come up with, I was scared, so I can say it. Why are you telling the police stories that only help yourself? Why are you telling the police stories that have to do with your guilt? She's not guilty of anything. Why is she trying to throw him off the trail as it relates to her? There's one answer. Because she murdered her husband. She told Deputy Foster she's never shot a gun before. What does that have to do with Houston Bank? It has to do with her. She doesn't want them to think that she knows how to shoot a gun. She doesn't want them to think that maybe she did it, because she did. Never shot a gun before. She told Deputy Foster she's never even heard a gunshot. Maybe on TV. She has a weapons permit. She has preferences for the types of weapons that she likes to shoot. The concealed carry class was held improperly. You heard that she fired a weapon. Why is she telling me this? Because she's trying to throw them off from the trail that leads directly back to her. This has nothing to do with her story that I didn't tell her anything because I was scared of this today. You would just say, I don't know what happened. She's worried about getting caught. You'll notice if you watch Fang and Foster's body cams again, she can't provide any information. Anytime they ask for information, she just starts wailing and screaming. Ask Foster and Fang and both, plenty of experience. At scenes involving trauma, severe injury. Ever seen anything like that? I've not. Why do you say that? Never seen someone who couldn't provide any information for long. And the problem is, whenever she talked, the information that she provided were things that would help her. Somehow she was able to say those things. How much did she say about Ryan and what happened to Ryan? It was nothing. There was a stream of words and phrases related to guns. My stupid gun that I've never even shot and I don't know anything about, that I couldn't get out of the safe, and I don't even know how to use it, and I'm scared. That's a lot of information. Thank you. Can you tell us anything about Ryan? No. Karina, Deputy Foster over here. Karina. We're trying to figure out what happened. Screaming. Karina, we're trying to figure out what happened. I want my kids. Did it sound like a gunshot? That one I can answer. Never even heard a gunshot before. Maybe on TV. The only stuff she wants to talk about is stuff she thinks is going to help her. She's guilty. She's afraid of her own 380. She's never shot it. She couldn't get the gun safe open. Why did she say this? Because she knows, one, law enforcement's probably going to find it. Two, people know she has a 380. They're going to wonder, why didn't you help? There's an intruder. She didn't get her 380 because she participated in the murder. Could she tell Foster? I tried to get it open, but I couldn't get it open. What did Foster tell you? I went and I opened it. Do you have a code or a combination? Have you ever seen that safe before? No. She thinks she's helping herself. The stories she's telling make no sense. They're designed only to help her. It has nothing to do with Houston. Because she participated in the murder. You don't need to say any of that stuff. If her version of events is true, her version of events that Houston did it and she's scared, why help this? Because that's not what happened. She participated in the murder. Doesn't know anything about guns. And then she tells you, I know this looks suspicious, but I was taking a hunting safety course. Doesn't know anything about guns, but hunter safety course. 80-some screenshots, so she cheated on the tests, right? That's what she said. What's in that? Doesn't know what shell casing is, had to call Erin when she saw the article in the newspaper. Is something called a shell casing? You know what that? I don't know what shell casing is. This is what's on her phone. You're trying to say Houston Danger did this, you didn't know anything about it. Why are you placing a phone call to Erin, whom you've never talked to about what happened the night of his brother's death? Why are you placing a phone call to Erin to pretend you don't know what a shell casing is? That's about her and her guilt. That's why she knows what shell casing is. She's taking tests on her phone. She knows what round nose lead is, good penetration, little expansion. She knows what a full metal jacket is. She knows here about projectile range and how it can help you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill. Doesn't know anything about guns though. And when she testifies, yeah, that looks bad. I got a new story. New story is, well, I was taking this on a course and, okay, yeah. All right, when you commit a murder, there are many things that you do not know. Many things you don't know. Karina and Houston thought they were smarter than everyone. Karina and Houston thought they did their research. They thought that they planned the perfect crime. There's no such thing. And they made many, many mistakes. We'll get to many of them, but let's start with her own version of events. Let's start with this. In the chaos of murdering her husband and pretending she had no idea what was going on, she told 911 her husband was shot. From the 911 call. Interview with DCI agent Rick Brown and Ryan Herman. They told her repeatedly, we're just trying to figure out what happened to Ryan. Could be medical, we don't know. We're not sure what's going on. She just sat. Didn't say anything. Didn't say a word. I don't know. I don't either. She forgot that she told 911 her husband was shot. She tells them the same thing in the second interview, and she talks about how she was trying to figure out where the blood was coming from and what happened. So it's not just that Rick Ron And Ryan Herman said, we're trying to figure out what's going on, and she said nothing. She also affirmatively said, I was just trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. No idea. She forgot that she told 911 that her husband had been shot. Okay. She told Deputy Foster on the body cam, the dog was barking. Well, fast forward a few hours later, we're talking to Ryan Herman. Ransom never barked. She can't figure it out because no, I didn't bark. During the second interview, they talked more about Ransom. And she said, yeah, he just sort of made a noise, just sort of like let the air out of his lungs. Ryan said, let the air? Yeah, just like a song. The dog was barking, she screamed while she was on the ground in fake hysterics, unable to tell officers anything about what happened to Ryan. This doesn't have anything to do with Houston Danger. Let's do with Karina Cooper. Her timeline. It's not even really worth going through, frankly. It's ridiculous. She gave you 2 timelines at the same time yesterday. It's clearly phony. We have the Snapchat conversations at 3:31. Never reported that to police, right? Claims she was asleep. She's doing stuff on her phone. She takes 170 steps that she never told anybody about, approaching multiple football fields. Then she called Aaron Cooper eventually when she got around to it, and then we see when the deputies arrive. Her version of events, initially, it seems like we have 2 versions of events at this point. One of them was, well, yeah, no, I was asleep. I got up and I heard a sound, went to the kitchen. Well, first she looked in at Ryan, she didn't see him. So then she heard a sound, she thought it was in her bathroom, so she goes to the kitchen and looks out the window. Okay. Then she goes in, she pissed at Ryan, steps in, and she finds him dead. So seconds, maybe 30 seconds. Agent Villada asked, hey, when you heard that sound, how long did you stay in bed? She said 5 to 10 seconds. So we have the sound, right? She gets up, does the thing we just discussed, roughly 30 seconds. She tells you, Ryan's blood, it's like chunks, body. Okay? We heard from Ken Martin, that happened in 30 seconds? No, no way. There's things you don't know when you commit a murder. She doesn't know how blood works. She doesn't understand blood evidence. Her steps. Didn't occur to her when she's carrying her phone around, it's going to be recording those steps. Those steps started at 4:23. 7 minutes before the call failed. Things you don't know. Her house is tiny. 45 feet by 45 feet, roughly. Very small space. You got furniture in there as well. She testified that she went back and forth between the kitchen and living room a couple times to get Kate and get into the room, lock herself in there. That doesn't account for steps starting at 423 of almost 400 feet. She didn't know investigators were going to find any of this stuff. So she thinks, when she sits down and talks to Agent Herman, that her story might hold up. She just keeps going and going. Many, many steps starting at 423. Because she stayed in the scene. Talked about the blood clots and the dried blood. Biggest mistake, probably, data forensics. The snaps were recovered, the other information from her phone. Even without all that stuff, her story about Houston Danger coming over with a 22 making his way through the house and some stuff. She aided and abetted Houston in doing this. Or she did it herself. The evidence establishes that beyond a reasonable doubt. You will see that you have some lesser included offenses in the packet. The judge talked about them. Second-degree murder and others. This is not a second-degree murder. If you find her guilty of first-degree murder, which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you do not need to consider the lesser included offenses. You are done. That is only if you believe she did not commit first-degree murder. The evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that she did. Motive. We just went through the elements. All of them have been established. You might have noticed motive is not on there. The state does not have to establish motive. It does not need to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. You can consider it. We already talked about the fact that she had a financial motive. Here's her account for the month that her husband was killed. $186. Here's her business account, minus $297. Here's the insurance check she got, $514,000. There was another one that she saw for $24,000, sold roughly another $100,000 worth of stuff. That's a motive. Here's a motive. She's in love with Houston banker. She wants to have his kids. Start a new life with him. You might hear from defense, hey, it doesn't make any sense that she would kill Ryan because Ryan was the primary breadwinner. Yeah, that was supposed to be Houston banker once Ryan was dead, with a nice head start of $600,000. Karina's news story. We already talked about it. I think she was only half paying attention and didn't really read them. We already talked about that. That's absurd. These messages make perfect sense in order. There's no mystery as to what they say. There's no mystery as to what they mean. They mean exactly what you think they mean. Claims Houston threatened her. Keep in mind, there's no evidence to support this claim. Data forensics. Look at the phones. Defense has this information too. This SWAT pulled it up for you. It was going through. Tiffany Ward. No threats. Defense doesn't have a burden, but they can present you with those threats. Karina knows how to take screenshots on her phone. Any screenshots of any threats from Houston? No. What's the only evidence that these threats ever happened? Karina's word. And she sat there on the stand and told you that she lied and lied and lied for years. And she also told you things that weren't true. 2 timelines at the same time. You are the judges of credibility. No evidence of these threats but her word. Her reaction to the threats doesn't make any sense at all. Well, he was making threatening statements about Ryan, so she calls herself his wife, insults her husband, talks about her husband dying, wants him dead. This is another one she testified to. She had hair appointments on the morning of June 18th, the morning that Ryan was killed. She couldn't have killed him, she had regular hair appointments. It's ridiculous. Go to sleep. First of all, the messages are in sequential order. You can read them. Would it make any sense after what was just said? Absolutely 100% deal. We're going to murder my husband. We know why she said go. Scene was staged, the scene was set, no confrontation was going to happen. She now says, oh no, there were some follow-up messages. Much like the threats, there's no evidence of them. And I said, go to sleep. Makes no sense in the flow of the conversation. It doesn't matter what you think about the data forensics. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. Defense brought in an expert who says, well, I didn't test anything and I don't know how the mechanism works, but there's a column of numbers and they're not sequential. Mr. Kodiaga said, could that just be related to the time between when the messages are sent versus each message getting the individual number? Maybe, I don't really know. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. It has nothing to do with that column of numbers. That column of numbers does not indicate missing messages. That's not all what that means. There's been no testimony that's what that means. The expert that they brought in said, I don't know, I haven't tested anything, and I don't know how the mechanism works. Tiffany Lord is aware of that column of numbers because Ms. Vaughn asked her about it. It's not like this is a mystery to her. She said it's some proprietary information. I don't know exactly how it works. Nonetheless, it's not possible, based on the information that she has, for there to be additional messages. Regardless, common sense and reason. Read the snaps. Look at what happened. Makes no sense. She didn't say go to sleep. She said go. What are the chances that somehow all the information that's exculpatory, the threats and the additional messages that show up, it was just, I didn't do it. Like just somehow that wasn't there. That's what Karina wants you to believe. It's like she wants you to believe all the different stories she's told. Makes no sense. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. The state's proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. At the close of evidence, we're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take approximately a 15-minute break now. I think going an hour and a half or so. Give everybody a chance to use the restrooms. And so take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and resume closing arguments. Again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously.
So there we go. Prosecution has laid it all out step by step by step by step, and why they should convict her of first degree premeditated murder. So do y'all think the prosecution did a good job? I think they did, right? I was like, why are they so long? Like, because their opening was not that long. And I'm like, okay, well, just say, I thought they were going to kind of up there. It just kind of like reiterate what they presented in their opening. But I guess they want to cover all their bases. Post security guard. No, I'm pretty sure y'all seen him. He was like in the back, like, I'm tired. Pretty Brown kind of commented on that in the chat. Yeah. Yeah. And we still don't know who actually pulled the trigger. I mean, I guess it don't matter at this point in time. And I say they both did it. She was like, here, you take the first one, I take the second one, I jump on top. You leave. God, Houston trusted her to pick up those casings. But either way, they would have been caught, right? Because the Snapchat messages were pretty damaging, at least in my opinion. Like, that was like I knew the messages when they were fighting so hard to keep those messages out. I knew those messages would bury her. Like, because when I think about it, like people's interpretation of what people say, like it can sometimes be, I don't want to say misinterpreted, because they probably did hear her say that she would shoot him in the face, but that do sound very, very aggressive. Because say in front of anybody, about anybody. But, I guess that just goes to her character. So I don't put it past that something like that could have came out of her mouth. And it was just so funny that when she was even on the stand yesterday, how she tried to present like she was so timid, like so innocent. And when the defense, were cross-examining her, like, you did send these messages, right? She wanted to downplay it, like she was leading him on or misleading him. And then it later became to, oh no, I was just scared of him. That's why I didn't say anything. Like, girl, bye. Ain't nobody got time for that. I really think that the jury is probably going to be quick. The jury is going to be quick with the verdict. I think they probably irritated. I mean, from our first day of trial, right? Pure irritation with all this hysterical behavior from the 911 call, right? Yeah, Donna says the messages are the worst for me. Is one, she said, I wish my husband was dead to someone when they piss you off, but clearly saying I'm on my way and pick up the casings. No getting around that. Right. They tried. all the defense tried. She was looking so the attorney for Karina was looking so deflated yesterday. Like, okay, I keep trying to say that these messages could possibly not be there. They just vanished to the point that they had to call this rebuttal, sir. Let me make sure I say that right. Sir, rebuttal witness that got up on the stand today, Christopher, and it took us, his testimony was so short and null and void. I mean, it took us, more time to figure out how to spell his name than what he was on the stand for. Yeah, like she didn't I mean, it was a good play, right? You got to pull out all the strings, right? She is scraping, right? And scrambling for anything that they can do to actually convince the jury something different. Is definitely what I believe. Pretty Brown Girl says, I think they did good. I think they needed to reiterate everything so they can be like, oh yeah, I forgot she did that. Painting a pic of what could have happened, right? And and who helped her, right? And how I guess laying out the actual scene of events and how we got to this point. Yeah, I think they did. I think they did good. Also, I was just like, I think they could have did it in a shorter time, and I wanted him to like raise his voice when he was trying to make a point. And I think that the other guy, the prosecutor, I can't remember his name right now, but the guy with the accent, because he talks slow, and with his cross examination, I think that when it was important parts that he wanted people to feel, he actually like changed his tone, right? Where even if you were the security guard in the back, like you will wake up, right? Like, okay, I hear a change in tone, right? So this must be something important. This guy was kind of like monotone, like the whole, I mean, to me. Y'all can let me know what y'all think. I was just like, oh, I want him to raise his voice or something. I want him to get excited. Like, don't let her get away with this. I want y'all to go back there in that jury room, look at the evidence, every piece of evidence. We're going to send it all back there with you. Like, I wanted him to be aggressive with it. And if you thought you had a doubt, let me tell you why you shouldn't. Oh, I'm gonna do the next closing. Like, if you thought you had a doubt, this is why you didn't. This is why you shouldn't. Let me tell you, anything that you need us to bring back there, we're going to bring it back there. If you need to review over something, I got you. There's no other conclusion that you should come to besides guilty. And I mean guilty in the first degree. Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, Donna. The other guy wasn't putting up with her. No. Like, even though I know I talk with accent, I want to make sure you understand this. So I'm going to say this slowly. So the husband that you love that was waking up from sun up to sundown, you tell someone that you effing hated him? Right. Pretty Brown Girl, you give me the approval. Next time I'm gonna do a voiceover over the next person's voice that do the closing argument that can't do any type of inflections in their voice. Like, say something, wake me up. Benny says the assistant Iowa general attorney, okay, is Israel. I ain't about to even try to, is it Kadada? Kuda? Coolidge? Israel. Kind of rolls off your tongue. Israel. And Karina Cooper as a calculated and motivated participant in her husband's death. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like he broke it down step by step. And when he wanted to make the jury like really like, right? He made her read those messages on the stand yesterday. No, you read it. I ain't reading it. You read it. You the one wrote it. You wrote it, right? Or was that Karen? I was like, oh, he done brought up Karen. He done brought Karen all the way back into the forefront. You tell me which one. Your alter ego. Like, I was waiting for her to say, oh, that was Karen. I was drunk at that time. That had to be Karen. I probably would have believed that better. Like I said those things when I was drunk. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't have any intentions on actually carrying it out. I love my husband. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, Karen did that. You heard my friends call me Karen when I get aggressive and I get mad and I'm all belligerent. Right? That's right. Then he told her to read those messages and all the emojis. Show everybody all these hearts and stuff that you sending to this man. You know, he's so young, he don't even understand what IVF mean, but you have to let you break it down to him how y'all about to have this baby and how he the new daddy of your children. Like, I know the kids, you know, because they'll get this information right at some point in time. Like, also, you know, like when they get older, they're like, also, you just gonna make him our daddy? What the? Like, really, and then trying to get up on the stand like she was just trying to string him along or some crap. Like, that's how it presented to me, and trying to downplay it. You know, we only had a relations one time. He was just so gone over me. You know, I was just trying to help him out because he was a single dad with kids. You know, like the detective said, oh, the hopeless dad. Girl, get out of here with that mess. Get out of here. Well, I guess she might as well get used to her current situation. I do think that the jury is going to be coming back with a guilty verdict. I do think that they're going to come back very timely. I don't think they want to be bothered with this anymore after today. Like I said, if I was a juror, I would be irritated. Like, how you gonna get up here and try to play us like that? Like, we don't see this stuff. Now you telling us messages disappeared. Now that would be the most disrespectful part for me. And to top it off, now you gonna tell me that you was scared of him? Scared? And then all that drama that you putting on all on top of him and crying hysterical when the cops get there, right? But you don't call the ambulance first. You call Aaron? Really? And Aaron testified that when he got there, she didn't say, help him. No, she had to make sure that she was on top of him so Aaron can see her, right? Staging the scene just like they said. Benny says, yeah, Karina on the stand did say to him a few times, I don't understand you. And what you said, Mr. I ain't even about to try to play with his last name, Mr. Israel. She heard him. She was just playing. Yeah, she was just playing. Are you asking me a question? Really? Pretty brown girl said the police was over it as soon as they got to the scene. All that hollering, right? Talking about, I want my kids, I want my kids, I want my kids. He like, listen, like, girl, they all be there in the other squad car. The kids sitting up there, they not even excited. They not, like they were not even crying and stuff. She just all over the place, all on the ground by the police car, like she was doing the most. That was Karen, y'all. That was definitely Karen out there. That was Karen. That was Karen that was over there. Now watch. Now y'all mark my words now. When the defense get up here and they do they closing statements, I hope they pan the camera towards her, because why she be over there boo-hooing and crying. Right? That's when all the emotion gonna come through. Well, I bet you she ain't dropped not one single tear when the prosecution team, when Michael was delivering his closing statements. But I tell you, watch she gonna be delivering them. Watch she gonna be having all the tears and everything when her team is up there. Right? It her cries, they all appear to be about her, right? What her life is now gonna look like, what she did in her life, the things that have changed, it I guess really like it really like just crying for herself, right? Donna says only emotion is the feeling of sorry for herself for being dumb enough to get caught. Right. Right. The only part that she regrets, even with the regret part, like it's just because they got caught. Because if they wouldn't have got caught, she would have went on about her life like she thought she was doing for those 3 years that they was doing that slow investigation. She would have went on with her life and continued on. And she had dropped Houston Danker 3 months after it happened. So I guess he was sitting up there like who, what, when, where, and why. He was the biggest sucker of all of this, right? I just can't believe that 2 adults, nobody says, hey, no, this is not going to work. There has to be another way. And she like, no way, I need that money. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I wonder if she has any, because I guess they can't pan the cameras over there towards probably the defense side, because we can see who's behind the prosecution side, and I'm assuming that's most of his family and friends. I wonder if she has any supporters in there that actually think she innocent. And I'm not sure if her parents and are still alive or if they're involved in her life, but I wonder if they're there. Sisters or brothers, anybody. I mean, your family is your family. We can agree upon that. We seen our Ronnie Walker's family members march up there and try to save him. And I guess in the way they did, right? But I wonder if they're there in the courtroom. That would be interesting to know. Yeah, but she done messed this up totally. She just didn't know. They still on a break. Let me see. Let me see here. I tell you, maybe I should just turn this just a little bit more towards me. That way I can get over here at different points in time. Okay, so they it looked like we did have some TiVo time. I'm really surprised we had any TiVo time, but we do. So I see the defense attorney, she's up there. I see the handsome judge, he's back. I forgot, you know, he gonna be playing those games. He say, when I tell y'all to go on break, y'all get back. Right? And that's exactly what we about to do. We about to get back in the courtroom. All right, guys. Mm, do I not want to show? Yeah, there we go.
Opening argument from the state. Ms. Watt, are you prepared to proceed with opening argument on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, I think I said opening, closing argument. Go
Yes.
ahead. Go ahead.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope it surprises no one, since I've been doing it consistently, but I will talk less. And I would hope that nobody will judge the strength or weakness of the case just because I say fewer words. I want to go through some of the testimony that we heard and some of the things to take away from it in our view. Detective Fangman, I agree with the state that his video is important because it shows us some things. It shows us the layout of this home. And no, we're not obsessed about this demonstrative exhibit. It's just wrong. Because the state spent a lot of time talking about how Houston would have had to sneak through this hallway that's right next to the bedroom door, so somebody would have had to hear him. That's why it matters that that is misleading, because it's a whole room, and there was more room for him to go through that unnoticed. We also see ransom on video, and anything I say, you should always defer to your own recollection, of course, and your own notes and what you heard in the evidence. No attempts to mislead from either side. We see ransom on that video when Detective Fangman walks in. He's just laying there on the floor in the middle of the living room. And when he sees the officer, he gets up. There's been a lot of talk or speculation that ransom had to have been barking at somebody. He had to have attacked somebody. But it doesn't appear to be the case if he's literally laying on the floor as Karina is screaming bloody murder. And even with what's going on with the children and with Ryan, he remains laying on the living room floor. A little nitpicky, but we did hear from, I think it was Gladfelter, that the wallet that was on the end table, it was never moved, as if he would know that. If you watch the video, there's no wallet on the end table. The video also shows the movements of the EMS personnel. And that's kind of important because we link it to Ken Martin's testimony, and we see on the video that EMS steps behind the chair to get to Ryan and goes around so they don't step in the blood. That's why we don't have their footprints. It's not because that entire pool is dry, it's because they don't step in it. The video is also important because it shows the state of Karina, and it is your job to decide the credibility and whether this is hysteria or whether this is true panic. We heard from Karina Cooper that Ransom was a normal dog, which is consistent with what we see on Fangman's video. We heard that his room had been newly remodeled. We didn't hear anything that made it appear like he was suspicious of being told to sleep in his room. He said he woke up to his mom screaming. This is interesting because everyone is saying how loud this had to have been. These gunshots had to be so loud, and there were 2 of them. But nobody testifies to having heard a gunshot. Cade confirms that his mom is running back and forth between the bedroom and the living room. We don't know exactly what time Cade got up, of course, in this minutes of span of when Karina is making all these steps. We have our only basis of a timeline is the fact that we know there must have been enough time for him to go and slip and leave footprints behind. But he confirms that his mom was running all over the place, freaking out. Cade didn't make it sound like Ryan and Karina fought a whole lot. We've heard testimony from some of the friends that Karina would be pretty mean sometimes. We didn't hear from Kate that they spent all their time arguing, though. Also didn't hear any conflicting testimony from Kate about the sleeping habits of his dad, or whether he actually does or doesn't get up in the middle of the night. Andrew Gladfelter, we see the pictures that they take. We see this showcasing that is left by the front door. Cannot tell by looking at Detective Fangman's video or any body cam, cannot tell whether that showcasing is visible on that floor at that time. It is certainly possible that somebody kicked it to get it to that final place. Or it's possible that's just where it landed, certainly. But we also know from the pictures that there is a vent nearby. And we know from the pictures that these things are small. And Andrew Gladfelter did testify that they didn't look within the ductwork to find those things. If you've ever dropped something down a vent, sometimes it goes further than just the very top. The photos do confirm that this house was in a state of remodeling. He tells us that at least this front door was locked. And a point on the locked doors, this is the country, right? This isn't Cedar Rapids. This is the country. This is rural country. A lot of people don't lock their doors at night. Aaron Cooper couldn't tell us whether Ryan and Karina normally lock their doors. The state wants to contend that this is such a secure place because of the existence of keypads. But nobody has confirmed, yes, they always lock their doors. They did appear to have keypads in places where all the toys were housed. Tiffany Lord, she testified that there are millions of artifacts on these phones. Millions. That's a lot. There are a lot of data points on phones. You saw a handful. You saw some gaps in search history. She picked out one. There were others. We saw some Google searches that Houston made. The best she could find for Karina is a hunter education course. She can't explain the gaps in the Snapchat messages because in Defendant's Exhibit A alone, we know it's just not possible. These are all the snaps between these two people. And when she was testifying, I put up on the screen the series of Biome app intents that she did later testify about yesterday. There's a lot of messages happening, a lot. And she can't tell us why we get messages, let's say June 13th, why those are able to be retrieved, but then there's missing ones in the middle. She can't answer that. She can't say it's because these were deleted specifically. She can't say because whether it was Snapchat that did it on its own, and that's because Snapchat, that type of software is proprietary. And that's what Chris Lyon was kind of explaining. It's because Apple doesn't want you to be able to get into the person's phone. Facebook wants to pretend their stuff is encrypted. These applications don't want to help police get into phones. And so that's what he was saying when police, it's essentially a hack. This software is them kind of getting through the back door and being able to expose some information, but they can't figure everything out. So that's why we don't know why we have messages June 13th and then nothing until June 17th, and then seemingly a gap in the conversation leading into June 18th. We did ask her, can you explain why some of these numbers look sequential for the Snapchat? She didn't know. She didn't say that they're not. She didn't say that we're wrong about reading the way we're reading a database. She also came back and testified yesterday that there's a biomap intent at 4:20 in the morning, but there's no message there. And you cannot answer how that's data loss. That is simply data loss. That's what it is. This might be hard to see, but this is an exhibit J, I believe. No. It's in any event. Look at the middle. Those numbers are going in order. That's what Chris Lyon meant when he said, I know how to read a database. I have training in a database. Because you can also use your common sense to interpret information. Those numbers are in order. Otherwise, I guess it's just a coincidence that all those numbers are in order. And obviously, above the blue line, we have a gap in the numbers because there's a gap in time. And there are other messages in between that time that don't get retrieved. The state asked Chris Lyon, I think volunteered, that basically the phone, the data gets retrieved off the phone. And then what happens is we use this software to be able to review the data on the phone. Because otherwise you have a bunch of raw data. And Chris Lyon said he did not compare this information on the software to the raw data. That's what he means when he says he didn't test it. I could be wrong. I never heard Tiffany Lord say she tested the phone raw data against the information she was providing to either. Coming up here and saying it's impossible and sounding confident doing it doesn't mean you're right. We heard from Carmen Earhart and Kirsty Shetta. They never saw Karina be physically violent to Ryan. I think it was Carmen who testified about Karina leaving some groups, kind of a tangential point, but we did hear from Holly Witt that she was still in this group that Carmen is describing. You can also surmise that you could confirm that that is true, because on defendant's exhibit with the Snapchat picture, you see somebody talking about being in Dallas. And who do we know is in Dallas? The state also talks about how everybody is like covering their location and everything and taking all these efforts to conceal a crime. We have lots of data points for Karina's geolocation from Snapchat. We only have a couple for Houston. I submit to you that that's because her location is on. People come and testify now after the fact with this information, and they're looking at Karina and her behavior through a different lens. They were her friends. And it's easy to look back sometimes and be like, gosh, this must have meant that, gosh, this must have meant that. That's just you trying to answer questions in your own head. I say the same of Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison, because Teresa McBride even testified to it, that she has gone back over time and tried to figure out what she missed. And that's why we have, them coming years later and telling the police one time in either 2018 or 2020, she said she would shoot him in the face. She had testified at her deposition. She was asked about that the behavior she saw between Ryan and Karina was nothing outside the norm of what couples do. She testified before you that Karina is probably just harsher than Teresa may be, but it wasn't something that appeared to give her much concern at the time. It's clear that both Teresa and Brian did love both these people. We heard some talk from Brian about statements about documents. Unclear what that was necessarily about from the testimony, but it certainly was nothing like, if something happens to me, look to Karina. It could have been just a reasonable discussion between two friends. I mean, it's reasonable to think somebody would tell their friends where their stuff is in case of an accident or something. Brad Rund and Jeff Gudenkauf gave us some information. Brad said she overdrafted, and she did overdraft a lot. Jeff Gudenkauf, he showed us the policies. They were gotten in, I believe, 2013, and didn't hear any evidence that at any point Ryan Cooper attempted to change the beneficiary. Ken Martin, he was on the stand for quite a while. He had a lot to say, and we learned a lot about blood spatter. And he agrees that Fangman's video is important because that's the closest we're going to get to the pristine scene, okay? What's also important in that is you can see, and I think there was a screenshot provided of it, you can see that Karina is on top of Ryan. The state has continuously argued that she's rubbing her face all over him. That's not apparent to be the case on any of these videos. That is suggestion by the state. Ken Martin described it more as she was on him, embracing him. What is noteworthy is that she has no blood on her legs or her feet. The way that Ken Martin testified would suggest that if she was nearby when Ryan gets shot, she's going to have spatter on her. If she's hanging around looking for shell casings, she's going to have spatter on her. That blood spatter went everywhere. And he said that the blood spatter in the pool could have formed very quickly. The state wants to say it was some time. It's unclear what timeline they want to have here, because making it sound like the murder must have happened at 4:23 because that's when she's up and around. But then what takes Houston 50 minutes to get there? In any event, what we know from Ken Martin is that blood can pool the way that we see here, either very quickly or very slowly. It can dry either very quickly or very slowly, depending on all the environmental factors and air and humidity. Based on his testimony, it appears to be possible that Houston would have time to come in, shoot Ryan twice in the face, get blood spatter on his shoe, leave his shoe print as exiting the front door. Everybody agrees that's Houston's footprint. It's his shoe print. I apologize. It's his shoe print in that house. That's Houston's. The footprint, the bare footprints, we can't match because of insufficient quality of the photographs. So we don't know whether those are Kate's footprints. Ken Martin also testified, we understand that Ryan would have been in one position for what I'll call the first pool to form, and then he had to have been shifted. But he also testified that can be involuntarily done by Ryan's own self. This is a picture of Karina that was taken by law enforcement, and you can see you have them in your evidence. There's no blood on her, aside from where she had contact with Ryan by being on his lap. We know that Houston must have probably had blood on him because he's got it on his shoes. And enough that there were also droplets on the steps. So there was enough blood on him that not only is he leaving a shoe print, he's leaving drops. Just running through the remaining witnesses that we have and what we learned that Houston attempted to give the police the wrong gun in 2023. We know that the police find shoes matching the bloody shoe prints at the scene at Houston Danker's house. And we know Houston had the murder weapon. So as in the opening, Houston Danker did this, and we know it. Special Agent Holly Witt. She does a lot of work with the cell phone tower data. We know that Houston is driving by Karina's house while Karina's not even there. We know that he's lingering around her house for a span of minutes. We have nothing to suggest that they saw each other. There's perhaps been some confusion about whether both of them have Snapchat activity happening while he's near her house. We submit to you that the slide showed that Karina had Snapchat activity, or at least geolocations updating at that time. But Houston did not. Houston's only data points were at his house, and I believe there were only a couple of them for his geolocation updating. So what is he doing lingering around this house? He could be planning his attack. He could be checking whether a door is unlocked. Also, begs the question, was he stalking her house other days? Was this a regular occurrence? Holly Witt would be able to figure that out. We heard from Karina. You are going to have to decide her credibility. She got up here and she sat and she told you what happened. She sat through the state rubbing her nose in what she had said. She did it. She told you what she knows. And she would submit to you, she attempted to do her very best to, if she said something wrong, make a correction and correct herself. Her testimony does make sense. She does give information to the police. Not all of the information, but she does give them information. She tried to get to the gun safe because somebody was possibly there. An officer was able to open it with his thumbprint. I don't know how that happened either, I guess, how his thumbprint is able to do it, but it's unclear how the state is taking the position that she's saying things that only help her, but also saying that she's only saying things that don't make sense. Her testimony was also that she sees this clotting after the 911 call. But she's older. She couldn't have been manipulated by Houston because she's older. That's a very bare bones way to look at something, but it's certainly not impossible that a younger man could engage in this emotional affair with Karina and be participating in the way that we are submitting to you. Nobody's claiming Houston is a genius, but we are saying he's manipulative. People Houston's age commit crimes all the time, and very serious ones, without the aid of an older person. Well, she got upset on cross. It's a tough spot to be. It's a tough spot to be, being dragged through every single thing that you said, having bits and pieces of your phone information displayed for everyone to see, and you just being dragged through it over and over. But she lied for so long. She told us why. She felt like Houston was possibly setting her up. She felt like people were accusing her. She was scared nobody would believe her. It was wrong and not helpful to lie for so long. But she explained it to you. but the Snapchats. Again, it's incomplete information. It's obviously incomplete information, and that means data loss. Phone dumps are not gospel. There's a jump in the message ID sequence. It's meant to use your common sense about what that could indicate. Tiffany Lord is so sure about how this biome works at 421, but again, there's no message, and she doesn't have an explanation for that. It seems like Tiffany Lord is able to explain things when they're helpful for the state, but doesn't understand them when they could be helpful to the defense. We don't have any Snapchat saying, please kill my husband. We don't have any Snapchat saying, please be quiet when you kill him. We don't have any Snapchats that the state seems to think she's busy making sure everybody is subdued. That she says, okay, he's asleep, everybody's asleep, time to come over. And then by the apparent timeline the state is establishing today, show up 50 minutes later, and we're still going to know that everybody's asleep. The state says that this had to have taken place at home with the children present because it would be weird if the kids were just not home that night. Sure, but why does it have to take place at home? If you want to kill your husband, there's a lot of places you could do it. It wouldn't involve putting your children through this. Also, if you plan to shoot your husband with your children home, you have to expect they could wake up. If you have kids, you know they wake up sometimes. I don't know what subdued means when the state says that, but there's certainly been no suggestion that anybody was drugged here. No testimony of that. And instruction number 10, that is about how you can use statements of Karina. You can use her statements that she made earlier, you can use the statements that she made here, and you can use them to decide if you believe her. You can disregard all of her testimony if you want to, but you don't have to. And the instruction says, do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it, or if you believe it for any other reason. She got up here and she said that she was scared of Houston. And the state has tried to mishmash the timeline there. She wasn't scared of Houston until he actually killed her husband. She's still engaging in this ridiculous online emotional affair fantasy world until he actually does it and kills her husband. Then she's scared. And is that a ridiculous notion? Perhaps to some of you. But it was real to her. And she was scared. Whether it's because she thought that he was going to harm her, or whether it's because she thought she'd go down with this ship. Do not disregard her testimony if you believe it for any reason. Houston Danker. There's a wealth of evidence against Houston Danker being responsible. Houston Danker, we're going to say he's only so old, then he's probably reckless in his planning. He doesn't care if there's going to be a confrontation. He had made all these types of statements before. Why does he choose this night to do it? Nobody knows. He didn't testify. We know he's slinking around the house. We know he's familiar with the house. Cade told us Houston had come over and sat on the patio and drank. It's not like he needs a guide through the house. Presumably, Karina would have told Houston at some point that Ryan sleeps in the recliner chair, since there are messages of them fighting about Karina spending time with her own husband. Karina told you that they had been arguing earlier in the night. That could explain why this guy is driving by and slinking around, and it's because he's nuts. He was, up until the time he actually killed her husband, just a blowhard. Known for being a blowhard. Telling tall tales might have been the words used. So when he is frequently saying to Karina, hey, by the way, I forget what her example was. There might be a bomb in the vehicle or something like that. Or, by the way, when I shoot him, make sure you pick up the shell casings on previous occasions in the past, and then nothing happens. She doesn't think anything is going to happen this time either. And when it does, then it's real. We talked about in jury selection, presuming somebody innocent, and that we're required to do so. We're required to look at things different in a courtroom than we might look at them every day or in our everyday lives. She is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves her guilty with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And it doesn't matter that she's sitting at this table with me. It doesn't matter that she was arrested. What matters is the evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt, you have an instruction explaining that to you as well. Like we talked about in jury selection, it is not a gut feeling. It is not a snap judgment. It is not even, I'm pretty sure. Benjamin Franklin said, it is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. And that's what we mean when we say beyond a reasonable doubt. We want jurors to be firmly convinced of somebody's guilt before they make that decision. If there's any part of you that is feeling doubt, reasonable doubt, don't convict her, even if you're pretty sure, because that's not firmly convinced. Aiding and abetting. State's case is just words. There's no proof that she lifted a finger to help Houston. The state makes assertions about the things that she probably or could have done to help Houston, but there is no affirmative evidence of that. We do not convict people of the most gravest of crimes based on thoughts or words. It doesn't matter if she sometimes had made statements about wanting a rogue semi-accident, which I would point out, Tiffany Lord conveniently leaves out of her her PowerPoint, the very next statement being, I have dark and twisted minds sometimes, divorce me. Cherry picking evidence is misleading. And it's okay if you think you wanted to see all of it. You weren't given all of it. Houston Danker on this evening went rogue, and he actually did it. The aiding and abetting instruction tells you that her mere knowledge of the crime is not enough. The fact that she knew, or had every reason to believe he actually went through with it this time, and didn't tell the police that doesn't make her guilty. The bottom line here is that no one ran off into the mountains. Karina did not blow through the insurance money. We can sit there and quibble over how much she spent on this and how much she spent on that. It had been a couple of years. She's not making any income from her job. She's got 3 children that she's paying for, presumably rent places. You're going to go through some money. Nobody testified that she went and got a designer bag or took a lavish trip or started attending the spa every couple of weeks. Nobody said that. Nobody testified to any indication of a continued relationship between Karina and Houston. So if this was their grand plan, to kill Ryan, get him out of the way, and ride off into the sunset, why does it end? It ends because it became real and he actually killed her husband. Karina doesn't have blood on her legs and feet she would have had to have. No one has testified or even hinted at the fact that she was a bad mother. I submit to you that is important because no mother would do this with their children home. No good mother. There were 100 other ways that this could have gone down if it was planned and meant to happen by Karina Cooper. She never would have done that with her children home. She never would have put them in a situation where her son is slipping in his dad's blood. She never. And nobody has said that she would have. She did not have any specific intent to kill her husband. She did engage in reckless behavior and talking to Houston and not cutting it off and having all these conversations. It was reckless. But she didn't have any intent to kill him or for him to actually wind up dead. She wasn't even actually going to leave him. She's getting attention from some knucklehead on Snapchat, and she likes it. And she's living in a fantasy and a dream world until he does it. This decision you're about to make is a decision like no other.
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
You may.
This is a decision like no other that you will make. When you buy a car, for example, you decide you don't like the car, you can sell it. Even the decision to get married, the decision to do lots of things in your life can be changed down the road. The decision of whether or not the state has proven somebody guilty of murder with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, you cannot take back. So you better be sure. Please carefully consider all of the evidence that you heard in this case. I know we've heard the word Snapchat about 5,000 times, but there's a bigger picture here, and there is a woman sitting here accused of killing her husband. She didn't do it. She wouldn't do that. She would not do that to her children. She may be an idiot in her relationship with Houston, but she didn't participate in the murder of her husband. Please think it through. Find her not guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel, rebuttal?
Thank you, Judge.
And you want to move the podium a little again?
Oh, here he come, here he come. Yay. Bring us home. Yeah. Come on, bring us home.
Yes, let's think it through. There's no evidence
Oh, no, it's him again.
that their grand plan came to fruition. Nobody rode off into the sunset. That's supposed to be evidence that Karina didn't participate in the murder.
My bad. Sorry. Struggle streaming, right? I'm always clicking some stuff. Hold on, let me get it back up. Sure. Or maybe. Oh no, it did the same thing it did yesterday, guys. I wonder what's that about. For some reason, their stream, like it just cuts off at different points and times. I have no clue. This is the same exact thing it did yesterday. But let me put it up. Let me get it back up for us. I know. I thought the other guy, Israel, I thought he was coming to take it home. But no, we back with him again. Okay.
What's interesting about those interviews, either of them could have said anything about their relationship with one another. How do we know they're working together? They said the exact same things. Watch the videos. Said the exact same things. Why? Because they planned this. They both said they were friends. Tell me about your relationship with Houston. Danker? He's my friend. Houston Danker. I'm like her gay best friend. They agreed, we'll go with friends. How do you know him? She cut my hair. Karina says, I cut his hair. Houston says, she cut my hair. What else did they say? Well, we're friends on Snapchat, but just like nothing inappropriate ever. They both say that. Admitting to things that based on their research, they know probably will be figured out. Now they think they've done a good job of deleting everything. They certainly think they've done a good job of deleting the most incriminating snaps. 2,400 messages recovered on Karina's phone, Snapchats. 61 of them deleted. Those 61 include the night of the murder. So, they also came up with a story. Because they know that people in the community have suspected that they're having an affair. So they both told the police the exact same story. They could have said anything. They said the exact same thing because they're working together. What did Karina say? I babysat his kids, so his truck was in my driveway. So people assumed we were fooling around this stupid town and their rumors. What did Houston say? She babysat my kids. And so my truck was in her driveway. People assumed I was having sex with her. Nothing like that ever happened. They told the exact same story. They told the exact same story because they're working together. They could have said anything. So they didn't run off to the mountains together because the police were onto them very quickly. And a lot of what they did was pretty stupid and pretty easily discovered. But they were at least smart enough to stop communicating via Snapchat or in other ways that they could be detected after the murder. Is it a surprise that they decided to cool it? Having committed a murder together, that they finally figured out, oh wow, these investigators know a lot of stuff. And they know it really quickly. Maybe we're not as smart as we think we are. Maybe we should stop. It's not surprising. It's actually evidence. What they said and what they did, that they were working together, and the fact that they stopped communicating is further evidence of their guilt. Defense talked to you about the concept of cherry-picked evidence, and they said, you didn't see everything. Defense has access to all the evidence. They can show you whatever they want. And they're trying to claim that the state is somehow hiding something. Nothing to stop them from showing it to you. They didn't show you anything because there isn't anything. We heard a lot of information about Houston Danker and his threats and the fantasy world that Karina was living in, the fun fantasy as any mother of three would have, happily married, where, you just talk online with your affair partner about murdering your husband. It's a fantasy world. It's just fun. Makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's not a fantasy, it's real. She knows it's real. She told you, Karina, when she came up and testified, she was in a tough spot. Yeah, she's in a tough spot because she murdered her husband and she got caught. So yeah, it's tough to sit up there and try to talk around all the evidence. And that's why so much of what she said was completely inconsistent and insulting. It makes no sense. Defense talked to you about the fact that, Karina was so scared, there's the threats, she's worried about being set up. They told you, don't disregard Karina's testimony if it's supported by other evidence. Where's the evidence? There isn't any. They have access to everything. Karina's had a phone, presumably, throughout this entire period of time that she's being threatened. She told you, he's threatening me, he's threatening my friends. She's afraid. I'm afraid that no one will believe me if I talked to the police about what happened. Okay, that's true. Screenshot? Save any of those messages? Save any evidence? There's nothing to stop her from doing it. Nothing to stop defense from presenting it to you. There's none of that because it's not real. Because it didn't happen. That's the fantasy. That she was somehow subject to these threats and manipulation. Read the Snapchats. Any threats? Any manipulation? No. It's, I hate Ryan. I hope he dies. Who's saying that? Houston? Is Houston the one that's saying that he hates Ryan, wants him to die? It was Karina. Look at the messages. It's Karina. Karina's friends. Karina made death threats. Karina Cooper said, I'll shoot you in the face. Look at the messages. Is it Houston? It's Karina. Talked again about ransom. I told you, and the evidence supports the fact, that when that dog is around Karina, he's completely subdued. Defense just told you. Look at the video. He's laying down, he's completely subdued. No reason to believe that that dog is scary at all. Unfortunately, Karina, talking to Ryan Herman, said he's very protective. And she explained how and why. Those are Karina's words. Defense is trying to convince you that Karina was not looking for shell casings because there was a vent nearby. Much like all the other coincidences that apparently occurred on the night of the murder that just sort of look bad for Karina, apparently one of those shell casings just happened to maybe possibly land exactly parallel with the slats in the vent that was covered at the time of the murder and somehow fell through there. We've heard no testimony that they actually fit through there. This is something that the defense is telling you. There's no evidence to support it. Defense talked to you about the fact that they didn't find a lot of stuff in Karina's search history, so therefore she didn't do anything. It just means she did a better job of deleting her stuff than Houston did. Defense pointed out the fact that, hey, there were some other gaps in her search history. Yeah, 2 weeks here and there. But the gap that Tiffany Lord referenced, again, just one of those coincidences. Karina told you, hey, something about, when asked about private browsers, I don't know how they work. I don't really get it. She doesn't really understand. But 5-month gap in her search history, 5 months. The 5 months that she was planning this murder. Right up to the murder. There's no other 5-month gap in evidence. It's another one of those coincidences. Of course, there's an easier explanation, which is the fact that she was planning a murder, the murder of her husband, with Houston Danker. That's what was really happening. Defense also talked to you about the fact that Karina's location information was on. So, yeah, she's not trying to hide anything. They did the research. Again, they knew a little bit. What difference does it make to her when her part of the murder is to be at the scene if her location data is on? In fact, wouldn't that provide a convenient alibi? I'm home. I'm just home. I wasn't doing anything. Of course. Who cares? Karina knows that doesn't matter. Why does it matter if her location data is on? It doesn't. It's just going to show she's at her house, which she was, participating in the murder. Defense is telling you these things as though they're important. They don't change anything, and they don't mean anything. We're going to talk about the blood. We've had a lot of conversation about fantasy, dreams. We're going to talk about reality. We're going to talk about the forensic evidence. We've heard enough about the snaps. You guys know what they say. Let's talk about the forensic evidence. Let's talk about what Ken Martin said. Defense talked to you about Karina and the fact she didn't have any blood on her. Well, who controlled the scene? Karina did. How long was Karina up and around and awake? Quite a while. When did the murder happen? The state never said, and there's no evidence to say necessarily, as defense said, it had to happen 50 minutes later. That'd be consistent with one of the timelines that Karina gave. We saw Houston Danker's test drives, how long he could get back and forth between his house and the Cooper residence, so that they could figure out how much time they needed to delay things. So he could get home and open his fake snap message that she sent, because they think that'll trigger location data helpful to them. Send me something so I can open it when I get home. Deal? Deal. That's what they're doing. He's checking out how long it takes to get home. They're trying to manipulate location data. Karina controls the scene. They said Karina had no blood on her. They said, look at the pictures. Let's talk about it.
You want the screen?
Yeah. All right. There's no evidence Karina's looking for shell casings. Let's start there. Let's talk about the physical evidence. There's enough evidence in the snaps for you to convict Karina Cooper of murder in the first degree. You can ignore all of it. Let's just take a look at the scene. Was she involved? We already talked about the ridiculous notion that Houston Danker came over with a .22 rifle sneaking through the house. And just as a side note, defense thinks it's important to point out, hey, that hallway there's a little bit wider. Watch the body cam. Doesn't matter if it's a room or a hallway. You can see on the body cam, there's 2 doors, there's Cade's, there's a dog. You guys get it. Karina's looking for shell casings. Remember those casings. It's her job. Remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you too so much. What do we see here? Fangman's body cam video. What is on the arm of Ryan's recliner? It's Karina Cooper's cell phone. We heard that. The flashlight is on. Why is the flashlight on? Because she's looking for shell casings. That's why. She found one. She didn't find the other. There's things you learn when you kill somebody she didn't know before. One of the things that you learn, that scientists know, that detectives know, that investigators know, it's not like TV. You don't shoot somebody and they just lay gently back in their chair. It is chaotic. It is messy. And as smart as they thought they were, that didn't occur to them. They shoot Ryan. The plan is for Houston to get out of there as fast as possible out that door, which is exactly what happened. Karina's job is to find shell casings. Problem. It's chaotic as hell. She uses her cell phone flashlight to search around. She finds one, she doesn't find the other. It's on the other side of the blood pool. It's by the base of the door. She didn't see it, because there's a lot going on. That's why her flashlight's on. That's what she's doing. She's looking for shell casings. That's her job. Remember those shell casings. Remember those. Karina was present when Ryan was shot. How do we know that? Karina testified that she shook Ryan's foot. Heard her say that? She said it when she talked to Agent Herman. She said it on the stand yesterday. Ken Martin, blood swipe pattern, Ryan's right foot. Why does she have blood on her hand before she climbs on top of him? I ran out and I saw him. She says eventually she climbs on top of him and then she got blood on her. There's already blood on his foot, a swipe pattern. How'd that happen? Because she already had blood on her hands. Further evidence that Karina was present when Ryan was shot. You remember the blood pools. We're going to talk about what Ken Martin said. There's 2 of them. Why? The body was in 2 different positions. Blood pool number 1, which is the one that Cade slipped in. This is the pool that formed first. It is a drip pattern with satellite stains. What does that mean? It means after Ryan was shot in the face twice by Karina Cooper and Houston Danker, his body fell to the left. His arms were at his sides. Blood is streaming out of his face. That blood is dripping into a pool, causing splashing, which Ken Martin calls satellite stains. You see those satellite stains all around that blood pool. Blood pool number 1. Ryan's face dripping down into the blood pool for a fixed period of time, because eventually he stops bleeding into that pool when his body returns to an upright position, sitting in the recliner. There are no splashes or satellite stains associated with blood pool number 2. which you see at the base of the recliner. There were flow patterns that came straight down from Ryan Cooper into that pool that you can see right next to the recliner. 2 separate blood pools. That serves as a timing mechanism. That tells us a lot. That tells us that Karina Cooper was present when Ryan Cooper was shot. You already know this. You know this from the other evidence that's been presented. Let's start with Cade's footprints. We'll just get that eliminated right away. These are the slip patterns from Cade slipping in the blood. Were those slip patterns created before Ryan was in the upright position or after? After. How do we know? Because Ryan is no longer feeding that blood pool with splashes from his face. That's why the floor is visible. That's why it's not filled in. If he was still bleeding into that blood pool, you would not see the floor. It would be filled in. Or you would see satellite stains in that slip. Those little splashes with the tails. There aren't any. So when Cade slipped in the blood, Ryan was sitting upright.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Well, they typically don't object during closing and opening statements, but this is the second time this has happened. We had an objection when we had opening statements in this case. Interesting.
Thank you, Judge. Keep in mind what I referred to as blood pool number 2 at the base of the recliner. That comes from a flow pattern. There are not satellite stains or splashes associated with it because the blood flowed straight down. It was not over a surface and suspended with dripping. So you won't see those splashes based on that. What do we see here? Remember what Ken Martin told you. Remember the timing. I just told you those splashes give us a timing mechanism because we have 2 separate body positions. What do we see in this image? You think they did it together? If you look at the bottom, the green triangle, Houston Danker's footwear impression. If you look at the blue rectangle, Houston Danker's footwear impression. Right there with it, what the state submits is Karina Cooper's footprint. You think they did it together? What do we know about when this footprint was formed? What do we know about when the footwear impression was formed? What did Ken Martin tell you? You can see the satellite stains. You can see the splashes. No voids or impressions in the blood pool. You can see the voids from Cade's. He said that means that those footprints and footwear impressions were formed almost immediately after the shots. That blood that formed those 2 footwear impressions, footprint and the footwear impression, that blood came from the pool with the satellite stains, blood pool number 1. That means those were formed when Ryan Cooper's body was in position number 1, off to the left, filling the blood pool with blood from his face. The voids that would have been created by those have been filled in by the continued dripping. And you can see satellite stains because the dripping was still occurring. It's not Cade's footprint. You can see Cade's footprint. It's slipped in the blood. It left a void. It left a void because the dripping was over. Ryan's body was upright, forming blood pool number 2. The blood that made these came from his face when he was leaned to the left. It's not Cade's, it's Karina's. What else did he say? No evidence of him outside the door. They shot Ryan. Houston's leaving. Karina goes to the door with him, sees him off, and then closes the door. We know about the position of the door. Once again, when you kill someone, you learn things that you didn't know before. The blood tells the story. Ryan's shot. Ryan's leaning to the left. They head to the door together. Houston's got the gun. That's part of the plan. They don't know this. But when the door was closed, there's something called high-velocity blood spatter that hit the door. And someone like Ken Martin, who's a scientist, can tell you that's from a gunshot. So we know the door was closed at the time of the gunshot. Karina didn't know you could figure that stuff out. She doesn't know how blood works. They thought they had the perfect plan. She doesn't know about drip patterns. She doesn't know about satellite stains. She doesn't know that Ken Martin and science can tell you that her footprint and Houston's footwear impression were in the swing area of that door while Ryan's body was still to the left before his body returned to the upright position, but it can. We've heard a lot about Snapchat messages, data loss, fantasy worlds. This is reality. This is science. Reality says Karina walked over to that door before Ryan's body returned to the upright position with Houston Danker. The door was shut during the shooting, opened it. Ryan's face is still dripping, creating satellite stains. How do we know that? Remember that picture of the door? Remember the edge of that door? Splashes of blood, because the door is hanging open while Ryan is hanging to the left, dripping blood from his face. Then she closes the door, and there's more satellite stains on the front of that door from the drip of blood from his face over and over and over again. She's there. She's absolutely there. Science says she's there. The fantasy world stuff, the snaps, it doesn't matter. She's guilty based on this alone. But there's more. Did she pull the trigger or did she not? You don't have to find that she did. She clearly aided and abetted in this crime. The evidence shows she shot Ryan Cooper in the face. How do we know that? Ken Martin showed you this video. 22 caliber bullet, right? Into a bloody sponge. That's called backspatter. See all the blood coming back towards the shooter? It's things you learn when you kill somebody you didn't know before. Karina Cooper is concealing back spatter. Now, defense wanted to tell you, hey, she didn't have any blood on her. We're going to talk about that. Let's think about, as defense wanted you to think this through. So let's think it through. What did Dr. Kelly Cruz tell you about the path of the wounds in this case? Into Ryan's face, to his brain, upward, upward. The path of travel of the bullets was upward. Why does that matter? Well, Ryan was sitting in a recliner. If Karina and Houston shot him while standing over him like this, the travel of the bullets would not have been upward from his cheek into his brain. They would have been downward. What does that tell us? That instead, when Karina Cooper shot him, she was kneeling, sighting the weapon, like this. Ryan's here in the chair. She's like this. Most of her body is not exposed to the backside. She shoots him in the face. The bullets travel upward into his brain from this angle. What spatter is she going to get on her? Her forehead, her face. The majority of her body is covered and concealed. What did Ken Martin tell you? Shot number 2. More back spatter than number 1. Because after shot number 1, a pool of blood forms. Shot number 2 is into that pool of blood on Ryan's face, an explosion of blood. Karina controls the scene. You saw the picture after she had the blood cleaned off from her. We had testimony that there was assistance in cleaning the blood off from her. That back spatter hits her face, and more importantly, it hits her hair. There's things you learn when you kill somebody. She's got a problem. She has blood on her face and in her hair. She can wipe her face. She can change her shirt before the police get there. It's going to look pretty suspicious if she takes a shower to clean her hair. Doesn't make any sense. She can't do that. So what does she do? What else could possibly explain what she's doing? She jumps on Ryan. She puts her face, forehead, hair into the blood coming from Ryan's face. Why is her face on the left side where the bullet holes are? Because she's concealing evidence. She's concealing evidence of back spatter that she received when she crouched down and shot Ryan Cooper in the face. There she is. After getting off Ryan Cooper. Why? Why would you sit on your dead husband who had just been shot and rub your face all over his face? Directly over the wounds, soaking your face and hair with his blood. Because you shot him and you're covered in back spatter, which you did not anticipate, so you had to come up with a pretty quick plan. This was what she came up with. She's guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Another thing to consider. Yesterday, on the stand, Karina didn't have any trouble pushing back against things that she felt weren't true, correcting Mr. Kodiaga, or as defense said, trying to be accurate. Did you catch what she said yesterday during her testimony? Mr. Kodiaga, Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Medical examiner never testified to that. Ken Martin didn't testify to that. Ken Martin said he was shot while he was in his recliner chair. That's how he put it. Nobody testified that Ryan was sleeping when he was shot. No testimony to that at all. Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Karina says, yes. How does she know that? Wouldn't the answer be, I don't know? She said yes. Because she shot him. She's guilty of murder in the first degree, beyond a reasonable doubt. The science shows that she is. She's guilty because she shot him. She also aided and abetted in the murder with all the necessary requisite intent. The snaps establish that. Her own statements establish that. The science establishes that. She's guilty. We're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes closing arguments. What we're going to do now is I'm going to finish with the last few of the remaining jury instructions. So if you want to follow along, you can. We're going to pick up at number 27. Instruction number 27, nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 28, the duty of the jury is to determine if Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. Instruction number 29, during the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them. It may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 30. Exhibits have been admitted into evidence and are to be considered along with all the other evidence to assist you in reaching your verdict. You are not to tamper with the exhibits or their contents, and each exhibit should be returned into court along with your verdict in the same condition as it was when received by you. Instruction number 31. You may not communicate about this case before reaching your verdict. This includes via cell phone and electronic media such as text messages, email, electronic messaging applications, and any other social media platform, including but not limited to Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and any other social media applications you may use. Do not do any research or make any investigation about this case on your own. Do not visit or view any place discussed in this case, and do not use internet or application-based maps or programs or any other application, program, or device to search for or view any place discussed in the testimony. Also, do not research any information about this case, the law, or the people involved, including the parties, the witnesses, the lawyers, or myself. This includes using the internet to research events or people referenced in the trial. This case will be tried on evidence presented in the courtroom. If you conduct independent research, you'll be relying on matters not presented in court. The parties have a right to have this case decided on the evidence they know about and that has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we do not know about, then your verdict may be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth, and by cross-examination. All the parties are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. If you decide a case based on information not presented in court, you will deny the parties a fair trial in accordance with the rules of the state, and you will have done an injustice. It is very important that you abide by these rules. Failure to follow these instructions may result in the case having to be retried, and could result in you being held in contempt and punished. Instruction number 32. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreperson. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. Where two or more alternative theories are presented, or where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or facts leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement, if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are not partisans or advocates. You are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Occasionally, after a jury retires to the jury room, the members have questions. I have prepared the final instructions only after carefully considering the evidence presented in the case with the lawyers. I have tried to use language which is generally understandable. Usually, your questions about the instructions can be answered if you carefully reread them. If, however, you feel it necessary to ask a question about the instructions, you must do so in writing. I cannot communicate with you without first discussing your questions and the potential answer with the lawyers. The court attendant who works with you in this case from now on is in the same position as I am. She will take an oath not to communicate with you about your deliberations. She has not spoken to you during the trial except about the mechanics of being a juror, and she will not speak to you when you have retired to deliberate, except to ask you if you have agreed upon a verdict and to manage the logistics of your service. Please do not place the court attendant on the spot by asking any questions about the instructions or the evidence. Jurors like to know how long each day they will deliberate and whether they will be sequestered. How long you deliberate any day between the hours of approximately 8:15 and 4:30 p.m. is up to you. You will not be sequestered. That is, you'll be free to go home each evening if you deliberate more than one day. You will stay together during the day, including meals. Finally, if you need to notify anyone about the time you will be there, please notify the court attendant and we will make a phone available for you. Also, if you need confirmation of your attendance to keep peace with your employer, the clerk's office will provide you with the appropriate documents. All right, lastly, instruction number 33. Forms of verdict have been prepared for you and attached to these instructions. Your foreperson and each fellow juror will sign the form of verdict which accords with your findings. When you have agreed upon a verdict and the foreman or forewoman has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. And that's it for the jury instructions. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you have then are just copies. Once you return to the jury room, we will get you the original. It has a little yellow tab with a verdict at the back. So that's the verdict that you would complete once you have reached a verdict. We will also, may take a few minutes, but we will assemble all the exhibits and get those to you as well. I did discuss with counsel. We are not going to send the firearm that's been admitted into evidence back to the jury room. If the jury would like to view the firearm at some point during its deliberations, you would need to let the court attendant know, and we will make arrangements for you to do that. So just would need to let the court attendant know. All right. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is I'm going to select two alternates at random by drawing. When I select those alternates, I'm going to refer to you by number, by seat, starting at 1 up at the top left, going across to 6, starting at 7, going across to 14, and then 15 and 16. Excuse me. Yeah, 15. All right. Oh, yeah, I'm right. 13 and 14 at the bottom. Sorry. Math has never been my strong suit. Once you've been excused, then the two people who are selected as alternates are excused. You're free to go. You're no longer subject to any admonition in this case that has been given previously. I would ask that you leave your telephone number with Ms. Davis. I will, once a verdict has come in, I will call the two alternates, let them know what the verdict was, and depending on what questions they may have, may be able to answer some of those questions. So with that, Ms. Davis, over here. Sure, this will all go digital at some point, but all right. So the first alternate is number 2. And the second alternate is number 10. So the two of you are free to go at this point. Leave your notes and we will destroy those as well. And again, if you want to leave your phone number with Ms. Davis, I'll give you a call once this matter has been finalized. Yep, you're free to go. Yep. Thank you very much for your service. And again, I'll talk to you later. All right, at this point, I need to administer an oath to Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will not allow any communication to or from the jury during its deliberations, that you will not personally make any communication to the jurors without court order except to ask if they have agreed on a verdict, and not to communicate to any person the state of the jury's deliberations or the verdict agreed upon before it is rendered? Please answer, I do. All right. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you to Ms. Davis and begin your deliberations.
Well, we are officially in verdict watch. Guys, do y'all know, did they have lunch? I'm like, did they have lunch today? Because if not, they probably hungry and grumpy, and we'll hear something in about 10 minutes. Did I miss lunch? Did we have TiVo time to pass lunch? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I missed that.
Bring a slide that Ms. Watt had up, and I believe the slide on her PowerPoint presentation said, "A decision like no other." And anyway, you want to, I guess you objected to where that was going. Any further record you want to make on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. And then Ms. Watt, you had an objection during portion of or came up and asked to approach, and were objecting to a portion of Mr. Ringgold's closing, rebuttal closing related to, I believe, Mr. Martin's testimony. And I don't know if you want to make any further record on that.
My position was that he was arguing facts that were not in evidence and that were contradictory to what his expert said.
Okay. And I did not, again, they did not appear so to me based on my recollection. They appeared to be either inferences that could be drawn or accurate based on the testimony that was given. So overruled that objection. All right. With that, is there any further record that needs to be made with respect to closings, jury instructions, or anything else at this point on the state's end?
No.
Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then I'm going to ask, once we go off the record, I'm going to ask that you each leave me with a cell phone number where I can get a hold of you if I need to get in touch with you. And then I'm going to want at least one person from each group to maybe work with Colleen here to make sure we have all of the exhibits that we need to send back to the jury on both ends. I've got, I believe, a complete list here, and you can compare that. So with that, we'll go off the record.
Almost had myself muted. So they are officially off the record, right? We are in verdict watch. What do you guys think? Will we have a verdict today? 1 in the chat for yay for today, 2 in the chat for no. I think we're going to have a verdict today. It is, let me tell you. Let me see. They have until 4:30, right? Like all these. So it's currently 1:23 where they're currently at. So we have 3 hours and 7 minutes. Will we have a verdict today? 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat next week. I'm just curious what everybody think. I think I kind of got a good idea in regards to what we're thinking here. I definitely think it's going to be today. I mean, and remember, they are determining if she is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. In the closing arguments, I think that the prosecution did leave the jury with all the information that they needed in regards to the premeditation with the Snapchat messages, right? You know, it was definitely premeditated. It only takes 1 second to be considered premeditated. But we know that, you know, if they believe the Snapchat messages, right? You know, with the word go, that to sleep kind of didn't come, right? That was missing in action. Right? Benny says 1 for sure. What everybody else think? So, I mean, we talking about she gonna be in prison for the rest of her life, right? That's a lot. You know, and all that digital footprint is hard to, and you know, even with his rebuttal, I think that showing how those footprints were there, and he basically said both of them shot him. Like they were hand in hand with this. Like no ifs, ands, or buts. You know, and although the defense was trying to emphasize that there is lack of evidence as far as DNA or anything to put on Karina, right? That she didn't, you know, have anything involved with the shooting. I don't think they poked enough holes in regards to this being reasonable doubt, right? Thanks, Benny. I appreciate it. Keep me on my toes. You know, I be slipping, falling. Sometimes I can't get up. Yeah, I tell you. So, and then our boy, the boo thing, our boot thing, he go on trial on the 12th, right? Maybe. Because I think he gonna be like, no, I don't want no parts of that. How about I say the taxpayers some money? You know, they got his footprints and blood drippings and gun tied to him and text messages and Snapchats and Google search on how to get away with murder. I think he should cop a plea. I just think that he should just plead guilty, right? Like, what's going to be his defense? Donna says, I'll say today too, even if they take a lunch, I could see 2 hours being enough to settle this one. Right on. I mean, I definitely think that we're going to have one a day. I think they're going to just go back there and do what they got to do and be like, okay, we're ready, and go home and eat at home if they didn't have lunch. I don't think they had lunch, to be honest. Or maybe they'll all go to lunch. I guess, I don't know. I don't think they can talk about it while they had lunch, but yeah. Yeah, she was sitting over there, and I noticed when the prosecution team was up, when Michael was giving, the rebuttal, you could tell that she knew that this wasn't going in her favor. I've seen her even trying to, whisper to her attorney. She was, I saw her at different points of times, and I don't know if y'all caught this. She was like shaking her head, like it didn't happen that way. It happened a different way. It didn't happen like you say it happened. Like different points in his rebuttal. I did notice that she was doing a lot of, she wasn't doing all the crying, right? But when the defense was up there, like I said, I literally seen a tear. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but I seen a tear. It was wet, Benny, before you even asked. It was a wet tear come down her face. And I was like, oh, it's a real tear. But only when the defense was up there. Other than that, we just been getting her cry face. Nothing more. But a cry face from her. Like, I want to cry, but I can't cry, and I'm trying to cry. Right? I thought it would have been nice even if they would have showed her interrogation where she was just so offended that anybody could think that she was involved with the 22-year-old Houston Danker. Like, here is the first of many lies. Look at this interrogation. She was appalled, and then she got right up in front of you, jury. She got right up in front of you and told you it was just an emotional online affair. Benny said, I must have blinked, then I missed it. Yeah, it was one tear, lonely tear, just like. And I was like, oh my gosh, it was a tear. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that they should have showed that video because it's just amazing to me how appalled she was. Like, and she knew what she was doing. She knew she was messing with him. But like the prosecutor said, that she thought that her and Houston was gonna get away with this, that they had planned the perfect murder, right? So much for that thought. I said she probably over there and probably used the bathroom on herself. Because I know she got to be nervous. I was nervous for her. I was like, when they was picking the jury, the alternates, I'm like, gosh, this is so stressful. It's very tense. Like, oh gosh, whose number is he going to pull? Okay, no problem. I see it, Pretty Brown. You won't miss too much, right? You got to see the hot part for right now. Unless the verdict come back in, then I don't know what to tell you. We're going to have to rewind because we got to make sure that you see it. Like live in action. I may have to stop it all so you can see it. I know that's right. But yeah, oh wow. So I was thinking, because I don't want to go anywhere, right? And I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to go anywhere. We are going to, I think, looking at unless y'all have something else that y'all want to look at in regards to the case, I would love to probably look at the closing arguments yesterday. I just want to, now I just want to keep looking at the prosecution team. Like, I just want to keep looking at his closing arguments. But I am more than happy to play the full club, whatever y'all want to do. But that's what I was thinking we could do, just because I know we went over to Snapchat yesterday. I mean, her interview was funny. We did that the other day. But it's totally up to y'all what y'all would like to be refreshed on, or just kind of like re-review while we're waiting for court to end today. I'm down for anything. Y'all know I am the host that wants to make sure that everybody is taken care of, right? I want to make you guys happy. That's what I'm here for. So I'm game for anything. Let's see here. Yeah, and I still don't have a verdict in regards to our Ali guy. I'm pretty sure the judge, we ain't gonna have that for probably a month and a half. The only other thing that I seen that was coming up was, and y'all know we got Steven coming up, Nasty Steven coming up. So y'all keep your eyes out. That's gonna start on the 23rd. So I want everybody to know about that. That's gonna be another big one. Let's see, decide something different where he decide he gonna plea out to the SA case. But from all accounts, it looked like we'll be starting that trial up on the 22nd, 23rd. For everybody out there, we are having a replay back, right? The replay gang. We are going to be replaying the Jermaine Bass case. I don't know if you've seen it, if you didn't see it, if you just want to come and hang out with us while we look at gavel to gavel coverage. And Jermaine Bass is the dad he was in Florida, right? And he went on trial for unaliving his son. No, his daughter. Let me get this right. His daughter, and attempted murder of his son. He shot them while they were sleeping. And I guess because of an argument with his baby mama, wife. So the son survived, and the two kids were sleeping next to each other. It's a real sad one, but we definitely will be reviewing that one. We'll be doing a replay. I'll be sending out the alerts for that one, so that should be nice, something to kind of like in between the trials. Now, if something comes up, because sometimes I get blindsided, right? And a trial will come up that I had no clue about. And that's kind of how I found out about the Ali trial. Like, it just, and I'm like, well, really? So we, started that one too, and completed that bench trial. And that was a little different because it went fast. It was only a 2-day trial. It is listed on the channel. It's a nice look at if you want to review it. And, it went pretty fast. The witnesses were up and down because he is being judged by the judge, right? So it wasn't a lot of, objections, and the testimony went very smooth, up and down. We even actually got to hear from the witness in that one, the victim. Let me say the victim in that case. And the defense didn't do much, on their end. So that case was like 2 days, but since it is a bench trial and the judge is deciding it, we won't have any information back until after the judge actually reviews everything. And of course, I will bring that directly to you as soon as the judge provides a verdict, right? So we're waiting on that information. In the meantime, I am going to go ahead and get this queued up for us. Well, I have it queued up, but I'm gonna go ahead and get it started. That way we can look at this. Okay, so you want to re-look at the closings again, Benny? Is that what you're saying? Or her testimony? Because if we talk about the closings, then I'll go ahead and rewind that one. Because we're definitely in verdict watch. You said her actual testimony. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Look, and I be want to skip over her part. It's so funny because I want to skip over her part. And I just want to hear him. I think I like his accent. Like, he be looking like, are you really? Is this what you're trying to tell us right now? This is what we doing? I was so hoping. I'm mad that they couldn't change and he couldn't have been the rebuttal closing, right? I thought he was coming up. I'm like, ooh, Israel. Like, rolls off your tongue. Come on, Israel. Come on up here. Step up here to the bench. Because he would have been slow and methodical with it. At least I think so. Let's see here. Let me put this up here. And this way I'll still have, I'm gonna be all up in that courtroom as soon as they come up in my ear. If I see anybody coming across that room, we right back up in it. Let me get this together. And I'm gonna add. So I'll update the banner just for anybody that's coming in. We will be re-looking at old girls. I'm calling her old girl. Well, yeah, old girl. We'll be looking at old girl's testimony yesterday, how she digged, she digged her hole. Like, she made sure that she digged it out for herself yesterday, right? And her attorney was sitting over there like, okay, now we trying to scrape up out of here. Let's address these Snapchat messages. Girl, bye.
Karina, how old are you?
I'm 48.
Where'd you grow up?
Dysart, Iowa.
Right, Benny.
I want to hear the story about your relationship with Ryan, okay? When did you meet Ryan?
I met Ryan in
This is the same thing that happened yesterday. It happened to us again today. Remember, I had to come back and fix it. Let me fast forward through that part. I guess y'all don't need to see me trying to fix it. I don't know what that's about. That don't look like that's the video doing that. Wait a minute. Let me come out of that. Oh no, it's something with the, okay. It's something with YouTube. Because the video's here, so they're gonna judge. Because I can see the video, but I can't.
COOP as in Paul, ER.
All right, Ms. Watt.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what YouTube is doing, but I'm just watching it from my YouTube channel.
Karina, how old are you?
I'm 48.
Where'd you grow up?
Dysart, Iowa.
I want to hear the story about your relationship with Ryan, okay? When did you meet Ryan?
I met Ryan in 2005.
When
6, excuse me, in the summer of 2006.
when did you guys get married?
We got married September of 2009.
Do you have children together?
We have 4 children total. One is Ryan from his first marriage, and we have 3 between the 2 of us.
How old are your 3 children that you share?
Currently, they are 15, 12, and 8.
How would you characterize the nature of your relationship with Ryan in general? I guess, was it good? Was it bad?
Generally speaking, I would call it good, normal.
We've seen some evidence that you guys had a few toys at the property. What did you guys have?
It depended on the year, but both Ryan and I kind of went through phases where one year we'd say, oh, we want to go camping. And we did camping for quite a while. We bought a couple of different campers. Then he would go through a motorcycle phase, and he bought and rebuilt a motorcycle. And then we were golfing the next year. And so we recycled a lot of toys and a lot of hobbies.
Okay.
At the time, we had snowmobiles and a Ranger, which is like a sport utility vehicle, like a 4x4 type of thing.
Okay. And so you had a shop already, right?
Correct.
And were you guys trying to build a second building?
A second and third, technically. The farm, like people have spoken about, he worked for Cooper Farms. The farm was putting up a large machine shed on the property, and we ourselves were putting up a smaller shed, machine shed of our own.
And what was the purpose of that smaller machine shed?
Ryan wanted to be able to pull semis into that building and work on them and clean them. He wanted an office. As he was taking on more responsibility with the farm, he was needing a little bit more of that space to do some, Michelle did the book work, but just to have an office space, kind of. Also, I kind of overtook his first shop by him putting the barber shop in there, and then I started making soaps and candles, and I was kind of hogging in on his space. So it was kind of a joke that he said, okay, I'm going to build my own shop and get my own key for this one.
Okay. So you said he was working for Cooper Farms. What would his normal work day, like just in terms of hours?
Oh, geez, it could vary. They were long, almost year round. It was always long, because if he wasn't, if they weren't in the field, he was trucking or working cattle. So some days could start as early as 4 a.m. If he started that early, he was usually done a little earlier, around 2, 3. Some days it was from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. It varied depending on what he was doing.
What about and I understand it probably has to do with the farm season, is that
Correct.
fair? Okay. So what about in June? Did he have like a more regular schedule in June?
June, the crops would have already been planted, and for a few years, probably more than I'm remembering, but he had started doing some what's called side dressing for the local agronomy company. I'm not real up on what that entailed, but it basically involved spraying crops. So in June, he was usually doing that. I cannot recall if he had started doing that or not at that time, but there's a good chance he was.
So if he's doing that type of work, what time is it still varying so much, or what time would he normally go to work?
He wouldn't probably start until, I would assume, when the agronomy company opened. I'm assuming around 8. If I had to try to guess, I'd say he'd leave around 7 in the morning, but he could be gone till fairly late at night.
I want to ask about his sleeping habits. Where did he normally sleep?
He, 99% of the time he slept in the recliner in the living room.
And is he a heavy sleeper?
Yes and no. When he slept hard and snored hard, but he was up and down quite a bit throughout the night. He would sleep for a few hours, then wake up and watch some TV, and then sleep again.
Did he have any sort of a regular pattern to what time he might wake up?
It always seemed to me that he would fall asleep watching TV around the same time I was putting, the kids to bed, so around 8. He might doze for a couple of hours. I would go to bed and read, and then I'd hear him up later watching TV around 11-ish, getting a snack in the middle of the night and then back to sleep. And again, it kind of depended on what his work hours were. If it was a time when he was leaving the house at 4 a.m., he was tired at night and would sleep harder.
Tell me about this truck that he had. When did you guys get that truck?
Which truck, semi-truck or pickup truck?
The pickup truck.
Well, there's a bit of a story behind that too, because he bought this dually pickup truck, a Ford F-450. It was before the derecho, whatever year that was.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Let me just ask you. So did you get that truck with the insurance money from, how was it paid for? That's what I'm trying to ask.
So like I was saying, he bought the first one before the derecho. It was ruined in the shed that came down in the derecho. He bought the exact same replacement truck and paid for a good portion of that with the insurance money from the first one. What remained that he owed on it, we financed through Chelsea Bank.
And what was that, what was the remaining balance on the truck at the time of Ryan's death, if you know?
I thought it was closer to 25,000, but Michelle, Ryan's sister, testified that it was 15. And given her accounting, I would assume that she is correct.
Tell me about, you guys, I mean, obviously you have to earn a living. How is Ryan getting paid for his work with the farms?
He was an hourly employee with the farm.
And do you have some sort of a farm loan, or
Yes.
describe what that is?
So although he was an employee of Cooper Farms, him and his brother Aaron bought, well, they didn't buy, the farm bought about, I think it's 200 acres of land for Ryan and Aaron to farm together. Ryan wanted to start not branching out on his own, but we were in our 40s. He wanted to own some things of his own rather than just being an employee, excuse me. So they bought this piece of land that Ryan and Aaron rented from the farm with the agreement that they were basically renting to own it, was the way I understood it, that eventually they would own it. So any crops that were planted on that farm between Ryan and Aaron, they had to pay for the seed, the land rent, the fertilizer, the storage. They paid for all of that themselves, and the profit off of that was theirs, minus I think they had to pay the farm some usage for equipment, but I could be wrong about that. What we paid for that with was a what's called an operating note from the bank.
Okay. And does part of that money with the operating note, is that how Ryan's truck gets paid down?
Yes, Ryan did most of the finances, but from what I kind of pieced together after, well, he did all of the finances, so I was basically lost. But what I pieced together after the fact was that I'm mistaken, it wasn't the farm note technically. He sold his grain from the year before and used that money to pay for part of the truck. Okay, is my understanding. And I believe part of it may have come from the farm note as well, because it's a write-off for the farm. But like I said, that's just kind of what I've pieced together after the fact.
Okay. If you did want to buy something, would you have to clear that with Ryan?
If it was a large purchase, yes. Okay. Or sometimes even small ones, just for the fact that I didn't have the cash on hand. Like if the kids, we were going Halloween costume shopping, for example, or Christmas shopping.
Okay. What was your source of income at this time?
I owned a barbershop salon in the outbuilding at our house.
And we've seen some bank records. Did you overdraft a bunch?
All the time. Like I said, it was out of the house and I kept the kids at home with me when they weren't in school. And it was just laziness or forgetfulness of taking a daily deposit into town to the bank.
Did you have any credit card debt at this time?
I didn't own a credit card. Ryan had one credit card that I guess you could say we shared.
Can you describe to me the nature of your relationship with Michelle Wilson? Were you two close?
I'm sorry, I have to go back on that last question you asked me.
Do you have something else to say about the credit card debt?
I do, I apologize. I think I had a couple of store cards, like Old Navy credit cards. I apologize.
Okay.
I just didn't want to leave that out.
So then with Michelle Wilson, were you guys close?
We got along well. We didn't see each other a whole lot. They've always lived further away.
How about Aaron Cooper? How often did you guys spend time with Aaron and his family?
Holidays, birthdays, occasionally we would just get together to have a few drinks, but given that him and Ryan worked together all the time, we didn't necessarily socialize a lot together, but we had a lot of the same friends, so it was occasional.
When you received the life insurance money, did you pay down any debts?
Several.
Okay. What debt did you pay?
First, I met with Brad Rund at Chelsea Bank regarding, I had some questions for him about the farm note. And while I was there, he told me that Ryan had a payment coming up on the dually pickup. And how that worked was, I think it was only a once or twice a year payment that he had to make. So it was a larger one. But he told me that it was close to being paid off, as well as my vehicle being close to being paid off. So I started with those, which I, again, thought his was more like 25,000, but it must have been 15. And I believe we owed about 8 on my car.
Okay. So did you pay those?
I paid those.
And then were there any other debts that you paid?
Several.
What else did you pay for?
We had a $3,500 payment due to the lumberyard for some rafters for the shop that we were putting up. Those had already been delivered. I paid those off. My mind's going blank right now because I'm nervous.
Okay, that's all right.
There was several different, he had some credit card debt, not huge.
Okay. We heard some talk that you opened 2 storefronts in town. Where did you first work after Ryan's passing?
So after Ryan died, we basically lost our house, and that's where my barber shop was as well. So I rented a building space in town to put a barber shop in there. I spent some money bringing that up to date to work from,
Okay.
and that only lasted a couple of months.
And then did you have another storefront?
So then I was having a lot of trouble with the barber shop, being around people every day, strangers walking in, people wanting to talk about what happened. So a friend of mine that had a day salon or a day spa, a day spa in town, offered for me to move in with her. I wouldn't be able to cut hair there because they didn't have the setup for like the wet sink and things like that. But like I said, I was making soaps and shampoos and knick-knacky signs and lotions and things like that. So I moved into her place of business and set up a booth in her business.
Okay. So that place would not have been you didn't own that then?
No, and that's where I spent a fairly decent amount of money too, was renting, paying half the rent on that space and rent on a house in town.
At the time that you and Ryan were together, what kind of vehicle were you driving?
I was driving a Lincoln Navigator that was about 7 years old.
Did you blow through all the life insurance money?
No, I spent some of it paying off debts and renting a home.
Okay, I do want to also, did you have a dream at some point to do an embroidery business?
Ryan and I had talked about that a little bit when we were getting ready to put up the new shop and talking about how I had overtaken his shop. I was also I had bought a Cricut. It's the vinyl cutting machines that you can make t-shirts with. I was kind of dabbling in that, and we had talked, both of our moms are quilters, sewers. I wanted to buy an embroidery machine.
Okay. And did you end up buying one with some of the insurance money?
I did,
How much was that?
around 12,000.
And did you start an embroidery business?
I did,
Did you do that out of your home?
I did.
At the same time, are you still selling soaps and candles or no?
No. When we moved back out to the country to one of the homes that the Coopers own, I left that office or left that space. The gal that I was working with was thinking about moving into a more affordable building. It would have been a lot smaller. There wouldn't have been space for me. I was spending a lot more money in that space than I was making, so I decided to leave.
You mentioned moving around some. Where did you first move to after Ryan's passing?
We stayed with my brother and sister-in-law for a month or two, and then a friend of mine from Traer had a small 2-bedroom house that was it was tucked away in an alley. It was real private, and she offered it to us until we got on our feet. We lived there for a few months. It was very small for 4 of us to live in.
Okay.
And then we rented a larger house in town for about 6 more months after that.
And then eventually you end up back on one of the properties belonging to Cooper Farms?
Correct. About 8 months after Michelle and I had lunch, and she offered for us to move into one of the empty houses that Cooper Farms owns.
All right. Oh. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. You don't need to ask again.
Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit F. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell me, Jennifer, what is it?
It is a summary from Envision Wealth, which is a investment company.
Does it tell us how much money you got? Please don't say it.
It does.
And is this a fair summary of your financial standing?
With those investments, correct? Yes.
All right, I ask to admit what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit F.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit F is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may. Is this on your side? All right.
It's their cable.
Okay. Gotcha. I think we're going to have to restart it to get it on the big screen. So just give me a second. Okay.
All right, I just want to kind of go through this a little bit. Defendant's Exhibit F. So this is showing us that your portfolio, at least as of April 30th, 2025, is worth $368,359.37. Is that right?
Sure. Should be.
And I understand on the right-hand side here, we've got some fluctuations. Do you know, I mean, are you spending money or is that just the change in the markets?
That's the change in the markets. I don't pay attention to this. This is just put away and put in the trusting hands of a financial advisor.
Okay. What is your plan for this money?
This money, as when I invested it, it's similar to what I would compare to a life insurance policy. You name beneficiaries of this, and I put this in my children's name. Because they're underage, I had to have a second, almost like an executor, I believe would be what it was called. And I appointed my brother, but this was set up as for the kids to be as beneficiaries. And once the estate, Ryan's estate was settled, it was going to be put in a trust for the 3 kids.
Okay. No, you can take that down.
Are we done with that?
Done with that one.
All right, thank you.
After Ryan's passing, I mean, how much are you earning each, like in 2022, how much money did you earn from your businesses?
From my businesses, none.
Okay, so you lost money.
I did,
And you still had 3 children to care for.
yes,
They cost money.
they do.
Tell me about, where would your children normally sleep at your house?
Before,
Before, yes.
the 2 younger ones, Cable and Cortland, were, well, Cortland was always in bed with me. Cable was usually in bed with me. It was kind of a back and forth trying to get him in. We had trouble getting any of the kids to sleep in their rooms. And Kate slept upstairs, or he would sleep on the couch downstairs.
Did you, at any point, did you bribe them that you'd paint the room a certain color if they'd sleep in their own room?
I did. We were doing some remodeling to the house, and that involved repainting everything before the carpet came. And I told the kids that throughout that summer, we would repaint and decorate their rooms however they wanted to, with the incentive to get them sleeping back in their rooms before school started.
And we've heard some testimony that there's lots of pictures on your phone of your children.
Yeah.
All right,
My
You like-
children and hair.
okay. You like to post a lot of pictures of you and your children.
Yes,
You love your children.
yes.
Showing you what I've marked as.
Yes, and my babies.
You know when it was taken?
It was taken at Riley Storycon's wedding the summer of 2024. 23, sorry.
Your Honor, we'd ask to admit what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E,
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit E is admitted.
and permission to publish, please.
You may.
This. So can you just tell us who the 3 children are here?
On the left is my daughter Cortland. Right next to me is my son Cade, and on the right is my other son Cable.
I know it's just your opinion, but were you a good mother?
I think a good mother thinks that she's a horrible mother. So yeah, I think I was a pretty good mom because I felt like I was screwing up all the time.
All right, we can take that down. You and Ryan, did you guys have a lot of friends?
Yeah, we did.
Can you just list off, I understand there was a pretty big friend group. Can you just list off the names, unless there's like 50, can you list off the names of your closest friends that you and Ryan shared?
To clarify, we had several friends and we also had like different genres of friends that we hung out with, you know, depending on what we were doing. But some of our closest friends would have been Chris and Ashton Wilson, Bryant and Ashley Cheezick, Jamie and Carmen Earhart, Ewalts, Shettas, Kucheras.
Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison?
They were more like family. When I name family, I include them. Riley Storion was a close friend. Quite a diverse group, depending on what hobby we were doing at the time.
Did these people remain your friend for some time after Ryan's passing?
Some did.
Okay.
Most did.
Is it a fair assessment that sometimes when you were drinking, you became a Karen?
Yes,
All right. Based on your drunken behaviors of being a Karen, did any of your friends abandon you because of that prior to Ryan's passing?
no, they made t-shirts when we would go out with jokes about Karen on it, or it was a running joke. I don't handle alcohol the greatest, and yes, I can get ornery or loud depending on, but it seemed to be more of a joke than.
In your marriage to Ryan, did you ever lay hands on him?
Never,
Did he ever lay hands on you?
never.
Heard a little bit of talk about Snapchat groups and whether you left them. Did you leave a bunch of Snapchat groups before?
No, I left one.
Which group did you leave?
It was called Six Pack. It was a golf group from a tournament we had played in the year before, and I wasn't playing in it that year, so I left it. There was.
All right. I want to touch briefly on the night of June 17th. Were you and Ryan at the sports complex?
Yes.
Who
with
was
the
all
kids.
there?
I'm sorry, what?
Who was all there? With you and your group?
Ryan and myself and all three of the kids.
Did you
of
guys
the
ride?
younger kids.
Did you guys ride together?
Yes,
And did you also drive home together?
yes.
Did you stop anywhere on the way home?
We went to Pizza Palace and got pizza to take home with us.
I don't remember what time you guys headed home. Do you know what time you headed home?
I thought it was around 8, according to the cell phone things yesterday. I believe we got home around 8:20.
And maybe you already said this. Did you take the pizza to go?
Yes,
So you guys got home maybe around 8:20, and then I assume you're gonna eat the pizza?
eating pizza and doing showers and baths, getting ready for bed.
And who is primarily responsible for getting the kids ready for bed?
That'd be me.
So is it fair to say you would be busy at that time with your children?
Yes.
And what time do you think they went to bed that night?
I'm not sure what time Cade went to bed, because when I laid down with the 2 younger kids, he was watching TV with Ryan. Cortland and Cable and I went to bed. Cortland was watching TV, Cable had his tablet, and I was reading. And I'm sorry, did you ask me what time that was?
Yes.
Probably, sorry, it was probably 9 o'clock or shortly after. 9:30 maybe.
I'm showing you State Exhibit 211. Did you have a chance to look at that yesterday?
I did.
So is this your phone record?
Seems to be, yeah.
Did you see the sticky with Houston's number on it?
Yes, yes, sorry.
Is that phone number on this call record?
It is not.
We see some check marks next to some numbers, and it seems to be the same number. 319-231-3853. Do you know whose number that is?
I have no idea. It could be anybody's. My cell phone was used for my business phone as well, so it could literally be anybody's.
You ended up getting your own phone plan shortly after this. Can you tell us why?
Cade, our oldest son, was turning 12 years old, and we had decided to get him a cell phone. The farm paid for our cell phones at that time, but was not going to pay for their 15 grandchildren's cell phones. So I got my own plan so that I could put Kate on my cell phone plan as well as my mother to help her out a little bit financially. It made sense to do so because owning my own business, it was a write-off.
Approaching with State's Exhibit 206. Do you recognize these as the messages between you and Bradford?
I do.
I want to turn to the last page. On June 17th, did he schedule a hair appointment with you?
He did.
And when was he supposed to arrive for his hair appointment?
At 8:15 the morning of June 18th.
Did you schedule that?
I did.
Do you remember, did you have a couple of hair appointments scheduled for the morning of June 18th?
Yes, I have a customer that I've had for 23 years. That was also my first grade teacher, and I did her hair every Tuesday and Friday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning.
You did her hair every Tuesday and Friday?
Every Tuesday and Friday.
Styling it then?
Yes, it was called a shampoo set. I would wash it, put it in rollers, put her under the dryer, and then style it. And she did that twice a week, and the world could come to an end and she would not miss her hair appointment.
And June 18th of 2021 would have been a Friday?
Yes.
Tell me about Google searches about firearms research. Were you researching this hunter education website?
I wasn't researching it. I was enrolled in an online hunter safety course.
What was the purpose of you doing that?
The purpose of that was, again, Cade was turning 12 and he was able to take his hunter safety course at that time. Ryan took the boys hunting and I wanted to get my safety course done, or if Ryan was working, I could go sit with the boys while they hunted.
Can you tell us, I mean, were you aware that some of this was being done on a private browser?
Not particularly. I don't really know how all of that works, but it's very possible. And I took screenshots of several of the slides, I guess you would say, because at the end of each chapter, there was a test. And I took those screenshots to kind of help me cheat on the test because I wasn't doing very well.
Have you shot a rifle?
I have. It's been 25 years ago, but I have.
Right. Because you told the police that you'd never even shot a gun.
Yes,
That was not true.
that was not true. And the only thing I can say is in my head, I was thinking of handguns at the time. I have not shot a handgun. I have shot 2 long arm rifles in my lifetime.
Many years ago.
Many years ago, before I met my husband. I have been around guns. I don't deny that.
The evening of June 17th, you guys went to baseball. Had you been drinking?
No,
Did you see Houston driving by your house?
no,
Did Houston pull into your driveway?
not that I'm aware of.
Did you know that Houston was stalking near your home?
That night, I was not aware of it. I was told at one point in time from him that he was going to Gladbrook, which requires driving by our house, but I didn't see him.
So you do admit that you had been texting Houston that night.
Yes,
And we've seen exhibits that are some of the Snapchats. Were there many more?
several before and after what they have shown me.
I want to talk about the relationship with Houston. How did you meet him?
Technically by cutting his hair. Like others have said, it's a small town. I knew of him for years, but I started cutting his hair is how I met him.
And how often would you cut his hair?
It varied. At first, I would call it on a regular schedule of maybe once a month. And then there became a time that he started getting his hair cut every 10 days, which was, in his words, following the footsteps of Brock Wilson, who he worked with at the time at Liquid Grow. They got their hair cut every 10 days, so it never looked like you got a haircut.
Okay. And how do we go from cutting his hair to Snapchat buddies?
Flirting a little bit when cutting his hair, talking about, he was having a lot of problems with his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child at the time. He only had one, was having some custody issues with her. He confided in me a lot about that, and I guess it kind of originated with me feeling like not a big sister, but an older person to him that has some experience in marriage and children, and just giving him advice and encouragement. And I felt kind of bad for him. He was young and had children, and other people his age didn't, and we became friendly first.
Okay. So, I mean, you raise a good point because he's much younger. So how do we get to Snapchatting Houston, what we've seen?
Sometimes negative attention is still attention, and I was being showered with attention by him, being told I was beautiful and funny, and I would post pictures of the meal I had made that night for supper, and he'd praise it, or the garden that I planted, and he'd make a big deal out of, why can't I find a woman like that? And it became very flattering to me.
All right. So is it fair to say then Houston is maybe giving you some attention that you weren't necessarily getting from Ryan at that time?
Yes.
Was your relationship with Houston, was it primarily online then?
Yes, 99% online. Yes, I cut his hair, but that ended at one point, and the online relationship continued.
When did you stop cutting his hair?
In February of 2021. Even when I was still cutting his hair, it's odd because when I would cut his hair, we would talk about the same things that I would talk about with any other customers, family, work. It wasn't lewd. It wasn't flirtatious. That was when we Snapchatted at night, it was like we were shy in person, but became other people when we were texting each other.
Okay. So if you stopped cutting his hair in February of 2021, did you ever have him, after you stopped cutting his hair, did you ever have him over to your house?
Not after February, no.
Did you ever see him in person again between February and June?
One time briefly in Waterloo, he had sent me a message asking if I could get him some beard wash. It's shampoo for the beard. And I agreed. And I had told him that I had a birthday present for his son as well to give him. And I was going to Waterloo, and I told him I would meet him outside of Shoe Carnival in Waterloo. And I dropped those items off to him, and that was it.
Is that the last time that you would have seen him then, prior to Ryan's death?
Yes.
Talked about there's a message about a rogue semi-accident that we saw in the Snapchat. Did you want your husband dead?
No.
Why would you say that?
Because I have a really sick sense of humor sometimes, inappropriate humor, and I was probably angry. There were times that we weren't getting along the greatest, and like people have said, especially when I drink, I have a sharp tongue sometimes. You can say nasty things.
I think there might have been conversations about divorce. Were you going to leave your husband?
I didn't plan on it. No, I didn't want to break up our family. Our relationship wasn't perfect, but I knew I didn't want to break up our family.
Saw a little bit in the Snapchat content about, was Houston jealous of your relationship with Ryan?
Houston acted like he was my husband and Ryan was my boyfriend. Like I was, if Ryan and I were together, he acted like I was sneaking around with my husband and cheating on him somehow.
Did Houston talk about killing Ryan?
Several times.
Did you ever take him seriously?
No, I thought he was full of crap. He liked to brag about how he knew powerful people and his dad knew dangerous people, and he insinuated that he had been involved in some other crimes.
But you didn't believe him?
No, he's got quite a reputation around town with women and telling tall tales.
If we had the other Snapchat content, would it show these things about Houston going off about Ryan?
Yes, several threats.
What
but
would what would your reaction be when he's making these threats? How did you handle it?
Laughed it off, used sarcasm, sometimes replied inappropriately, like when he said one time, "Don't use your husband's truck in the morning, there's going to be a bomb planted under it." And I replied, "Gee, thanks for the heads up."
Okay. So does that mean, though, do those messages mean that did you want your husband dead?
No.
Did you see Houston the night of June 17th into June 18th?
No.
I guess we do have these Snapchats about shell casings. What's going on?
Again, it's not the first time that had been talked about. I didn't take him seriously. He had made a comment before about walking into the shop. When Ryan was there, I was gone with the kids at the swimming pool. And he had made a comment. He said, "If you get home and find your husband dead, make sure you pick up those shells for me." And I had asked him, "What in the world, like LOL, what does that mean?" And he said, "Well, according to CSI, that's how they always catch the killer." So I took it as a joke. Okay. So it had been referenced before. It was 3:30 in the morning, like you said, and I said there were several messages before that he was very aggressive towards me that night and upset and angry. When those messages came through, I was more or less Snapchat. Like most of you know, once you open a message and you exit out, the Snapchat is gone. It's not like a text that you can go back and reread what was there. I halfway read messages, didn't always read them thoroughly, I wasn't paying attention, plain and simple.
And your belief, when you said go, did you believe that you said more?
I know I said more. I sent 3 messages in a row.
What did they say?
Go to sleep. 3 messages, like putting periods in between the words to emphasize go to sleep.
So during the night then, I want to get to the part. What wakes you up?
Crashing noise.
Did your kids wake up at the crashing noise?
No,
Did your kids wake up at any gunshots?
no.
So you heard a crashing noise. What do you do?
I got out of bed and I stumbled on the dog at the end of the bed and I walked out of the bedroom. I walked into the bathroom because that's what I thought it was our shower caddy had fallen. It had fallen earlier in the week.
All right. Where did you go next?
I went to the kitchen next and looked out the window that is over the sink, which overlooks basically our driveway and front yard.
Did you see anybody out there?
I did not.
What did you do next?
Then I went and walked into the living room on the other side of the house to turn on, well, in all honesty, to yell at Ryan for not waking up with me, because my thought was, why isn't he up looking, like, how did he not hear that? So then I walked to the living room and turned on a lamp.
Was there some point that we've heard that you said that you got up at some point and heard Ryan snoring? Is that a different time window then?
When I got up to go to the bathroom around what I thought was 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard him snoring regularly.
Okay.
When I was in the kitchen, I heard a single snore sound come from the living room.
Do you have your phone in your hand while you're walking, making these steps?
Most likely, yes.
So you get to the living room, you turn on the lamp. What happens?
I see Ryan, and then I see a large pool of blood. I shook his foot,
Okay.
and then I just started screaming.
And then how long are we waiting before we call Aaron Cooper?
It seemed like forever, but a couple of minutes. I ran back out of the living room through the dining room, and I was halfway up the steps when Kate was coming down the steps. I think I scared him because I remember him like turning around like he was gonna run away from me, like run back up the steps, and then he realized it was me, and I grabbed him and we went downstairs and I put him in the bedroom, and I went in the bedroom as well. And I believe that's where I called Aaron from, was the bedroom. So to answer your question, it was probably a couple of minutes, but it felt like a lifetime.
I want to ask you about State's Exhibit 313. Is this a fair, is this correct?
I wish my bathroom was that big. No, it's not.
Okay. So what they labeled as hallway, can you tell us what that room was?
So what they labeled as hallway is actually a dining room that I used as a sewing room because we called it the wasted room. It was just a room in the center of the house.
Okay. And so is the sewing room, dining room, is it bigger than this?
Yes, much.
I mean, if we're going to talk about a scale like this, so it would be taking up some of the space that this has labeled.
Over half of it.
And when we saw, I think we saw Detective Fangman's body cam, we can see him go through these rooms.
Yes.
I want to know, is this door, this mudroom door, is that the door that was most frequently used when people would come over?
Yes.
Do you know whether this front door on the steps, do you know whether that door was locked?
I can't say for sure. I made the assumption that it was locked. It was a newer door, and it was the type of door that even if it's locked, you can open it from the inside. I'd be fairly confident that it was locked.
Right.
However, like I've said before, the kids ran in and out of that door a lot to go outside to play. The dog was let in and out of that door a lot, but you're always opening it from the inside. So I can't say for certain if it'd be locked from the outside.
Okay. You have the baby gate on the steps. What was it for?
It was to keep the dog off of those steps because he would sit at the screen door, and that's why the storm door was up, because he had ripped through the screen door, pawing, begging to come inside. So we put that baby gate up to keep him off that landing.
I guess returning then to when we're calling Aaron, can you tell us why you called Aaron instead of 911 first?
Aaron lives less than a mile from us. Aaron is a first responder. Aaron is the person closest to us that I would trust in a time of emergency. I called him because I was panicking, and I wanted him there because I thought somebody might still be around.
Do you have those pictures? Did you, in that living room, did you search for any shell casings?
No,
Did you dispose of any shell casings?
no,
Were you deleting pictures on your phone that morning?
no,
So do you have any explanation for why your phone records would show that?
none. Unless I did, I don't know if there's a time relay on it. You know, if it was something that was, if you like delete a picture and then it sits for however long before it's permanently deleted. I don't know how all that works, if that is a possibility, but I was not deleting pictures at the time.
Then when the police get there, why didn't you tell them, Houston shot my husband?
I was so scared. I was scared. I was panicked. I instantly thought I was being set up in one of his plots that he laid out all the time through Snapchat. I panicked.
And then did you continue to lie to law enforcement for years?
I did. I was also being threatened by Houston for over a year and a half afterwards.
What was he threatening you with?
Beginning in September so it'd be September of 2021, he started sending me Snapchats that he knew where I was at. The first one, we were at, everybody's been talking about shops, how many of our friends have shops. Some friends of ours, Ethan and Abby Charlie, have a shop in town. He does air conditioning and heating work. We had been at Chris and Ashton's house, the kids and I, and we went into their shop and the kids were all playing. We were having a few drinks, and while we were all there, I got a Snapchat from Houston that I was now screwing Ethan Charlie and Chris Wilson, and I would screw anything that moved and took care of me because we were there. That was the first of them, and then there were several after. One time he sent me a Snapchat describing what I was wearing when I went out to do cow chores that morning.
So he was continuing to watch you after June 18th.
He was watching me and reminding me about these dangerous people that he knew, and that he knew how to take care of problems, and that he would take out anybody else that was necessary.
So did your online emotional affair, did it continue after June 18th?
No.
Didn't you cut Houston's hair one time after Ryan died?
I did.
When was that?
That was in September, right before the first Snapchat came. He had messaged me a couple times asking if I would watch his kids. Harvest was starting and he claimed that he didn't have a babysitter and can you watch the kids? And I told him no. And then he started hounding me about, can you cut my hair? I have this event this weekend and I don't have time to get it cut because of Harvest. And he kept hounding me and I was a little nervous of the consequences if I ignored him. So I agreed to go to the shop that I had opened in town and cut his hair.
Okay, so this would have been in town now.
Yes, my mom came over to stay with the kids and I went up and cut his hair. Of course, I didn't tell anybody whose hair I was cutting until after.
Did he threaten you when you saw him that day too?
He did?
Did you ever see him again?
No.
We do also want to touch on the affair with Houston. At one point, did it become physical?
There was one physical encounter, yes. That was the last time that I cut his hair.
Not in September of 2021.
No, not that last time. I'm sorry. The last time I cut his hair before he killed Ryan, it would have been in February. I cut his hair and we had sex.
And then you stopped cutting his hair? What was the purpose? Why did you stop cutting his hair?
Because I had sex with him and I didn't want him around and I didn't want that chance of that happening ever again. It was an online fantasy, like going to a chat room or playing video games where you steal cars and shoot at cops. It was an online fantasy thing, and when it became a physical in-person thing, I was disgusted and scared of losing my husband.
Were your kids all interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes,
All three of them?
yes.
And you allowed them to be interviewed?
Well, with some argument, I was being pretty heavily accused by the police of involvement and they wanted to question the kids. My brother and close friend Chris Wilson suggested that I get an attorney to protect all of us and make sure that the kids had proper representation if they were going to be questioned.
Okay. But they were ultimately questioned?
They were.
Ryan was killed with your 3 children home. Would you ever orchestrate the murder of your husband with your 3 kids home?
Never.
Did you participate in the death of your husband?
No.
Yes. One moment, please. Showing you what I'm going to mark this as G, H, I, and J. Do you recognize these pictures?
Yes.
Were those taken of you the morning of June 18th
They were.
by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask to admit into evidence what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit G, H, I, and J.
Any objection?
No objection.
Then defendants exhibits G, H, I, and J are now admitted. Ms. Water, you wanting to publish these?
Yes. No, I'm going to publish them. Why isn't it? You've just decided which one. That'll be cheap. Just. Okay, we're ready.
You're still using that cord, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, showing you Defendant's Exhibit G. In this photo, there's no longer any blood on your face. Can you tell us why?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you tell us why there's not blood on your face?
My sister-in-law was consoling me, and my mom saw the blood on my face, and she went into my salon and got a towel and wiped my face off.
Did your mom wipe off any other part of your body?
No. Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you, at any point upon seeing your husband, did you ever go wash up?
No.
Yes, you can take it down. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Karina.
Mr. Kodiaga, cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Cooper, can you hear me well?
I can.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, was killed in his own house, correct?
Correct.
The place where he's meant to be safest.
Correct.
The place where considered his castle, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Place where his children slept.
Yes.
Children that he loved dearly.
We both did, yes.
Children that Ryan Cooper loved dearly.
Yes.
Was killed while he slept,
Yes.
while he snored in his sleep.
Yes.
You state you loved Ryan Cooper.
Yes,
You loved him
yes,
very much.
yes.
You had a lover.
That's what you call him, yes.
What do you call him?
I called him an online inappropriate relationship. When I hear lover, I assume sexual partners. It's just the way I perceive it.
Judge, let's hope this works.
Are you wanting to publish something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what is it that we're publishing?
State Exhibit 194. Are you able to read that, Ms. Cooper?
I am.
You have a screen next to you.
Okay. I can see it. I'm afraid to move it.
You don't deny you sent that first text on March 8th of
I did not deny
2021.
that, no.
Pardon?
I did send that, yes.
Can you read it?
Read it. I just read this 10 times, I swear,
You
with
left
heart
out-
emojis. I'm sorry, what?
You left out a love emoji.
I just read this 10 times, heart emoji.
Okay.
I swear, heart emoji. And just felt even harder for you, which I don't think I could have been any more crazy over you than I already was. That book is everything I've ever wanted to hear. You can do anything you want with those boys. You're their daddy. Don't need mom's permission. Cable wants to get back to wrestling. He loves it. He just got his ass kicked at a tournament and is scared to compete now. Just wants to go to practice, doesn't want to lose. And you know what the sperm donor said to him after he got his ass handed to him? Not a fucking word other than it happens. Not let's go home and I'll show you how to get out of that move. Just it happens. They need you so badly. Kate is your football and baseball kid. Kid can throw a damn ball.
The person you just referred to as a sperm donor, that's your husband,
Yes.
Ryan Cooper, who you tell this jury you loved so dearly. That's how you showed your love to Ryan Cooper, correct?
I think we all call the people that we love names at times.
I asked you, is it a yes or no question?
Yes,
Okay. And you're sending this to Houston Denker, the man you now call your online lover?
yes,
Your husband is a sperm donor.
that's what I referred to him as, yes.
You also told him,
Y'all, I had to stop. Y'all hear how you refer to him as a sperm donor, right? The one that you love, right? That's what you want us to believe? The sperm donor? It's all funny coming from him. The sperm donor? This is what you want us to believe? You loved him? This is too funny, right? She didn't put this man that's taking care of her, working from sun up to sundown, texting some young 22-year-old boy, the boo thing, right? That was right. He was taking care of all because he was giving her attention. The husband of 3 of her kids is now the sperm donor. 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 Shall we continue with this mess here? Here we go.
the kids are yours.
All part of the fantasy.
Is that a yes or no?
It's hard to say yes or no. I feel like that's black or white and there's a gray area.
Ms. Cooper, did you hear my question?
I did. So yes, if it must be yes or no, then yes, I clearly said it.
Can you read the next message on March 8th at 7:03 a.m.?
Your Honor, just to correct the record, I do believe this is Defendant's Exhibit A, but not State's Exhibit 194.
Defense Exhibit A.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Good morning, baby. You would have woke up to your horny wife's hand wrapped around your dick this morning, just so you know.
And who are you sending this to?
I'm sorry, what?
Who are you sending this to?
To Houston Danker.
Oh, y'all just pause that. Did y'all hear that? Like each time that I listen to something, and that's why I'm the replay queen. I enjoy like rewatching all these trials and things. Cause whoa. He making her read those text messages. I won't reread them back. I won't say what she said, but I hope y'all caught what she texted them. If not, I hope y'all can see it on the screen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But this was a fantasy, right? This is what she wanted them to believe. It was a fantasy. All right. Y'all know I talk too much, but I just can't help myself. All right.
The man you're just telling this jury that you're terrified of.
I wasn't terrified of him at this time, no.
When did you start being terrified of him?
After he killed my husband.
Oh, so this time you're not terrified of him in March.
No.
And so Houston Danker would have woken up to your hand, your horny hands around his dick, correct?
That's what I wrote.
That's what you wrote to him.
Correct.
You are the one who initiates that conversation.
What's that?
You're the one who sends that conversation.
Yes.
A minute later, you write to him expressing thoughts of death to the man that you claim you love called Ryan Cooper. Correct?
I wrote, here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors.
Big accident, no survivors.
That's what I wrote.
Your mind, and you should say your mind is pretty dark and twisted, correct?
That's what I wrote in the next message, yes.
We can turn on the lights.
And just to be clear, for the record, again, you mentioned it, Ms. Watt, but this shows State's Exhibit 194. There is no State's Exhibit 194 that has been admitted. It's identical to what the Ms. Cooper had admitted as Exhibit A. So just so everybody's clear on that. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kodiak, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. You can go ahead, Mr. Kodiak.
On the same day that your mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted, you write to Houston Danker.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'm still asking the question.
Not sure the question isn't finished, so go ahead.
On that same day, when your mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted, you write to Houston Danker and you say, oh, I don't want to wait another summer. Correct?
Yes.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, was killed just on the eve of summer, correct?
At the beginning of summer in June, yes.
In June, correct?
Correct.
The same message, 10 o'clock, that same morning, where you want him dead by a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. You write to him, to Houston Danker, And you're talking about the blinds blowing, making the sheets chilly, and dreaming of sleeping and enjoying the lightning and the nights with Houston Dinker. Correct?
That's in the message, yes.
You tell him the same day that you want a partner, not another child. You're referring to Ryan Cooper as another child.
Yes,
That's the same man you've told this jury was a hard worker who worked from can't see in the morning to can't see in the night
he was.
and will fall asleep so tired because of his hard work.
Yes,
That's the man you refer to your lover as another child.
yes.
On the 12th of March, you write to Houston Dinker that you might be pregnant this time next year, and you send 3 heart emojis. And he responds by saying, "Would love you to be pregnant next year for him." Correct?
That's what's written.
That's what you wrote.
Yes,
You yourself wrote those words, correct?
I assume so. I don't have it in front of me, and I can't remember precisely, but I'm going to assume you're correct.
Do you want me to put it up?
Not necessary.
In fact, at that time you talked about IVF.
Yes,
He doesn't know what IVF is, and you have to explain to him what IVF is,
I did.
where they plant your sperm and my egg, correct?
correct.
Not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Right? That's what you tell him.
Correct.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, had life insurance where you were the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes, we both had policies.
I asked you just about Ryan Cooper. You are the beneficiary if Ryan Cooper were to drop dead.
Yes,
You would stand to earn a substantial amount of money, correct?
yes,
Over $500,000, correct?
correct.
More than one occasion, you told Ryan Cooper that you hated him.
Yes,
In front of friends, you told Ryan Cooper that you'd shoot him in the face.
I deny ever saying that.
Was that when you were Karen, when you said, "I'd shoot you in the face"?
I never said that.
Karen did?
Karen did not say it either. It was not said.
Cade Cooper is your eldest child with Ryan.
Yes,
Cade loved his dad.
all 3 of them did. Yes,
Cade Cooper loved his dad.
yes,
He slept on the couch next to his dad as dad slept on the recliner.
that's not why he slept on the couch, no.
Just asked you a question, yes.
So the
or
answer
no.
is no.
That's not why, because he didn't love his dad, or slept on the couch because he didn't love his dad?
Well, which question is it? Why did he sleep on the couch, or did he love his dad? Because yes, he loved his dad. And yes, he slept on the couch.
next to his father.
Yes.
On the night that Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
He was when I went to bed.
When Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
No, he was not.
And you know that because, as you've said before, you were up at 3 o'clock and you went to the living room where Ryan Cooper slept on his recliner, and Ryan Cooper was the only one there. Cade was not.
Correct.
So at 3 in the morning, you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch.
Correct.
At 3:30 that morning, at 3:32, 30 minutes after you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch, you send a heart emoji to Houston Denker.
Yes.
If you may have the screen again.
Just
What I'm going to show you is what was marked as State 195 was not admitted, but is admitted as defense, I believe, B. So for the record, this is defense B. It's the same document. Can you see this, Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
The 17th of June, 10:19 a.m. A day later, Ryan Cooper will be dead. You're talking to Houston Denker, correct?
Correct.
Can you see in that document where you're saying to him, just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it?
Yes.
You refer to yourself as your wife.
Yes.
Ryan Cooper is still alive at that point, working from Kansas in the morning to Kansas in the night, correct?
Yes.
Busy,
Usually, yes.
being a farmer.
Yes.
Houston Denker replies to you. Can you read what Houston Denker replies after you talk about being his wife?
He wrote, not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning, and I haven't gotten to see you.
You got to see him in his underwear that morning.
He
Didn't
sent
you?
a Snapchat of it, yes.
Is that a yes? You got
Yes.
and you respond by saying,
Train wreck.
what is the next text message and who sends it?
That he sends?
Yeah.
Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon.
Going to sleep with my hand on your P-word very soon, correct?
Correct.
And what's your response?
Soaked just thinking of you will be downright embarrassing when I have you in person. Excuse me, when I actually have you in person.
That's hours before your husband will be lying dead in his house.
It's at 11:19 a.m. on June 17th.
So in the next coming hours, your husband will be killed in your house
He was,
with you present in the house.
yes,
You send a text message to your lover saying, I will be your wife. And he tells you very soon he will have his hands on your most private of parts. And that same night, your husband is dead.
that and many others, yes.
Let's go back to the 3 o'clock time clock. You see Kate Cooper away from his couch in the living room.
He was up in his bed, yes.
And at 3:31, 31 minutes later, you send a heart emoji, correct?
Correct.
What does Houston respond?
He responds, seriously, more than fucking life.
And what is your response?
Forever.
$3:31 and 29 seconds later, what is Houston Denker's response to you?
Houston says, more than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal?
More than anything, okay, babe. He refers to you in a term of endearment, babe. Of course, we know that by now, but he says, phone's going down. And you need to send him something after I leave your house
That's what he said.
to then wait for me to.
I don't know what happened. Wait a minute, y'all.
On the 12th of March, you write to Houston Denker that you might be pregnant this time next year, and you send 3 heart emojis. And he responds by saying, would love you to be pregnant next year for him, correct?
That's what's written.
That's what you wrote.
Yes,
You yourself wrote those words, correct?
I assume so. I don't have it in front of me, and I can't remember precisely, but I'm going to assume you're correct.
Do you want me to put it up?
Not necessary.
In fact, at that time you talked about IVF.
Yes,
He doesn't know what IVF is, and you have to explain to him what IVF is,
I did.
where they plant your sperm and my egg, correct?
correct.
Not the old-fashioned way, but our baby, right? That's what you tell him.
Correct.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, had life insurance where you were the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes, we both had policies.
I asked you just about Ryan Cooper. You are the beneficiary if Ryan Cooper were to drop dead.
Yes.
You would stand to earn a substantial amount of money, correct?
Yes.
Over $500,000, correct?
Correct.
More than one occasion, you told Ryan Cooper that you hated him.
Yes.
In front of friends, you told Ryan Cooper that you'd shoot him in the face.
I deny ever saying that.
Was that when you were Karen, when you said, I'd shoot you in the face?
I never said that.
Karen did?
Karen did not say it either. It was not said.
Cade Cooper is your eldest child with Ryan.
Yes.
Cade loved his dad.
All three of them did. Yes.
Cade Cooper loved his dad.
Yes.
He slept on the couch next to his dad as dad slept on the recliner.
That's not why he slept on the couch, no.
Just asked you a question, yes.
So the
or
answer
no.
is no.
That's not why, because he didn't love his dad, or slept on the couch because he didn't love his dad?
Well, which question is it? Why did he sleep on the couch or did he love his dad? Because yes, he loved his dad. And yes, he slept on the couch.
Next to his father.
Yes.
On the night that Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
He was when I went to bed.
When Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
No, he was not.
And you know that because, as you've said before, you were up at 3 o'clock and you went to the living room where Ryan Cooper slept on his recliner, and Ryan Cooper was the only one there. Cade was not.
Correct.
So at 3 in the morning, you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch.
Correct.
At 3:30 that morning, at 3:32, 30 minutes after you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch, you send a heart emoji to Houston Denker.
Yes.
If you may have the screen again.
Just
What I'm going to show you is what was marked as State 195 was not admitted, but is admitted as defense, I believe, B. So for the record, this is defense B. It's the same document. Can you see this, Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
The 17th of June, 10:19 a.m. A day later, Ryan Cooper will be dead. You're talking to Houston Denker, correct?
Correct.
Can you see in that document where you're saying to him, just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it?
Yes,
You refer to yourself as your wife.
yes,
Ryan Cooper is still alive at that point, working from Kansas in the morning to Kansas in the night, correct?
yes.
Busy,
Usually, yes,
being a farmer.
yes.
Houston Denker replies to you. Can you read what Houston Denker replies after you talk about being his wife?
He wrote, not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning and I haven't gotten to see you.
You got to see him in his underwear that morning.
He
Didn't
sent
you?
a Snapchat of it, yes.
Is that a yes? You got
Yes,
to, and you respond by saying,
train wreck.
what is the next text message and who sends it?
That he sends,
Yeah.
going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon.
Going to sleep with my hand on your P-word very soon, correct?
Correct.
And what's your response?
Soaked just thinking of you will be downright embarrassing when I have you in person. Excuse me, when I actually have you in person.
That's hours before your husband will be lying dead in his house.
It's at 11:19 a.m. on June 17th.
So in the next coming hours, your husband will be killed in your house
He was,
with you present in the house.
yes,
You send a text message to your lover saying, I will be your wife. And he tells you very soon he will have his hands on your most private of parts. And that same night, your husband is dead.
that and many others, yes.
Let's go back to the 3 o'clock time clock. You see Kate Cooper away from his couch in the living room.
He was up in his bed, yes.
And at 3:31, 31 minutes later, you send a heart emoji, correct?
Correct.
What does Houston respond?
He responds, seriously, more than fucking life.
And what is your response?
Forever.
$3:31 and 29 seconds later, what is Houston Denker's response to you?
Houston says, more than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house. 2, then wait for me to open it. Deal?
More than anything, okay, babe. It refers to you in a term of endearment, babe. Of course, we know that by now, but it says phone's going down. And you need to send him something after I leave your house
That's what he said.
to then wait for me to open it. Deal? And what is your response?
I replied, deal.
You were asked by your counsel whether you would orchestrate a murder with your children in your house. And you said you wouldn't, correct?
Correct.
You understand what to orchestrate is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You do?
You said I understand what to orchestrate is?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when it says phone, send me something after I leave your house, your response is deal.
That's what I said.
Who sends the emoji of a kiss?
I can't tell by looking at this. Let me 1DX. Judging by the numbers on the other ones, that would be me.
So you not only say deal, but you seal your deal with a kiss.
I wasn't sealing my deal, but I sent a kiss emoji.
Then he says, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts.
That's what he said.
There's no ignorance on your part when he tells you to remember those casings. You know what those casings are because you say absolutely 100%.
That was the Snapchat I sent, yes.
Absolutely 100%. Correct?
Correct.
It cannot be clearer than that.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
When you say absolutely 100%, you are as clear as possible on what you will remember.
No,
That's what you write. Ms.
that's what I
Cooper.
wrote.
Then he tells you, okay, phone's going down. I love you. And
That's what
what's
you
your
wrote.
response?
My response is, I love you too.
What does he say?
So much,
And what do you say?
forever.
When you say forever to the man who said, I'm coming to your house and you need to send me a message so that I can open it when I get back. What does he respond to you once you say forever to him?
He responds, okay, babe, seriously putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you.
And what do you say to him?
I say, go to sleep.
Ms. Cooper, you can read what's in front of you.
This reads, go.
So you say to him, go.
That's not what I said to him.
What you
That
read,
is what this reads.
again, what we read in front of you, that's this exhibit that the jury is reading, is you say, go.
Yes,
That's at 3:32 in the morning.
correct.
An hour later, at 4:42, Houston Denker will send you a message that says, yep, just woke up.
That's what this says. I never saw it.
At 4:42, when Houston Denker is sending you this message saying, yep, just woke up, a Tama County deputy is walking in your house because your husband is dead.
Is that a question?
It is.
I don't know for certain on the timeline, but yes.
An hour after you saying go, your husband, you're calling the cops because your husband is dead.
Around 4:30 a.m., yes, I'm calling 911 because my husband is dead.
So that's an hour after you saying go or thereabouts.
That's what this says, yes, but if you're asking if I knew the specific time, no.
Mr. Kodiaga, we've been going for a little over an hour and a half at this point. I think we're going to take a break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. So, again, I just remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously, and we'll take approximately, again, a 15-minute break.
So, guys, I'm not sure if we're going to get a verdict today, right? I was trying to still have hope when Donna said, it doesn't look like we're going to get it. And I'm like, I don't know. They're still back here. We got 10 minutes. Maybe the fourth person to run out there like, judge, we don't want to come back here on Monday. We have it. Just give us a second. But I did see the feed go down, right? But with that being said, I also see they do have a countdown. Well, not a countdown. They're counting the hours that the jury is back there. So I'm not sure. I'm assuming that Court TV would only keep this up as long as the jury's back there so they can kind of monitor how long the jury was deliberating once we do get a verdict. So it's still counting. So I'm assuming they may still even be back there for right now. Yeah, because it's at 2 hours and 9 minutes and 18 seconds since I last updated it. So I'm not sure. I'm more than happy we can continue finishing listening to his cross-examination of her. I don't think it's much longer of the cross-examination. And hopefully we may get some information between now and then. If not, it looks like our fabulous Friday will continue to Monday, right? I would assume Monday will be the last day. I think. I don't know, because I thought that today would be it, but I stand corrected if they don't come back with a verdict. But it's still verdict watch on here, so I'll continue to play and keep y'all updated. If they stop this timer, I'll let y'all know, and then we can kind of figure out what we're gonna do from there. Does it sound like a plan? Yeah, I try to. Like, I want to know, and I want to bring it to y'all as soon as we have the information, right? I'm right behind Court TV. As soon as they do it, we're going to have it here and take it to trial. Yeah, I'm just making sure they're not doing anything in the live feed before I switch back over. Okay, I'm going to take us back to listening to the cross-examination. Since we're almost finished with this, we should go ahead and finish this up. Plus, it was really, really nice. All righty.
Clear, you testified earlier on when your counsel asked you questions, and you stated you weren't seeing Houston Denker, claimed you weren't seeing him from February or March, or February, I guess, because you'd had sex and you didn't want to break up your family.
Correct. Excuse me, correct,
You didn't want to break up your family.
correct.
And yet, you are the same person texting Houston Denker, telling him you will be his wife, correct?
Those are the texts I sent, yes.
This story that you told the jury this morning, that you're terrified of Houston Denker. You never told it to Deputy Fengman, who arrived in your house as the first deputy.
No,
Was there for a substantial amount of time trying to find out what had happened to your husband, you never told him that Houston Denker shot him.
I did not.
Deputy Foster was the following deputy who came to your house. Your husband is still sitting, sleeping on his recliner, dead. And your children are crying and traumatized. You never said, Houston Denker did it.
I did not.
Your mother comes, Aaron Cooper comes. You never say, Aaron, Houston Denker did it.
No, I did not.
That's the Aaron Cooper, the man who you believed would protect you, and he did, in fact, protect you because he came armed with a gun. Correct?
Correct.
He didn't even have time to put on his shirt when you called him because that's what he did. He wanted to protect.
Correct.
You never mentioned the name of Houston Denker.
I did not.
Same morning, your husband, Ryan Cooper's body is lying cold in his house. You are interviewed by DCI agent Ryan Harmon, correct?
Yes.
You know why they were interviewing you, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned any of these texts or Snapchats that you sent at 3:30 in the morning.
No,
You never mentioned that I texted go.
that's not what I text. No, I did not mention it. I'm sorry. No.
You never mentioned that at 3:31, you sent a heart emoji to Houston Denker.
I did not. I did not mention that.
In fact, it's Agent Harmon who brings up the name Houston Denker.
Yes.
And your reaction as the jury saw is, are you incredible Agent Harmon Denker? That's what you say to him, right?
What did you?
You saw that video. when
Yes, I saw the video. I didn't understand what you just said.
Your reaction is Denker?
Correct.
And you immediately tell Agent Hammond that he's a kid,
He's a
correct?
what?
That he's just a young man, a kid who you know about.
Yes, that's what I said.
Not what you're telling this jury today, that, oh, I was so terrified of him.
Yes.
Never mentioned any of that to Agent Hammond.
No, I did not.
In fact, you tell Agent Herman, this is dumb, when he starts his line of questioning of Houston Denker.
I did.
You characterize it as dumb.
That's what I said.
Your husband is lying in his house cold. Correct?
My husband is,
Withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Brian was dead at that time, yes.
The next day, an autopsy is performed on your husband. The same agent meets you again
Yes.
and talks to you. Correct?
Yes,
Wants to find out what happened to your husband, who you claim to this jury that you loved so dearly, correct?
I don't know what he wanted to find out.
Well, he wanted to find out what happened to him.
I would assume so, yes.
You assume?
That's his job, is what I'm saying, yes.
He wanted to find out what happened to Ryan Cooper.
Yes,
It's not an assumption. Correct?
yes. I'm sorry, I guess I'm misunderstanding some of what you're saying. Did he tell me I want to find out? I don't know, but yes, that's his job, so that's why he was there, yes.
And you did not tell him what happened to Ryan Cooper.
No,
You did not tell him that Houston Denker has been threatening my life.
No.
You did not tell him that I've been sending him messages where I want to hold his dick.
no,
In fact, you denied any affair with Houston Denker,
I did.
whether it's online, whether it's in person, whether it's in any shape or manner, correct?
Correct.
In 2 years pass. It's May of 2023. You talk to Agent John Talbot.
Yes,
When you talk to Agent John Talbot, it's at your farm or Ryan's farm where he lived and where he died, correct?
correct.
When you're talking to Agent Talbot in May of 2023, you know very well that he's investigating what happened to Ryan Cooper that night.
Yes,
You have a conversation with Agent Talbot that spans 3 hours.
yes,
He tells you, no detail is too small. Tell me everything.
correct.
He asks you about Houston Denker.
He did.
You saw him testify here, I believe last week or sometimes in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You knew he was a DCI agent, a sworn peace officer in the state of Iowa who wants to find out what happened to the man that you now claim you loved so dearly, correct?
Yes,
When the name Houston Denker comes up, you don't tell him what you told this jury this morning, do you?
no,
You don't mention that Houston Denker had been sending you some messages that are threatening that have just somehow disappeared, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
You don't tell him that Houston Denker has been sending you some messages that were very threatening that somehow disappeared.
No,
You don't tell him that Houston Denker wanted to harm your children.
no,
You also don't tell him that you wanted to have children with Houston Denker.
no,
You don't tell him that a year after Ryan Cooper's death, you are planning to have a child with Houston Denker.
because I was not.
You don't tell him that you are planning to do IVF and that you have to explain to Houston Denker what IVF means.
No, I did not tell him about those Snapchats.
You don't tell him that you're preparing to be Houston Denker's wife and that you'll be tearing down things and that Houston Denker will need to be able to fix them up.
I told him about none of the Snapchats.
You don't tell him that on the night of Ryan Cooper's death, that an hour before Aaron Cooper is called, you were texting Houston Denker and telling him absolutely 100%, I'll remember to take the shell casings.
I did not.
In these 3 hours that he's talking to you, you don't mention the story you've told today, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you chase him out of your property.
I told him to leave.
And you tell him to leave, and you're going to get a private investigator to crack this crime because this DCI agent Talbot and the other DCI agents can't crack it because they don't know what they're doing, right?
Those were not my words.
But you tell him you'll get a private investigator.
My words were different if you'd like me to tell you what they were.
Do you tell him?
I said, maybe it's time to get a private investigator.
Why are you getting a private investigator?
I don't know. Frustration. I was frustrated.
You don't know why you're getting a private investigator.
Well, to solve Ryan's murder.
When you are the one who hasn't told this same agent what happened to Ryan and what you'd been doing with Houston.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
You want a private investigator to solve what happened, yet you have an agent who you're not telling your activities with Houston Denker.
I did not tell him my activities, no.
At that point, you knew what had happened, correct?
I did. Well,
And yet you tell him that if you knew what had happened, or if you knew, and your words, the person who did this, you will be in jail because you will have hurt that person or killed that person, correct?
that's what I said.
And you use an explicit, you swear at that point when you say you will be in jail because that motherfucker will know what's coming, correct?
I said I would kill the motherfucker myself.
I have no further question for this witness.
Ms. Watt, redirect.
We have a portion of the Snapchat messages, right?
Correct.
Were there many other messages between you and Houston?
Hundreds.
On the evening of June 17th, so while you're at the ball field, did Houston get angry with you?
He did.
About what?
I had posted a video on my Snap story of Kate batting. And you could hear Ryan's voice in the background, and he sent me a snap. Very angry because I was at the ball field with my husband, again, like I was cheating on him with my husband.
So then, did you two have an argument?
We did. Several snaps were exchanged, arguing.
So the day of June 17th, while we have some of these snaps, it's not all, the whole conversation, it's not all lovey-dovey type mess.
No.
You knew these things for so long. Why didn't you tell the police that Houston Danger killed your husband?
Several reasons. I was scared. I was scared of Houston. I was scared of the police. I was scared. I was scared that I had lied for so long because I felt like I was being set up. I felt like no matter what, I was screwed, for lack of a better term. I was scared of the threats that he was making to my kids and my friends. And I felt that if I kept my mouth shut, he'd leave us alone.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Karina.
Ms. Kodiak, anything further?
You claim, you tell this jury that Houston Denker was mad at you that night at the ball game, Ryan Cooper's last ball game, seeing his children, correct?
Yes.
So as Ryan Cooper's watches the last ball game of his children and Houston is mad at you, he sent you a text for that?
Houston did?
Yeah.
Several.
And that's the same night where at 3:32 in the morning, you send Houston Denker a heart emoji.
Correct.
The same night he was mad at you, you send him at 3:32 a heart emoji.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. You may step down.
Still over there ticking, just so y'all know. So it is still ticking. So I'm assuming that the jury is still back there. They are 2 hours and 30 minutes and 18 seconds. And let's see what let me show y'all what they're playing. Let me unmute it. Sorry. No, yes, I
She wants Houston Danger, her father and parent, her children. She says that. Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors. Who drives the semi? Her husband.
So, and this is live. So,
all right, I understand that they're back in court. Let's go back in. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think I've misunderstood. We are going to bring back in Defense Attorney Bob Bianchi to help talk about these closing arguments. I was telling Michael, you know, at first as I was watching the prosecution, I felt like they didn't have enough of a narrative and we're just kind of going through each piece of evidence. But the rebuttal closing in that last piece, Bob, they brought it all together to me to say the science was there, the Snapchats were there, and her testimony also means she's guilty.
Yeah, you know, they know they got a rebuttal. We don't have that in Jersey, by the way, which significantly changes, I would imagine, the dynamic, because you could get into, in my mind, this is the way I would do it at least, is a lot more analysis, maybe a little drier, maybe a little speed it up in the beginning and go through the methodical pieces to it, and then flourish it and bring it together in the rebuttal piece. So they had two opportunities to be in front of this jury. Apparently they did a very good job by all accounts here. There's motive, there's means, there's opportunity. There's, I've always said this, Judge, juries, somebody told me this, and I'm carrying it through, my old boss, Ed DeFazio, juries love to convict out of the mouth of the defendant themselves. And this can either be a boondoggle or it could really backfire against you. And by all accounts, people believe that her testimony did not help her. But juries are much more likely to convict if they don't believe the defendant, and admitting that you're lying on the stand, or as the prosecutor suggests, you trying to pull the wool over the juror's eyes. If that's how the jury feels, then she's going to be convicted.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about that. But anyway, I just want to update our audience here. We're getting word from the courtroom in Iowa that they did come back into the courtroom. And my understanding is that they are being sent home for the day at this point. So they deliberated. You know, you see there, we stopped the clock, 2 hours, 31 minutes, 55 seconds, 2 hours and 32 minutes, and being sent home for the day. This is a Friday. I thought perhaps they'd push through, maybe get a verdict. But again, he would have sent them home or by 5 o'clock or 5:30 anyway. Decided to go home early. I guess they're not close.
And I think that we think they're going home for the day. We're still trying to confirm that from what I can understand. So
again,
they may go home.
They may go home.
Work until 5 p.m. We're
All right.
just getting this all.
Yeah, we're sort of getting that in there. But as soon as we find out more, we'll let you guys know. Bob, I just want to quickly ask you a question. You know, as I was listening to the rebuttal argument, he was going into about, you know, this puddle happened at this point because they were shot here, then they were moved over here, there was another puddle, this one step. To be honest with you, when I hear all that, I kind of glaze over. And I'm wondering if all those little details make a difference, especially since she took the stand. I mean, people are going to look at, do I believe her or don't I believe her? Did she say these things? Did she not? Did she text go or did she text go to sleep? Those are the things that I think this decision is going to be made on.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Look, I mean, don't think, I mean, I don't have to tell you this, but just because you're in there and you're trying a big case doesn't mean that you're the greatest trial lawyer in the world. I mean, everybody's different. There's different skill levels. And I agree with you. Go with the common sense. Don't go into the minutia, because if you're going as a prosecutor into the minutia, and like you just said, you're a juror, Michael, you just said you were kind of, glaze over, whatever, zoning out, as it were. Well, the jury is too. And you need to be attuned to that when you're a prosecutor or any trial lawyer for that matter, because you got to keep the jury's attention. But as a prosecutor, especially, you need to get right to it.
Yep, we are out of time. We're going to bring you what's happening in that courtroom on the other side of this break.
Keep it here on Court TV. Justice.
I don't know. Maybe we will have a verdict. I don't know, Ben. I don't know. They said when they come back from break, they're going to bring us right live in the courtroom. They said they want their weekend, Benny. They want their weekend. Woo! Fabulous Friday. Woo! Fabulous Friday. It should nudge. It should have kept it to at least 6:30. You say nudge, right? I don't know. I'm gonna see what they're gonna say when they come back. We gonna be right here. We don't leave until they leave, right? And we know they'll be back at 8:30 in the morning, or maybe they're gonna tell us what time they coming back on Monday if they decide. But if not, we are here and we're waiting. We're waiting on this verdict. Yeah, and I don't have to go nowhere else because typically I like put the notification on my phone, but I don't even think I got to do that. Let me make sure that we all the way caught up, because sometimes it'll stop on me. No, we caught up. Wanted to make sure that I ain't messing around, playing around with no TiVo time, right? We want to be back in the court when they say they back in the court. Let me make sure it's playing, make sure we good, look like we good everywhere. Yep, look like we good. We all caught up. We don't have any TiVo time. So we gonna be seeing, right? Will we have a verdict today? Yeah, I know. Some states do come in on Saturdays for trials and deliberations too. Yeah, I don't think they're coming in. Yeah, sometimes they have them come in, and I think it all depends on whether they are sequestered or not. I think if they're sequestered, they like want to come in right away and be there. Right? I know it's kind of like bittersweet, right? Because we've been watching this trial. We've been in this courtroom for the last, almost 7 days, right? We on day 7? So it's kind of bittersweet, right? It's going to be coming to an end. I mean, which is, where all things lead. But that'll give us time to kind of like get into our replay, our playbacks. Because we'll definitely start. I'll send out the thing for Jermaine Bass. And either way, I'm sending out the thing for Jermaine Bass. So we'll start that Monday. And of course, if anything breaks in any of our cases, your host will bring that quiet. It looks like they're coming back on.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We are in verdict watch in the widow's words murder trial of Karina Cooper. The jury deliberated for about 2.5 hours. The judge actually called them in just a few moments ago. I want to take you to court. Cooper is charged with first-degree murder in the shooting death of her husband, Ryan Cooper. Let's go in.
We are back on the record. We have our jury, counsel, and parties present. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a little unusual. I don't normally see a jury between when they start deliberations and when they're finished, but you may have seen out your window. It's getting pretty dark out. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado warning here. I know you guys are parked a ways away, so I wanted to, even if I let you go right now, you might not beat the rain, but you'd be closer. So I really wanted to leave it up to you folks. I'm willing to let you folks deliberate longer today. 5, shortly after 5. Or if you tell me you'd like to go today and resume on Monday, I'm open to that as well in light of the weather. So, we'll go off the record. I'm just gonna let you guys, if you want to chat amongst yourselves for a minute, that's fine with me. So let's go off the record.
Cooper is, of course, charged with first-degree murder in the shooting death of her husband, Ryan Cooper, back in June of 2021. And as you just heard, the judge is wanting them to give him some inclination as to what they want to do, that they want to continue on or go home for the weekend. Now, remember, Cooper took the stand in her own defense yesterday, telling the jury she did not shoot her husband. She said her co-defendant, Houston Danker, a man she admitted to having sex with, she said just once, she says he killed Ryan. Cooper even tried to explain away that Snapchat message or all those Snapchat messages between her and Danker. Now, during closing arguments today, the state pushed back against Cooper's claims about the messages and also against her claims that she wasn't involved in her husband's murder. I want to take a listen to each side's final pleas to the jury. Here, we're going to begin with the defense.
We learned that Houston attempted to give the police the wrong gun in 2023. We know that the police find shoes matching the bloody shoe prints at the scene at Houston Danker's house. And we know Houston had the murder weapon. So as in the opening, Houston Danker did this, and we know it. She got up here and she said that she was scared of Houston. And the state has tried to mishmash the timeline there. She wasn't scared of Houston until he actually killed her husband. She's still engaging in this ridiculous online emotional affair fantasy world until he actually does it and kills her husband. Then she's scared. And is that a ridiculous notion? Perhaps to some of you. But it was real to her. And she was scared. Whether it's because she thought that he was going to harm her, or whether it's because she thought she'd go down with this ship. Do not disregard her testimony if you believe it for any reason. Houston Danker, there's a wealth of evidence against Houston Danker being responsible. Houston Danker, we're going to say he's only so old, then he's probably reckless in his planning. He doesn't care if there's going to be a confrontation. He had made all these types of statements before. Why does he choose this night to do it? Nobody knows. He didn't testify. We know he's slinking around the house. We know he's familiar with the house. Kate told us Houston had come over and sat on the patio and drank. It's not like he needs a guide through the house. Presumably, Karina would have told Houston at some point that Ryan sleeps in the recliner chair, since there are messages of them fighting about Karina spending time with her own husband. Houston Danker on this evening went rogue, and he actually did it. The aiding and abetting instruction tells you that her mere knowledge of the crime is not enough. The fact that she knew, or had every reason to believe he actually went through with it this time and didn't tell the police that doesn't make her guilty. The bottom line here is that no one ran off into the mountains. Karina did not blow through the insurance money. We can sit there and quibble over how much she spent on this and how much she spent on that. It had been a couple of years. She's not making any income from her job. She's got 3 children that she's paying for, presumably rent places. You're going to go through some money. Nobody testified that she went and got a designer bag or took a lavish trip or started attending the spa every couple of weeks. Nobody said that. Nobody testified to any indication of a continued relationship between Karina and Houston. So if this was their grand plan, to kill Ryan, get him out of the way and ride off into the sunset, why does it end? It ends because it became real and he actually killed her husband. Karina doesn't have blood on her legs and feet she would have had to have. No one has testified or even hinted at the fact that she was a bad mother. I submit to you that is important because no mother would do this with their children home. No good mother. There were 100 other ways that this could have gone down if it was planned and meant to happen by Karina Cooper. She never would have done that with her children home. She never would have put them in a situation where her son is slipping in his dad's blood. She never. And nobody has said that she would have. She did not have any specific intent to kill her husband. She did engage in reckless behavior and talking to Houston and not cutting it off and having all these conversations. It was reckless. But she didn't have any intent to kill him or for him to actually wind up dead. She wasn't even actually going to leave him. She's getting attention from some knucklehead on Snapchat, and she likes it. And she's living in a fantasy and a dream world until he does it.
They thought they were smarter than everyone. They thought people wouldn't figure it out. They even worked out stories ahead of time if they were questioned. Because they did it together. Let's think it through. Day after the murder, only hours later, Karina Cooper is interviewed. Probably a bit of a surprise to her. Ryan Herman leans forward and says, "What can you tell me about your relationship with Houston?" Didn't anticipate that. Thought they did a better job. Figured out pretty quickly, maybe he has something to do with it. She's surprised and shocked. Baker? And then, later that day, Houston Danker, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is brought in for an interview with Agent Trent Billiter. What's interesting about those interviews, either of them could have said anything about their relationship with one another. How do we know they're working together? They said the exact same things. Watch the videos. Said the exact same things. Why? Because they planned this. They both said they were friends. Tell me about your relationship with Houston. Baker? He's my friend. Houston Danker. I'm like her gay best friend. They agreed, we'll go with friends. How do you know him? She cut my hair. Karina says, I cut his hair. Houston says, she cut my hair. What else did they say? Well, we're friends on Snapchat. But just like nothing inappropriate ever. They both say that. Admitting to things that based on their research, they know probably will be figured out. Now they think they've done a good job of deleting everything. They certainly think they've done a good job of deleting the most incriminating snaps. 2,400 messages recovered on Karina's phone, Snapchats. 61 of them deleted. Those 61 include the night of the murder. She told you, Karina, when she came up and testified, she's in a tough spot. Yeah, she's in a tough spot because she murdered her husband and she got caught. They shot Ryan. Houston's leaving. Karina goes to the door with him, sees him off, and then closes the door. We know about the position of the door. Once again, when you kill someone, you learn things that you didn't know before. The blood tells the story. Ryan's shot. Ryan's leaning to the left. They head to the door together. Houston's got the gun. That's part of the plan. They don't know this, but when the door was closed, there's something called high velocity blood spatter that hit the door. And someone like Ken Martin, who's a scientist, can tell you that's from a gunshot. Why?
All right, let's bring in our guest for this hour. Joining us to discuss, criminal defense attorney, former assistant prosecutor Franz Borghardt. Franz, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me for our usual Fridays with Franz. Want to get your thoughts on, I mean, both battle lines were drawn. One of the things that sort of jumped out to me as I'm listening to closings is I thought the defense did a decent job in presenting some opportunity for reasonable doubt. And I thought the state has a lot to work with. He focused a lot on the science and blood spatter and where pools of blood were. I'm not sure that's going to get you over the hump. She took the stand. This is about whether you believe her or not. This is about her own words and those text messages.
I think the forensics, you know, you can get bogged down with it. And then to be candid, Michael, some of the interpretations of the blood splatter and all that, it gets to be where that becomes a source of argument, where I can see jurors saying I was confused or I don't agree. I think the common sense facet of this case is, did she really not want this? I mean, the defense conceded a lot in closing. There was a lot of concessions in closing, but you have to acquit her, you have to believe that after having this quasi relationship, all of a sudden, no, that's not what I wanted. And it doesn't sound right. And look, that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I just don't know if the defense pulled it off, Michael, is what I'm saying.
I gotta say, I agree with you. They're asking this jury to take a lot of leaps, right? But there is a world, based on the evidence before this jury, that this guy acted on his own. The way he sort of responded to her, the way he was acting like he was really her husband. He was the one doing all the searches. It was his gun. Her reactions, if you want to talk about forensics, the placement of blood on her body, the fact that they weren't together after, and she really didn't splurge with all this money she supposedly killed him for. I mean, you start looking at these things, I think there are seeds for reasonable doubt.
Oh, I don't disagree with you in the least. I could see a juror or multiple saying, well, wait a minute. Just because she's having an affair, an emotional affair with this guy, doesn't mean that she planned or knew that he was going to do all this stuff. And there are pieces of evidence along the way, gingerbread trail, if you will, that might suggest she had no idea and that he was living in a different universe. So sure, absolutely. It could be that there's some seeds of reasonable doubt that work. And look, that is the other side of a defense that has a certain amount of concessions is you're not going off grid to Mars. You're saying, look, we will concede these things. But despite that, personally, I liked the argument that a mother wouldn't do this in a house with her own kids.
I agree.
And I thought,
100%.
you know what? I could buy that.
100%. I wrote it right down. No good mother would do this. I think that one might have put it over the edge because it doesn't make sense, and you don't get the sense that she was not a good mother. So I think that might work with a juror or two. That's all you need. All right, stand by, Franz. We're going to take a break here. We're going to continue to monitor jury deliberations there. We'll let you know if they decide to continue deliberating or if they decide to go home. Of course, if there's a verdict, we'll let you know that as well. Up next, a nurse practitioner is brought to tears during a hearing where he pleads guilty to second-degree assault for, get this, giving his mistress abortion pills without her knowledge after she became pregnant with his baby. We're going to hear from the victim and from the defendant. That's next here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Friday night, the WNBA is on Ion. The dream aimed to be a nightmare for the future.
From all accounts, they look like they are going to continue deliberating. I really do think that the jury, if they go back there and they decide to continue deliberations, we have a verdict today. We have a verdict today if they come back and they decide that they're going to be, they're going to continue to deliberate. Because other than that, it'd be no point, right? They must be very, very close if they decide to come back and continue deliberations. But if they decide, hey, no, we are going to wait over the weekend and think about it, then yeah, we probably won't, get a verdict. Well, we won't have a verdict today, right? Because they're going to be leaving. But I definitely think that if they decide to stay, we will have a verdict today. Right? That's what we will have. Yeah, I still got it on there. It's just on my other screen. I figure y'all didn't want to listen to this commercial and stuff. It's just saying court will be right back. We'll be right back. Yeah, so I was working on the Jermaine Bass stuff for us to start on Monday. And y'all know, as I stated, if we get any other information or if we get any juicy trials or something to cover next week, then we'll definitely change our schedule around. But right now we're going to be doing the replay of that trial. If anybody has any suggestions on anything that they would like for us to replay, we can always do stuff during the breaks. I am here to suit your needs, right? And have fun while we're doing this and just kind of like analyzing the evidence and giving our thoughts and opinions, right? So if you have something, definitely email me at takeittotrial. That's takeittotrial, and it has 2 L's at the end at gmail.com. I look at all my emails, or you can message me on, I think I got Snap. Well, I got all these little things, right? And look at me. We didn't talk about Snapchat so much. I think I got Snapchat. I don't have Snapchat. You can message me on Twitter. I'm on Twitter. I don't even know my handle name. So we would have to look at my banner and see. But there's many and plenty of ways that you can get in touch with me if you want to submit any trials that you would like to re-look at. We can always work them in the schedule in between any of our live trials. We do have our trial that's coming up on the 22nd of July with Nasty Steven. So that one should be up and running the 22nd, 23rd. So we got about a week and a half for that one. So in between, we'll just be doing some replay backs on some other trials and kind of discussing. We can also do panels. during that period of time if y'all want to come up and we can have like a watch party or a viewing or whatever you would like to do. I am down for whatever, right? So that's my plan for us next week. And if we get any breaking news on any other cases that need to be covered or anything like that, we'll always jump in and kind of take care of that. But yeah, I think the Jermaine Bass, from what I was looking at, I think it was a 4-day trial, but that's probably with commercial. I mean, you know, with their breaks, their sidebars, lunches, different things like that. So the way we will handle it, of course, we'll use our TiVo time. So we'll TiVo pass some of that stuff as we go along with that one. Let me see what this screen says. The clock is still ticking. Let me see what he's saying, because I got him on mute. Yeah, no, they just talking about this doctor that's he gave her abortion pills and aborted their baby. And he is being accused of he inserted abortion pills into her body during sex. I didn't even know they had abortion pills like that. He found out that she was pregnant, his mistress, and he inserted abortion pills into her body. And that's interesting. It's called the forced abortion trial. And it sounded like he didn't plead guilty. I wonder how they found out. Like through an exam or something? Because I wonder why it couldn't have been like a miscarriage or something like that to that effect. Why did it have to be that he inserted pills inside of her during SCX? I don't even know how that worked. I didn't know. I know they had the ones that you can take orally. Yeah, I didn't know that worked like that. Yeah, that's news to me. I guess when there's a will, there's a way. He was like, you not about to mess up my whole household. Like, you was just a girl on the side. We ain't doing that. Yeah, the clock is still ticking, just so y'all aware. That's at 2 hours and 53 minutes and 37 seconds. They better come back and tell me that they had to have lunch. I don't know how she didn't. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he was playing down there. I don't know. Maybe he put it in his mouth. Maybe he put it in his mouth, Benny, and did a transfer. Who knows? I'm just trying to figure out how they prove it. He must have admitted to it or something. Like, I don't know how, or maybe through drug testing after she miscarried. Yeah, they listening to her victim impact statement. That's what they playing now. I don't know if y'all want to listen to that mess or not, but oh wow, it is too. I mean, like the things that are going on. Forced abortion trial. I'm trying to see what they charging them with. I wonder, will it be murder? Wait a minute.
All of this in my own actions. I do accept full responsibility for my actions. I allowed my emotions, allowed my judgment. I allowed myself to enter into an adulterous relationship. I allowed fear to guide many of my actions, which led to all of this. Those actions are what I did, but they're not who I am. They are nonetheless my actions. I do take full responsibility for my actions, and I hope all people affected can find peace, closure, and a sense of safety. I acted in a manner contradicting my own morals. I have respect for the inherent dignity of all people, hence why I'm a nurse. My life has been that of wanting people to heal. I allowed my sympathy for me down a path of adultery. I allowed my own lusts and passions to cloud my mind and judgment. In the end, I allowed desperation and fear to control and guide me. I want to apologize to my family, the community, and my friends for betrayal of their trust. I want to apologize to my wife, Melissa, who has endured the worst I could imagine. I want to go back to serving my community and my family. I love being a nurse, and I want to return to it. I am a hero at heart. My desire, once I complete my incarceration, is to get certified in counseling to give back, to use my misdeeds for redemption, healing, and to help others.
This is the kind of case that would have been a nightmare if it had gone to trial. It would have been difficult for everybody involved, and including the jurors, because of the variety of facts that are alleged. Bottom line is Mr. Coons has been punished significantly by the loss of everything that he has valued. The problem is he's broken his vows of marriage. He broke his vows as a medical provider of first do no harm, which is sort of fundamental when you're in that role.
All right, so we got 12 months and a day within the Department of Corrections. Not sure if that'll be in jail or in prison, likely in jail, and then 12 months of community supervision, probation, or parole. All right, let's bring in our guest here to discuss still, criminal defense attorney, former assistant prosecutor Franz Borghardt. Franz, what do you make of this case? I mean, this is one, when I look at this guy, he's a father of 5, young guy. He's got 5 children at home. And the facts of this case are interesting because he apparently pursued, like relentlessly pursued this woman to have this affair with him. And then he's reckless enough that she gets pregnant and he goes through all these histrionics. The wife also ends up charged for witness tampering because she tried to pay her off to be quiet. I mean, this one, I don't know, love to get your thoughts.
So he is very fortunate that he has worked out a resolution that only carries a year and a day, Michael. I could see a court or a system throwing the book at this guy. It's a very sad case. Certainly there's some mitigators, but man, oh man, I also could see a judge saying, I want to make an example of, or a prosecutor saying, I want to make an example of this guy. He's a nurse. He basically, which means to some degree, not only should he know better, but it almost feels like it makes it slightly worse because he was charged with caring for other people. I got to tell you, I think he dodged a serious bullet with this resolution. And again, a year is a long time for someone who's not been in the system, but it could have been far worse, Michael.
Yeah, to your point, not only was he a nurse practitioner, she was his patient. So she was under his care and control. And I agree with you, that aspect alone would be a tremendously aggravating factor in this case for a judge to look at.
So there's layers to this, right? There's her as a victim. There's the fact that he is breaching Hippocratic oath. There's the philosophical questions with regard to the unborn child and the abortion. The fact that he drugged her. I mean, just gruesome facts. And again, Michael, he's lucky.
Yeah, very, very lucky that he'll be going home to his family relatively soon. And I agree with you. I think maybe a little more time might have been warranted here. Anyway, we do need to step aside now. On the other side of the break, we're going to head to Florida for the matriarch mastermind murder trial of Donna Adelson. Now, she was in court today as attorneys argued several motions ahead of her upcoming trial. Keep it here on Court TV.
Yeah, with 5 kids, right? Then he was like, he cannot have any more kids, right? Even the wife was trying to pay her off. Everybody's trying to pay her off. Didn't believe in, right? He just out here. And the wife like, I'm gonna pay the mistress off too. Please just go away. Leave us alone. I don't know. It don't take that long for me as a juror to decide if I want to go home or if I want to stay back here deliberating. I think we're getting a verdict. It's been about 20 minutes since they decided that. Let me see, Benny. Yeah, I think that me and you started talking about it. I'm just looking back in the chat. It looked like, yeah, like they've been back there deciding whether they want to leave or stay for a while. At least 20 minutes. I tell you, if they come back with a verdict, people gonna be trying to figure out how quickly they can get into somebody's channel to view something. But my people, they here, right? I do got an alert. I got another studio set up just in case. No, they back there filling out the forms, Benny. Oh gosh. They got to fill out the forms, right? That's what they went back there to do. They was like, Judge, we just gonna say we gonna fill out these forms, so y'all can get to bigger and better things, right? Do you think that defense attorney that we just heard from on Court TV, do you think he made a good case, like, in regards to probably if they would have concentrated on no mother would have done this? Yeah, like the defense should have concentrated more on that aspect and kind of pressed home with that to get them more leeway than trying to act like Snapchat messages disappeared in thin air. Yeah, I think that they're staying, because if they were leaving, like, it don't take that long. All it takes is for one person to say they need to go home or they got something to do. Like, it don't take 30 minutes to do that. Or maybe somebody got to call to see if they got a babysitter. You say he wasn't watching the same trial you were? He probably wasn't. Yeah, come on, jury. Yeah, I'm sure that I'm telling you, like, because if you are a juror, right, and the judge then said that there is this, storm coming in, the juror could have been like this right then, right? But the judge said, I'm gonna give y'all some time, let y'all think about it, let y'all decide. We can stay in the courtroom. It should be much longer, whatever way they do it, because the judge, he only gonna keep the courtroom open so long. So we'll definitely see. They still on their little break, so I don't know if the counter is still on there. When they get back from their break, even though they have guests. Like, I don't know what she got going on. The counter is still there? They can get all of them. I'm probably gonna have to cut this. I think it needs to be. I don't feel I think somebody else what you think about that?
We were able to retain a independent forensic data expert and provided them with the materials that we had been provided. We were informed that those are not the raw forensic extractions. And I was asked to obtain the raw forensic extractions. And in the motion to compel, I actually cut and paste the expert's explanation. I'm not going to try to paraphrase it. It's an explanation that he provided as to why it is his recommendation that we obtain the raw forensic extractions. That's what I did. I've requested that. It's taken, we're now at a month since I made that further request, and I believe that we're entitled to that. I think the rule provides that, and our intent, in part, is to verify the cell brights that the state has prepared. The only way to do that, according to our expert, is to obtain the raw extractions from the state. And that's why we're asking for that, Your Honor.
Mr. Kappelman, you may respond.
No objection, Your Honor. I would just ask that whatever reports are generated by their expert as a result of that data being re-cell-brighted be provided to my office in a timely manner, because I'm advised, based on the version of the program and type of program they use to produce a report, to verify our report, there could be some small differences involved. So I would like to not be surprised with that at trial.
Well, as to that, I will grant the defense's motion to compel. As to the issue of the conflict, specifically, Mr. Zellman, in part, when we had the first case management, I had counsel verify that they had no conflict as far as giving conflict-free representation to Mrs. Adelson. Should anything change with your review of these cell brights that may include communications from prior counsel or deal with matters that pertain to information that was provided by Charles Adelson, at that point, we are going to have to revisit the issue. Does everyone understand those?
Yes, sir.
The judge ordered that a final pretrial hearing was set for August 8th. Jury selection in Donna's trial begins August 19th. Our Court TV cameras will be there to cover it all. All right, still with me, criminal defense attorney, former assistant prosecutor Franz Borgard. Franz, the issue here is a conflict of interest possibilities. Remember early on, some of the attorneys representing her also represented Charlie. There could be communications within those Cellbrite reports and in those raw data that they're getting from cell phones and other devices as well that could come up and be conflicting, which could create problems for the court. So they have to dance lightly around this information.
So I'm glad that everybody's getting what they're entitled to, which is number one. Number two, this is one of those reasons, Michael, while she has the right to waive the conflict and her son has the right to waive, her daughter has the right to waive Charlie has the right to waive the conflict. It's just messy. And, there may not be a conflict. There may not be a communication that creates a conflict. I don't like it. It's not clean. That said, we're going to know soon if there is a conflict. And it's good that the judge has put on the record, look, we'll revisit it if we need to. That said, her train is coming down the tracks in August, Michael, and they're going to be picking a jury in just over a month. And, she's that last puzzle piece. So I don't know that the train's going to stop at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it is. And the judge seems really intent upon getting it going on the 19th. The defense was trying to push it a little further, saying, look, once we get this raw data, there's a lot of work to be done. We may need more time, Judge. I think the judge was fairly clear. He's not interested in that. I mean, if something comes up, you do what you have to do. But it seems like he really wants this thing to go on the 19th. And I've said many times, as an attorney on either side, and generally the defense tends to use it either as a shield, and I'm talking about time, as a shield or a sword. We saw it used as a sword in Lori Daybell's case, where she used it to actually get the death penalty off the table. Here, they're trying to push it further in. They may have their reasons, but that whole issue of time can be a big one for attorneys trying a case.
So for most defense attorneys, the common consensus is the longer something goes, the better it is for you. Why try today what you can delay and try later? That said, the other dangling issue for the case is there was a challenge of venue in this one, Michael. And the judge has said, well, it's premature. We don't know yet if we have a problem for venue. That could rear its head during jury selection. A highly publicized case that's already had at least one trial, multiple pleas. I'm not convinced that it is going to necessarily get off the tracks and it's not going to go in August, but venue could rear its head and that could delay a trial.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that change of venue. The way the judge looked at it, according to the law in Florida and some of the common law, the precedent that has been set, the way he looks at it is, okay, there's been a first prong is there a lot of publicity? Obviously, yes, you check that box. But then he said, according to the law in Florida, we have to first try voir dire before we can change venue. Not every jurisdiction is like that. What do you make of that rule in Florida, or the way it's interpreted by this judge?
Well, in a perfect world, you have jury questionnaires, and so you know a little bit about what the potential veneer and potential jurors know. But what makes me skittish is you've got to be delicate on how you elicit what potential jurors know and don't know. And you have to do it in such a way that you don't inadvertently taint other jurors that don't know anything about the case. So it makes it a longer process. The safe bet is to do venue, but again, the prosecution is entitled to a trial in the community where the crime happened. So I can see both sides of this one.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It can be costly to try to figure all that stuff. We saw it in the Koberger case. They were able to do it, but it took a lot of work. All right, stand by, Franz. We're going to take a break. Coming up, folks, we're going to look ahead to some big hearings happening on Monday, Big Day Monday, including one for Stephen Stearns, the man charged with sexually abusing and later murdering his then-girlfriend's 13-year-old daughter, Madeline Soto. And Bianca Ellis, remember her? She'll be back in court in Ohio for a final pretrial hearing before her murder trial for stabbing to death a 3-year-old boy in a grocery store parking lot. Here on Court TV Live.
Matriarch of the Adelson family.
Right. And that's why I was saying, it's her time to look at all the people that's involved. Everybody. I said they're gonna come after the dad, they're gonna come after Wendy, everybody gonna get it. Still, how many pages are they filling out then? I don't know, but I think that if they were not going to be staying and completing it, right, they would have said, they're ready to go. Like, I think that they must be there, right? And they just want to wrap this up. Because look, it's 2:40. I'm not sure, like, when they get the verdict from the jury, like, is there a time delay between that and when they notify the press? Because typically, like, when they say they got a verdict in, like, they be having the families and everybody in. So maybe they stopped, went back there and wrote out the form after the judge talked to them, right? They went back there, they finished their forms of their verdict, and maybe the judge had to contact the attorneys and stuff. But no, the attorney should have been in the courtroom when he was addressing the jury. So, I don't know. I just don't, I can't call this one. Yeah, like, it just doesn't seem like it would take this long to decide that, right? And Court TV seems like they're really on top of it in regards to stopping that clock, right? Because they want to get the accurate information. So when the verdict does come through, they can give their take of, oh, it took them 3 hours and 45 minutes to come back with a verdict of guilty, right? Yeah, so I definitely think that, I definitely think that we're going to get a verdict today. So that is fine with me. Verdict. Yeah, and I guess in the meantime, I know they about to talk about Nasty Steven on Court TV, so I definitely want to listen to. He got a hearing coming up too. I guess we'll watch. Maybe we'll watch that. I'll make sure I have that ready for Nasty Steven next week, because it look like he about to be back in court. He in court every other week, unless he about to come in court and plead guilty. That's the only other thing I can think of. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of for him. Yeah, how wow, look at that. Check that out. They be doing the most with this. Oh no. I'm sitting up here trying to while they're on break. You say you hope so. We get a V on our Fabulous Friday, right? Yay. I know, that's what we're looking for, right? That way they can kind of like move on. Like, I don't think anybody has to sleep on this or do anything. Like I just think that we just need to do this. Right? Let's just do this. And I think they are. I have faith in them. I definitely have faith.
That we've been tracking. First in Florida, Stephen Stearns will be back in court Monday for a motions hearing. Stearns is accused of sexually abusing and later kidnapping and killing 13-year-old Madeline Soto, the daughter of Stearns' then girlfriend. Now, the motions that will be addressed Monday include a limit on the number of cameras allowed at trial and a motion for the defendant to be free of restraint and allowed to use writing instruments during the trial. This hearing is for his sex abuse trial beginning next month. His murder trial begins in September. Also happening on Monday, Christopher Dontel of the Coroner Affair murder trial will be sentenced. Just before his trial was set to begin in December of 2023, Dontel, a former deputy coroner, pleaded guilty to conspiracy and accessory after the fact for his part in the murder of Gregory Rice, his lover Megan Jackson's boyfriend. As part of a plea deal, the murder charge was dropped in exchange for his cooperation. He testified against Jackson at her trial, saying through tears that he was scared of Jackson.
Why are you afraid of her?
I'm afraid of her because I watched her kill the father of her kid. And the friend did the same thing to me.
Dontel faces up to 15 years in prison for conspiracy and 5 years for accessory charge. And lastly, Jose Morales of the missing daughter murdered mother trial will also be sentenced on Monday. Morales was convicted of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, with whom he shared a 1-year-old daughter who has been missing since her mother's death. Morales has not been charged in her disappearance, but he does remain a suspect. During a police interview, Morales admitted to using PCP throughout the weekend and claimed not to remember being at Holloway's home the weekend that she was killed. Morales took the stand during his trial and said a man who broke into their home beat Christine to death with a crowbar.
Mr. Morales, did you kill Christine Holloway?
No.
Mr. Morales, were you so intoxicated on a substance, PCP, or alcohol, or any other substance that you do not remember killing Christine Holloway?
I did not kill Christine Holloway.
I just want to be sure, right? We heard the 911 tape. Is there any possibility that this is a delusion that you are engaged in?
No.
Okay. And you're 100% sure of that?
I'm 100% sure that people came into the apartment.
People came into your house and they killed.
Well, one of them did, yes.
There's no evidence to support his story, and clearly the jury didn't buy it. And another trial we're looking ahead to, the toddler stab murder case of Bianca Ellis. Ellis is accused of fatally stabbing a 3-year-old in an Ohio grocery store parking lot and injuring his mother. She'll be back in court Monday for a final pretrial hearing before her trial begins in October. For more on the case, here's Court TV opening statements anchor Julie Grant.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuff? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bianca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bianca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bianca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Such a tragedy. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney and former assistant prosecutor Franz Borghardt. Franz, this crime had the community up in arms. I mean, it really did. They want justice, obviously, for this family, for the child here. But this is a woman that obviously has some mental health issues. She was found incompetent to stand trial. Then again, after treatment over a period of time, she was found competent to stand trial. But I would imagine for sure mental health is going to be an issue in this trial.
Well, mental health will come to the question of, was she able to distinguish between right and wrong at the time of the actual stabbing? And look, this has all the markings of a sanity defense. Now, the question for a jury is going to be, why did this woman do this? Why did this woman get a knife? Why did she stroll through the grocery store? Why did she pick these people? Why did she stab the child? If it wasn't for a mental health issue. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean she gets a free pass as to culpability or guilt. It just may determine what happens to her. And frankly, I'm surprised she was restored to competency, Michael, because she has manifested some serious issues from the start of this case. So, it's just as possible that she may fall out of competency prior to trial.
Yeah, the first doctor that was brought in that judged her incompetence said that he was sure with treatment she would be competent over a short period of time, which in fact they did find her competent. So it was in the stars to begin with. They had it set out that way. And it's interesting because in this instance, she stole those knives from a thrift store that she ended up stabbing the person with. She had been arrested a few months before for not wanting to leave a hospital. During that arrest, She told officers she wanted to kill someone. Then she said she had killed someone in Bakersfield, California. This was in Ohio here. She said she had killed someone in Bakersfield. They couldn't find anything connected to what she was talking about. But clearly, the mental health issues are strong. So my question to you is it really justice for the family if we convict this woman, send her away, when the real question is, why was this woman walking around with the ability to do something like this?
Well, that's two good questions. I'll take the second one first. In 2025, we certainly have seen prosecutions for negligent homicide-based crimes for failure for entities to step up and do something. I'm not talking about the grocery store, but I am asking, were there red flags with regard to this woman's mental health where steps could have been done? Now, that's the second question. Is it justice to try her for murder? Well, I would hope that both sides would want her thoroughly vetted for the question of sanity at the time of the offense. Now, as you know, as the viewers probably know, motive is not a requirement, but an erratic, spontaneous, random crime like this begs the question, did she know what she was doing?
Yeah. And we do know competency, very low standard. Very low standard. All right, Franz Borghardt, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Truly appreciate it, my friend. Have a great weekend. Folks, stick around because ahead in our next hour, we're getting you caught up on a new case Court TV is tracking in New Mexico, the Bloody Sword murder trial. Wait till you hear this one, of Isaac Apodaca. He and his girlfriend are accused of conspiring to kill another woman they both previously dated.
Did you kill her in those dreams, or what happened in those dreams?
Sometimes I would kill her, sometimes I would torture her, sometimes it was just me screaming at her.
All right, so I do want to let you know I'm getting word that there is a verdict in the Karina Cooper case out in Ohio. We're going to have that for you in the next hour. Keep it here.
Got the verdict. Verdict. Let me get this together. We do have a verdict. I don't know if you caught that, Benny, but we got it. Let me go in here, edit this. Give me 1 second, Benny. I'm putting this stuff in here so I can kind of get this out to everybody. I knew it. And say we're gonna sit right here. And what time was that? 2:54. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna open up this other studio, then I'm gonna send the link to you guys so y'all can go right over to that studio if that's okay. Enter. Mic check. I gotta make sure my microphone be working right. Oh boy, go live. That. View here. Let me get the link. I'm gonna send y'all the link. I'm gonna put it in the chat for you guys. Let's see. Okay, here's the link. I'm dropping it in the chat. I'm opening up the new live stream so we can have the verdict. I will catch you guys over there, okay? See you over there. Glad we stayed.